Hello and welcome to The Art of AI Sampling. This is a course that I've been super excited to make that dives into a lot of the techniques and philosophy around the burgeoning cutting-edge world of AI-generated music. Now, there is a hell of a lot of opinions about this new technology that warranted from all different angles, but I come from a perspective that is perhaps a little bit more balanced and nuanced in that I believe that the tools that are coming out that are supposedly going to burn the world down and steal all of the work from artists and stuff are really just very exciting opportunities and chances for us to do what we do as humans very well already, even better. So what I'm going to be teaching you in this course is, first, we're going to have a little foray into what I think is actually a very crucial part of making music, making art of any sort, whether it is using AI at all, which is just getting really clear on our artistic vision. I think knowing what it is that you want, knowing what it is that you're inspired by, and what it is that you're keen to create with your time here on Earth, I think is a really useful and often overlooked process in the journey of being an artiste, should we say. So shortly, I'm going to be walking you through a worksheet that I would like for you to complete that will then help us as we move forward with the rest of this course. So thank you so much for being here, and I'm absolutely thrilled that you are excited or perhaps curious about this very exciting new frontier in the world of music production. And I hope that this course teaches you everything that you need to know to go and create your own epic music utilizing these really mind-blowing tools. So thank you so much for being here, and I shall see you in the next module. Okay, so in this first real module, we're going to be diving into a little worksheet that I've put together here called the Artistic Vision Manifesto. And I just want to say up front that this is not homework. You don't need to take this too seriously. It's nothing that you can get wrong. This is really just a vehicle for you to get a little clearer about what it is that you want to create. And I just want to say as well, if there's any questions on here that you don't know how to answer, you just don't want to answer, just delete it. Get rid of that fucking question. You don't need it. I don't give a shit about that. That's fine. Really, I'm just using this as a tool to help you sort of unpack what it is in your heart and your mind, the other way around, that you would like to see manifest through music. So by all means, don't even use this worksheet. If you can find another way, or you already feel that you have a clear understanding of what it is that you want to create and you can use language to do such a thing, then feel free to just skip this module entirely. But if you are interested in doing my little game, then stick around. Otherwise, skip to the next video. So this worksheet here, the point of it is that when you're using AI tools, because of the fact that the majority of the time, the input that you are giving the language model is text, you need to learn how to use language in a way that actually represents what it is that you want. So you can't just go to one of these AI music models and say, for example, if you want to make like house music, cool, okay, you just say house. It's not gonna guide it. Okay, maybe you say deep house. Maybe get a little bit closer, but at the end of the day, there's all sorts of other words, all sorts of other terms, all sorts of other references and stylistic terms that we can use to get closer and closer to approximate not just a broad genre, but our specific genre. You know, how can we imagine what it is that we truly want to hear if we don't know what we want to hear? So as just like a brief example, I make house music. You know, I'm known as being a house music producer, but I don't just make house. What is house? House has got a 4/4 kick and it's whatever. If I were to actually try and sit down and describe what the music is that I make, I would say I make house, meditative, introspective, melancholic, nostalgic, textured, lush, rich, I would say Western, I would say Indian classical, Hindustani Carnatic. I would throw all of these terms in that may not be present in every single one of the songs that I make. But if I were to look and I were to feel on a bigger perspective as an artist, like what do I stand for? What is it that I want to create? How would I use language to describe my ideal music that I could create? And so that's what the point of this worksheet is. So I'm not going to harp on too much about this. I'm just going to go through the worksheet with you, just give you some ideas of like how maybe I would answer this. And then what we're going to do is going to put it back to you. The ball will be in your court, and then I want for you to fill out this worksheet. But first, let's just run through. So the first section here, sensory foundations. What emotions form the core of your musical expression? Not just what you feel, but what you want others to feel. So primary emotional response that you seek to evoke. For example, in me, this would be a feeling of melancholy, of nostalgia. I don't know why it is exactly, but I know that that delicious mix of happy, sad, that kind of comfort with the slight sadness. For me, if I'm making this music and the music that I listen to, I find that I'm able to feel most myself. I'm able to process emotions best if I'm listening to something that puts me in that sort of a bittersweet state of just like slight sadness, but like happy to be sad. Secondary emotional undertones, maybe I would like for people to feel empowered, inspired, loved, safe. Emotional journey from and to maybe feeling a little lost, to feeling found, to feeling as though they have purpose. So these are the kind of vibes that I'm imagining for you to sit down here is like really think about what are the emotions that you want to express with your music. Because it's not just a case of like, oh, I make good music. What is the good music eliciting? You know, what are the emotional tones that you hope to get out of people? Transformative moment. Feel free to only do a couple of these if you want. You can also add more if you so decide to. You can add another row. But I want you to go in here and just figure out a couple of moments in your life and then pick an artist or a song and what specifically moved you about that piece of music and how it changed you. The point of this as well is that you're going to start to see sort of patterns of like how you got to where you are now. You know, our tastes are just deliciously evolving tapestry of everything we've experienced before, and everything we will continue to experience will continue to meld our unique experience. So really just sitting down for a moment, maybe with a cup of coffee or a spliff, is that what you do, and just come up with, or just should we say, connect with some of those past moments in your life where you just felt something that you know to this day has changed who you are as a musician. So we're going to fill that in here. Textural vocabulary. This is basically just a dynamic, because I think that, you know, things can't be warm and cold at the same time. Maybe they could be in the middle, you know, in which case it's not super warm and it's not super cold. But the point is here, on a scale of warm to cold, warm being 1 and cold being 10, where would you fall on this scale? I know for a fact that I want to be a 1. I want to be full warm. I'm not into the cold sound. What about clarity and distortion? I'd probably say I'm leaning more towards the side of clarity. I want things to be clear, but I like a bit of roughness to some extent, so maybe I'm going to say 4. Organic and synthetic. Oh, this is a 1. I don't want any of that synthetic stuff. Sparse, dense. This is a tricky one because I like a bit of both, so I'm going to say 5. Polished, raw. I'm probably going to go more for, say, a 7, leaning more towards the raw. Familiar, experimental. I'm going to say probably 3, leaning more towards familiar. Even if I am experiencing or exploring some kind of experimental things, I want it to feel nostalgic and familiar in a certain way. And rhythmic and atmospheric. I'm definitely more of a rhythmic person, but I want it to be at least atmospheric, so I'm going to say 4. Anyway, traditional, futuristic, I'm going to put in 1 there. Nice, let's move on to section 2, cultural and temporal dimensions. So here, what musical traditions resonate with your artistic vision? For me, it's Afro-Latin, Cuban percussion. It's a lot of West African drumming traditions. I love hoodoo music, like the kind of Haitian voodoo kind of ritualistic drumming. I love a lot of like the Yoruba religion drumming. I love Indian classical music, both Hindustani and Carnatic, more of the vocal side. So I'm a big fan of these cultural pieces that even if I'm not sitting down to try and make a piece of, I'm not trying to make specifically a Malian Dogon drum track, but I want elements of that. Like I know that there's a part of my soul that is deeply moved by that. So I would put that in there. Geographical influences, definitely South America, definitely Southern Africa. Very cool. Historic eras that inspired me, probably like the 50s and the 60s and the 70s for sure. Less so the 80s, less so the 90s. Don't really care about the 2000s, but definitely from the 50s, 60s, 70s. Those were big parts for me. Non-musical influences, film, literature, visual art, architecture. I'm definitely not a fan of brutalist. So I would say, for example, I'm into kind of like Art Deco. Oh, I love a bit of Art Deco. Visual art. I love people maybe like David Hockney. Literature. I love I love like quite in film. I love like verbose things. So just put that down there. What kind of things that are non-musical? When I say verbose, I mean kind of movies that are just talking. You know, oh, big fan of that movie, My Dinner with Andre. Fucking love that. Hidden inspirations. What non-obvious influences shape your life? Childhood sounds, natural environments. For me, it is definitely like the jungle. It's the desert. It's the forest. It's these dense experiences of nature that just like, oh, they're in my soul. Definitely jungle comes comes through a lot in my music. There's definitely desert. I actually hadn't experienced the jungle until a year ago, where I moved here in Costa Rica. But it's funny, I'd been yearning for the jungle in the music that I made for like 10, 12 years. I'd been making music that felt like it would fit in the jungle. Also hidden inspirations, childhood sounds. Oh, the sound of rain on the roof. I had this memory of being with my parents when I was probably about 5, and there was a very heavy rainstorm when we lived in London and I was a kid. And we had this little glass-roofed conservatory out back of the house. And I guess the rain was so heavy, such a big storm, that it woke me up. And my parents came and they took me downstairs and we sat in this glass-roofed conservatory in the middle of a crazy rainstorm. And we ate cereal. And I remember just having this kind of feeling of coziness and warmth of being with my parents and hearing that just drum of the rain on the roof. And I love incorporating rain into my tracks now, and it always takes me back to that feeling. So, you know, just have a think about it. What are the things that really inspire you? Everyday rhythms. I love the sound of a washing machine that's going like also windscreen wipers. It's like and indicators in cars. There's all sorts of things. Distinctive approach. What makes your music recognizably yours? Even if you don't know this yet, what would you like for it to be? Distinctive production techniques for me is it's very percussion heavy. I have very cinematic breakdowns. I have very complex interplay between sounds. So it's very dense. I'm a big maximalist. Recurring thematic ideas. I guess a feeling of kind of like ritual, of prayer, of sacredness, of prayer through music. Sonic fingerprints you want to develop. For me, that's definitely percussion. It's like having a drum sound that just makes you, oh, you can't help but move. What musical territories do you feel drawn to but haven't yet ventured into? For me, this is properly like gospel. I've touched on it, I've explored it a little bit, but I love those rich, thick gospel choirs, and I would love to work with a gospel choir to have that just richness. And AI is a really great way of being able to explore some of these things that cost a lot of money to do. Like if you want to go and do an actual orchestral piece, recording with a real choir, not a real choir, a real orchestra, it's going to cost you a hell of a lot of money. So these kind of things are very cool. Like what else? Well, I'd actually really like to do a little bit of kind of like surf rock as well, maybe. Okay, creative boundaries. I will never include these elements in my music. I will never include like digital synths. Like I will never include like a vowel morph wob, like a dubstep sound. I'll also never include in my music like broken beat drums. They just don't move me. I want like a steady, hypnotic, trippy, rhythmic 4/4 rhythm. I'm willing to experiment with, let's say, what am I willing to experiment with? Maybe like auto-tuned vocals, potentially. Actually, not really. I'm going to put that in my never include list. But anyway, you get the idea. I always want my music to contain meaning, purpose. I always want it to contain some element of truth from historical, cultural folk traditions. Okay, artistic manifesto. Complete these statements. If my music were a landscape, it would be a dense, rich, natural expanse with jungles and deserts and rivers and mountains and snow and rain. The feeling of my music is like when you come home to yourself, when you find that strength in the darkest moments, in the moments when you feel hopeless and all of a sudden you just feel as though you're the strongest that you could ever be. My music exists to shine a light on the darkness. My music exists to provide strength when we feel weak. People will listen to my music when they want to find purpose, when they want to find meaning. Your artistic statement. Capture the essence of your musical vision in a concise, powerful statement that could guide all of your creative decisions. I want to make music that celebrates where we have come from as the human race. I want to make music that celebrates the feelings that we often are afraid to explore. I want to make music that lifts humanity up, to make them feel Sorry about that, the gardener just turned up. I want to make humans feel safe, to feel strong, to feel capable, to feel curious, to feel excited, to feel in love with their experience of being here. I should probably do it. In 20 years, what do you want people to say about your body of work? That it was true, that it was honest, that it was pure, that it reflected what it was that I was intending. We'll see how that works. Create vocabulary pairs that will help you translate feelings into prompt. Feeling, quality. This is an interesting one. Feeling or quality, I would say nostalgic. Descriptive language, I would use potentially just other kind of synonyms for that. So maybe I would put in bittersweet. There's a bunch of terms from places around the world, like Sehnsucht in Germany, mono no aware in Japan, saudade from Portugal. And a lot of these words, I think, could be summed up in all of the songs that I've made. A lot of them have these characteristics of just like just this courage to look at the pain in one's heart. And so, example in music, I would say a lot of kind of traditional Portuguese fado music. I would say there's a lot of that in a lot of kind of 50s classical, not classical, 50s classic country music. There is just this like this honesty with the pain that one feels. So I would go in there, do that. What about ideal sounds using non-musical senses? Colors. I would put in pastel, but I would put in vibrant. I would say earth tones. Textures. I would say sandy, dusty, crunchy, crispy. Movement. Smooth and flowing. Repetitive, hypnotic. Tactile, how would it feel to touch? I guess textures here as well. I would say it would feel furry. It would feel smooth. It would feel gentle. It wouldn't feel wet. It would feel woody. Taste, smells. Oh, it would be spicy. It would be salty. Scents. It would be oody. It would be all of these just delicious terms. So anyway, the point of this worksheet is to get you to just really brain dump down a bunch of words here. Please fill in as much as you can. And really then end up with something that even if it takes you a little 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, try and put as many words in as you can. Even if it doesn't necessarily feel 100% like you're sticking to the worksheet, just generate a bunch of words. And I'm going to ask you to pause the video now. And while this video is paused, well, actually I should have explained this before I told you to pause it, but pause the video and I want you to go in, fill this worksheet, and when you are done, come back to me and we shall continue on with the next part of this. Cool, so I hope that you now have a fully filled out worksheet and that you are ready to rock and roll, because what I'm going to ask you to now do is copy and paste everything that you've done. So I probably should actually have a version here that is filled out. I'm just going to do something off screen to make this a little bit more fun for us. Here we go. So I'm going to pretend I've got a filled out one here. I'm going to pretend that we now have a filled out document, and I'm going to ask you to go to Claude or ChatGPT or whatever it is that you tend to use. Let me just make myself a little bit smaller here. Whatever AI tool that you use, whether it is ChatGPT, whether it's Grok, whatever, I want you to go in there, and then you're going to find in the lesson resources a prompt. And this is the prompt. I'm going to copy and paste it in off of the screen. This prompt is: analyze the completed artistic vision manifesto below and extract only musical descriptors that can be used in AI music generation tools like Suno, Udio, etc., separated by commas. And then it's going to extract adjectives, what to exclude, blah, 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 so things that you wouldn't want to have in there. And then you can change this number if you want. I think 200 and 250 is pretty good. And then nice. All we're going to do now is delete this. And then we're going to copy and paste in our actual response, which, let me just pull it off again the screen because I have this here. Artistic Vision Manifesto. Okay, cool, we're back. So we're going to take this, and all I'm going to do is copy and paste the actual form in. For goodness sake, what is going on here? Oh, there we go, I have actually put it in a bunch of times. I've put it in loads of times. Or, of course, we could use ChatGPT if that's something that you would like to do. So let's put this up here. Here is the response that I've got. Nostalgia, gentle melancholy, blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to copy and paste that down here, make a little separator, and then I'm going to copy in the same prompt that we had in the other one. So let's just put that in there, and then let's just see what happens. So here I put in Gymnopédie number 1. I fucking love that song. And we're just going to pull up here to see what we get. Nice. So it's given us just a giant bunch of words and adjectives. Now this is going to be very handy as we move forward, because these are words that either we have actually included or it's extracted from that with some sort of connection to the words. Let's go back to ChatGPT to see what it's done as well. Similar things: introspective, cathartic, melancholic. Lovely. This is not actually my responses. This was, I got AI to actually fill out the sheet for us. I'm not a big fan of IDM, but I am a big fan of a lot of these things. So what we can now do, and I want to suggest that as we move through the rest of this course, you are by all means able to utilize your brain to come up with prompts as you see fit. In a given moment, feel free to just use your brain to come up with words. However, there is something quite nice about having a list of words that you are able to pick from without having to consistently come up with these ideas on the spot. So what I'm going to suggest is that we now copy and paste these words. And I have here a website that I have created that you will be able to use that will also be in the show notes, so to speak. And all you're going to do is go down here and click Edit Tags, and you can actually just delete all of these tags in here. This is, if you're interested, every single genre tag on Wikipedia. So if you were interested in just using those, you can. But what we're going to do is just delete all of those in there, and we're just going to paste in our prompts, or the specific words that we've put in. We're going to click Save. And now all we need to do in any given moment to get a prompt that is a variation of this is we just click Generate, and it will give us a list of things. Do we like the sound of any of these? Oh yeah, I mean, I quite like the idea of minimal percussion, maybe soft. Let's generate again. What have we got here? Maybe cinematic, ambient longing. Go on then. And you just lock them, of course, and when you do this, you're then able to come up with a prompt up here that all you do, slightly warm, take that as well. And you just click this, and this is now going to copy and paste that to your clipboard. And as you're going to see in the next video, now all we need to do is chuck in a prompt, and you can go back and forth as many times as you want. Maybe I'm actually going to take these ones as well. And you can start to fill out as many as you want in the random tag generator. Or, as I said, if you don't want to have to use another bloody AI tool, because God forbid we think for ourselves, just do it your way. But I just wanted to give you this option. It's a really nice, easy way of coming up with prompts, because you get to say, do I want this? Yeah, subtle synths, modern, textural, ambient loops, slow, muffled voices. You know, one more, we'll do subtle rhythms. Cool. So I could take that, and that would probably be a pretty nice prompt. But once you've done this, you are now ready to continue on with this course and jump into why you're really here, which is generating a bunch of fucking sick music with AI and then creating cool tracks with it. So I shall see you in the next video. Thank you so much, and I look forward to exploring this wild frontier with you. All right, let's jump in to the wonderful world of Udio, which just so happens to be my favorite AI music generator. Upon your first login, you'll be presented with a screen that probably looks a little something like this, although as a precursor to almost everything I say in this course, like with all technology, but particularly in the AI space, things are always changing all the time. So use your best judgment if things appear a little different. In theory, everything will stay the same by the time that you are doing this course. So on the homepage, we could, of course, just spend the rest of the day listening to all of these trending tracks and things that other people have created and just leave it at that. However, if you are taking this course, it's because that you probably want to actually create something for yourself. But I will just note at a later date, if you ever feel like you want to come and find some inspiration for prompts, it tends to be, at least in my opinion, the majority of the stuff on the homepage is pretty horrible. But every now and then you'll find something that has a really great prompt. And to have a look at what the prompts are, you could just click on here, for example, and you can see that this person has done upbeat disco funk track. And I guess this is in Japanese. I'm not particularly good at that. But still, the point is you can come in here and you can find all sorts of quote-unquote inspiration, brutal death metal and stuff. Okay, but anyway, beside the point, we're going to go to the page where we will be spending the majority of our time in this course, which is, of course, the create page. We're going to click on that and you're going to be presented with this wonderful view. Now, don't be alarmed if you don't have all of these folders and all of this absolute mess here. I'm actually going to be making a point ahead of all of this, which is that if you are new to Udio, please, I beg of you, from the start, be organized, because it became very difficult once I had hundreds, thousands of pieces of audio here that I neither like or do like, and they should have been categorized. So we're going to be looking at organizing that from the get-go. But for now, just to keep this simple, I'm actually just going to go into this course folder that, ta-da, makes it feel like we are in your position, which is that we have nothing. Okay, so obviously, what we want to do with this platform is to create music, to create stems, or to create projects that we can create stems out of and to then make cool music with it. So how do we do this? Pretty self-explanatory. I'm sure if you're taking this course, you've probably also played around with some form of text to media AI generator, whether that was like Midjourney for images or Kling for text to video. The point is we need to take a piece of text and use that to infer a piece of music. So we're going to do our first generation as if we are totally new to all of this. We're going to go in here and we can see it even says in grayed out text, a rom-com between a volcano and an iceberg, tropical house chillwave. Okay, fair enough. I'm going to go proper lowest common denominator here, and I'm going to show you first and foremost how the majority of people are probably using this platform, and second of all, how we don't want to use this platform moving forward. But I think that this will serve as a very nice building block as we continue on. So what I'm going to do is just click this dice, and that's going to give us some text. It's just created a random prompt, the emergence of plant life and orchestral arrangement. That's actually a pretty interesting prompt, I would say. But we're not going to touch anything else. We're just going to go with what it said. Obviously, we could have put our own prompt in, but for the sake of just really making this simple, we're going to click create. And straight away, what's going to happen is it's going to start working on creating two pieces of audio. If you've ever played around with Midjourney, you know that you get 4 options up front, and then you pick which one it is that you want to upscale. It's similar to that in Udio, except we don't need to upscale. If anything, you could extend or make variations of, but it will always give you 2 pieces of audio to listen to up front. Now, another thing I want to say now, just so that it's clear as we move on through this course, is we're going to be generating a lot of things. I know that only took, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, but when I'm generating a bunch of things all at once, I do not want to sit here and waste your time. So right now you're listening to me in real time, but at a certain point I may actually do some little snips just to make sure that we're actually moving forward. If I'm not talking about anything of any consequence in the process of it generating, then I'm probably going to cut myself out because I'll just be sat here pulling my nose hairs and such. So anyway, it's now gone on and created 2 pieces of audio for us. Awakening Green. Ooh, what a wonderful name. Okay, let's take a quick listen to what it is that we have got from this simple prompt in all auto, simple, lowest common denominator generation mode. Let's listen. Fair enough. It's very cinematic. I think if you showed this to somebody a year or definitely 2, 3 years ago and said this was generated by AI, they would lose their fucking mind and probably have you committed to a mental asylum to cover up for the fact that this is almost scary to think how good tech has become. But let's take a listen to the other one. Yeah, really pretty. And, if we were to just leave it at that, if we were just here because we wanted to play around, get a bit of text, make music, we could be perfectly happy leaving it as is, just using Udio in this very simple way to just get a little piece of audio and that's that. Now, before we move on, I really want to hammer home the importance of organization. So, either what I would suggest is that you always keep this whole, your entire library free of anything that you don't like. So in that case, this one, I don't like that. I don't want it. I would never use it. I don't want to listen to it again. I mean, I don't dislike it. I think it's very cool, but for my purpose, it's not anything I would ever want to use. So I would then go ahead and delete it. Now there's a couple of ways to do things in this interface. One of them is here, right click, go down to delete. Another way is if you just click on it, it will bring the view up down here and then you can click delete. What's cool about this is you can actually select multiple at once if you do command and click, maybe it's control on a PC, which allows you to delete both at the same time. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete that so we have nothing left. Cool. Let's now go back and see, okay, well, what else is there that we can adjust here? First and foremost, we have write your lyrics. Now, this is a pretty crucial part of using Udio because, of course, we don't just necessarily always want instrumentals. We'd maybe like to have vocals. So with auto-generated here, if I were to go in and now say something like, I've got a couple of prompts here off the screen. I'm going to take soft, gentle R&B, female vocalist, harmonies, backing vocals, Napalm. I love that artist. If you don't know her, she's fucking sick. I think she's actually the singer of Imagine Dragons. I may be completely wrong, but still, sounds amazing. I'm going to prompt this. Again, I'm not changing anything else. I'm keeping on auto-generated, and we're going to click create. We're going to see what happens. And I probably should have pointed this out with the previous generation as well. But something kind of interesting is happening behind the scenes, I suppose, to make it so that people who are coming to this platform who don't really want to get behind the scenes and start tinkering and getting advanced, they get good results all the time. That's not to say the fact that just you know, the words that you put in can yield bad results if you don't know how to speak English or whatever. I just mean the fact that you'll notice that although my prompt was soft, gentle, R&B, female vocalist, in that exact order, the prompts that we've got here are slightly different. So what's this? R&B, contemporary R&B, smooth soul. At no point did I say smooth soul. And also, if we were to go in and click on this track now, you can see that the actual prompt I gave was soft, gentle, R&B, female vocalist. Yep, we get the point. But it's gone and rewritten that prompt. So we're going to look at that in a second, but it's just important to note the fact that because we haven't changed anything else, it's effectively looked at our prompt and gone, yeah, all right, okay, but I'm going to do this instead. And so what it's ended up doing is rewriting that prompt. You can see here, female vocalist, R&B, contemporary R&B. This other one, bittersweet, introspective, passionate, it's gone and it's rewritten that one as well. And also rather interestingly, as you can see that we now have lyrics. Why did we not have lyrics in the previous one, even though we were on auto-generate? Because classical music very rarely tends to have lyrics. So it's obviously also going to be inferred by the prompt, the style that you use. But in this case, it's gone ahead and said, okay, well, if the realm is female vocalist, R&B, neo-soul, whatever, bittersweet, take all of that and then make lyrics about it. So we've got wrap me in softness, let your whispers flow in the calm evening where our feelings grow. Whatever. I'm going to go back now and show you that obviously the lyrics are different in both of these because the actual prompt itself is what triggered the lyric writing prompt. So we're getting two separate songs. Let's just take a quick listen to these, bearing in mind that we've left all settings the same, but we've put something in that could yield lyrics.
The way you looked at me was magic. A soft whisper in the dark, a tragic moments lost in time. We're drifting on. Yeah, it was I'll always share.
Quite cool. I think you'll agree. It's definitely yielding some very human results. Let's take a listen to the other one quickly.
Wrap me in softness, let your whispers blow in the calm evening where our feelings grow. I crave your presence, his gentle embrace. As the night unfolds, once we unfold, I want to see your face. Take your time, my heart is open, open. In this moment, let love be spoken.
Okay, very cool. I'm not going to continuously keep playing all of the generations for you, but I think in these early stages, it's very interesting to see how this very non-descriptive about the actual track, lyrics, delivery, how this prompt has actually yielded some very cool and specific results. This is more of that kind of like late 90s, early 2000s R&B. This one is a little bit more in that kind of Erykah Badu realm. But cool. I'm going to go ahead and I'm not actually going to delete these because I quite like the sound of this. I'm going to get rid of this one though, so I can just right click and delete. That's another way of doing things. But I do just want to start making things organized from the get-go. So what I would recommend is that if you have various buckets, should we call it, of styles of things that you like to generate, create folders, even if it's not super granular and super specific, create the folders that then allow you to just, in the future, just neatly slot things in so that you can find them later on. So I'm going to create one here, and I'm going to call this R and B. Create folder. Great. And super simple. I could just click if I had a bunch of these, and then I could do move to folder, or you can just click and drag it in. Boom. There we go. So it may actually take a second. You have to refresh in order to get that shit to work. Kind of irritating with the GUI, but whatever. Dope. Okay, now back to it. I want to take just a brief moment to suggest to you now that you pause this video, and I want you to go over to the interface, and I want you to just do a few generations just to see how the kind of language that you're using is yielding results. So pause this video, and I want you to go in, create maybe 5 different prompts, see what you get back, delete a few that you don't like, and if you do like them, put them in some folders. And when you're done with that, come back to the video. Cool. So I hope you had fun playing around with this most basic format of using Udio. Now I want to move on to some of the other simple controls here that we can see before we actually get really under the hood. So of course, with this auto-generated, what we ended up having was even the soft, gentle R&B female vocalist. When we did auto-generate, we got lyrics about something, about anything. But there definitely were lyrics. And obviously we've put here female vocalist, harmonies, backing vocals, all of that kind of stuff. What if we wanted to use that prompt, but make sure that there are no vocals? Well, yes, you get 5 gold stars if you had thought, okay, well, why don't we just use the instrumental mode? So let's go ahead and now create something here which explicitly asks for vocals. But we're doing it in the instrumental mode. Now, a pretty interesting thing about this is that if you were to use these words and format into instrumental or auto-generated, I do find that it tends to actually yield very musical sounds in the instrumental, even if they aren't lyrics. It tends to give that space of lyrics, I find, to something like a trumpet or a flute. So let's take a quick listen to the very musical and lyrical and vocally sound instrumentals. Let's take a listen to this. There we go. I was just adding off my screen, I have a list of prompts that I tend to use for things, and I just added as just a simple tag, smooth soul. That kind of like, I don't know what memory that brings me, but it kind of like being picked up in my granddad's car, and he would have Smooth FM on in England, and it would just be like that kind of music. Just the best. Let's take a listen to this as well. I mean, this kind of stuff, if you're sampling for hip hop or house. So anyway, you get the point. What's really nice is that there is that easy option to get things that are in the instrumental realm or auto-generated. So I want you to, again, pause this video and go and generate a couple, 2 or 3 prompts using instrumental in a variety of styles, and just get a feel for what language inputs create what kind of outputs. And when you're done with that, come back to this video and we will continue with the next step. Cool. I hope you enjoyed playing around with making instrumentals. I know that I find a lot of the time, a lot of inspiration for starting a new track, just like in the instrumental realm, generating a few things and picking something that I'd like to then put into my project file, split up, and then try and find vocals for on top. So once you're comfortable with the idea of instrumentals, we're going to move on now to custom. Now, I think this is one of the places where Udio really starts to shine. Is that this is where you actually get to write lyrics, and not just lyrics and have the AI just willy-nilly do it how it wants. You're able to actually guide how it does those lyrics. What I mean is, like, will it be a verse? Will it be a chorus? Will certain parts of the vocal be a kind of throwaway ad-lib? This is where you're going to do that in custom. And this is where really, past the first 15 seconds of this course, we're never going to use auto-generate again. And this is because I find that the actual lyrical content, or the things in auto-generate, actually take away a lot of the time from the depth or the nuance. It ends up feeling pretty lame and AI. So if I do want vocals, I tend to want to write them myself, or write them in something separate like Claude, and then put them into here. So let's actually go ahead and do something in here. We've got here soft, gentle R&B female vocalist. We're going to keep that prompt again now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a few lyrics. So let's do, I want you, baby. Yes, oh baby, oh baby. I need you, baby, my baby, oh baby. Cool. So this is really like just golden lyrics here that are probably going to win me a Grammy in 2026. I don't know if that's actually the awards that I would win for great songwriting, but I probably will with this marvelous set of words. Now, the thing is, if I were to just put this in as is, we would still get results. But we're not actually dictating to the AI how we want this to be experienced. So what I'm going to first do is just Shift Enter to make a space, and I'm going to put in square brackets. Square brackets are how we define structure. I'm going to put in here verse, and I'm going to close those square brackets, which means that it's now going to interpret all of this as a verse. What does that mean? It just knows that if we were to now have another section here, which is going to be square brackets chorus, this is now going to be interpreted as being different to the other stuff. So this will infer in the music a slightly different section, and it will differ harmonically in a way that maybe wouldn't have if we've just put a bunch of random words in there. So what are we going to do for our chorus? Let's do, I want you, baby, yes, baby, oh, baby, fantastic. We're going to put like, you're my everything. I am yours, my love. Oh, yes. Okay, so we've got, again, really, really great lyrics here. There's one other thing that I want to point you to. Let's actually just duplicate this down here. I am yours, my love, forever. Okay, just fantastic. Really, really great stuff. The other thing that we can point out is that actually, if you remember looking at the lyrics in here, I guess I've actually deleted them. Where was it? Yeah, you can see here that this is in a proper bracket. What I don't even know what we'll call them. Smooth, curved brackets. I don't know. That means interpret this section as an ad-lib. So I'm going to take some of these parts, like this bit here, and I'm going to put these in brackets. And what this is going to do is it's going to continue to actually put these bits of line in as vocal. But if this is being sung as the lead vocal, these will probably end up being distinct, timbrally, sonically mixed. Maybe it will be like backing choir doing that, but it will be separate. And it will feel like another section in the background. So I am yours, my love. Let's actually put here, my love, oh yes. Also, it doesn't always, which is very interesting, wait to finish this line before it throws those ad-libs. It may actually start the O like here. It's very smart with how it does it. You don't have absolute control, but you're going to see that it's truly crazy. So I am yours, my love, forever. And then we'll do let's just do that. Let's see if this see if this works. So let's go ahead and generate this, and we're going to see what we get. We are actually in the R&B folder, so we're being very nice and organized. And let's just see what we get. Bearing in mind, again, it's still actually rewriting the prompt for us, and we're going to get to why that is, because I touched on that at the beginning. Is that The fact that Udio automatically rewrites your prompt for you in some ways is great because, you're getting variations away from what you originally intended. But in other ways, come on, like, we're deciding on our prompt. We might as well stick with it. We've made our bed, therefore we better prompt from it. But yeah, I'm actually going to pause this video for the first time so that I'm not talking, and I will come back. Oh, there we go. No need to pause it. Here we go. Here are our two generations. I'm going to open this up. And you can see because we used custom, one of the most important things is that we now have the same lyrics in both, which of course differed from when we used auto-generate. Because it wrote two separate prompts, it created two separate sets of lyrics. So because we've actually specified what the lyrics are, we're now able to actually try out different variations of the same song. Song meaning, of course, the lyrics. Let's take a listen. We're going to listen through to both of these just to see how these brackets and this verse and this chorus have actually been implemented. Let's take a listen. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but that is really, really impressive to have taken such stupid, simple lyrics and to have made something that genuinely feels like really powerful, like something my mum would blast in the car. I'm really, really impressed. And yeah, you can see, like, this is only the beginning of AI music. And if you haven't actually experienced something like this before, God, we are only just getting started. Okay, let's take a listen to the other version as well, bearing in mind that this prompt ended up being Smooth Soul Ballad, Breakup. Yep, very nice. Oh, I'm actually going to take Breakup as a prompt. Fuck, let's go back. Yeah, I really like that. Let's take a listen to the other one now quickly.
I want you, baby. Yeah, baby. Oh, baby. I need you, baby. Oh, baby.
And you see, that's like a prime example of how it's like overlapped this with this, which is a really powerful part of using the brackets, because the brackets just allow for the AI to interpret those lyrics in a slightly bit more kind of free human way. Okay, so I want you to pause this video and have a little play around with creating some songs in custom mode, using the verse and chorus setup. Of course, you want to play around with using some of these brackets, and this is also going to yield some really fun ad-libs. But I want you to pause this video right now and then go in, play around, come up with 2 or 3 ideas using this, and I shall see you back when you are done with that. Cool. I hope you enjoyed playing around with the custom vocal mode. You can see how insanely powerful this is. I'm not sure what prompts that you used for the actual style, but I hope that you were pleasantly surprised. Now we're just going to have a quick look further into what we can also do in this lyric editor section. Because these verse and chorus things, it's not just verse and chorus that exist. There's a whole host other things. So if I get rid of this and I press the / key, it actually brings up a view of all of these tags that actually exist. And so there's quite a lot of them. And some of them as well, you need to actually go in and figure it out for yourself. Like, you can custom create them. Whether or not they will work or not is to be seen. But there are a few in here that absolutely always work. So for example, why don't we take solo? And you can see down here it says drop, guitar solo, sax solo, all do interesting things. Let's just do guitar solo. And we're going to leave it at that. So we're going to create this thing, and we're going to do guitar solo. Now, I'm not totally sure how this is going to behave because of the fact that we've got a lot of prompts in here about vocals. But my intuition says that by just doing this, hopefully, even if it does give us a little bit of vocal, it's going to end up giving us primarily a guitar solo throughout this track. So I'm going to pause the video here and I will be back in a second. Great. So it's got 2 here that the lyrics are just guitar solo. So let's take a listen to the first one. Well, we all know that that's a harmonica, not a guitar. So one of the interesting things about this that I imagine the case is that because of the fact that we are having Udio just pick a prompt for us in the end, I feel like this might actually be interfering to some extent with how much we are able to control things here with the lyrics. But still important to note that there are a few other things in here. So for example, we could say intro, and then we could even say, where if we go down here to spoken word, let's put like, my love for you is endless. I would walk 1,000 miles just to see, just to smell you. And then we'll do this. So we're just going to see what happens with this. There are a bunch in here to play around with. We're actually going to come back to this later on because these things actually pair a lot better with some of the more manual controls that we're going to be looking at further down the line. But first and foremost, just important to note that there are a few things in here that can really take what is just a great set of lyrics and actually paint them in something that is really, really evolving and delicious. So I'm going to pause the video and we'll come back when these guys are done. Once again, we don't even need to do that. Let's take a listen. So in this case, actually, let's see.
My love for you is endless. I would walk 1,000 miles just to smell you.
Just to smell you. Okay, so in this case, it's actually... There we go. This is...
For use.
Wow. So in this case, it actually did work. Probably a little bit too spaced out for my liking, but you can see that this actually did follow being a spoken word intro. Again, you have to mess around with it a bunch just to make sure that, you know, enough generations probably will get what you want, and from that point onwards. But in this case, it did not follow that at all. And it added in a bunch of random songs, and it only started this at the end. So I'm actually going to get rid of that one, because I'm bordering on saying I'd hate that. This spoken word one was cool. But yeah, pause the video, try out a few different things here. Maybe try some with like a bridge or a hook. These ones work well. You could do drop, particularly if you're experimenting with making some like kind of electronic house things. Drop works very well. There's a few things in here that you could experiment with each section. So, you know, you could say like instrumental break, and then you could do drop. And actually, let's just try one more of these. I'm going to go in and maybe do... I've got a little something something here. We'll do this and see how this comes out. Okay, introspective, deep house, jazzy, bittersweet, soulful vocals and R&B harmonies is ready. We've got an instrumental break following a drop. Also just want to note that I am in the jungle and rainy season is beginning. So it's about to start raining. So if there's any kind of pleasant white noise in the background, or there's any unpleasant white noise in the background, that is what it is. It is rain, water falling from the sky. Let's take a quick listen to this and see how the instrumental break into the drop was understood. Not really very interesting. This one's kind of cool. Actually, take a minute. Okay, fair enough. Kind of interesting, but not really what we need or want in life. So is this the one we were listening to? This is where I actually want to now move on to possibly the most important part of how to use Udio. And that's, again, if you look here, I said introspective deep house. I asked for house in the prompt. We didn't actually end up getting house here. Okay, we got disco, we got dance. Maybe we did get deep house, but there's not the prompt that I asked for. So this is where we are now going to get introduced to advanced controls, because this really is, I think, one of the most important parts of being able to maintain your sense of control, which, as we all know, is the most important thing in life, as you're prompting. So let's just move these guys out of the way. I'm going to refresh the page, and we are now ready to move on to how to use this like a big kid. If we go down here to advanced controls, there is one particular setting that I want to draw your attention to that will ultimately create the most amount of difference. And that is manual mode. If we hover over here, you can see what Udio themselves explain it as. It says manual mode allows you to directly prompt the model without any prompt rewriting, which is the issue we were having before. By default, our system rewrites your prompts to improve the average output quality. If you are seeking specific sounds and want to interact directly with the model interface, we recommend using manual mode. So this is the key. This is where, if you are taking this course, it's absolutely because of the fact that you want to go further. You want to go behind the scenes to, in some ways, really tinker with the cutting edge of what is available. And manual mode is the beginning of how we do that. So what manual mode means is that, of course, whatever it is that I put in here will end up being the final prompt. So as an example, I have a prompt here, 1960s Italian, French, blah, 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 blah. What I'm going to do is do instrumental for this one, and I'm going to create. And let's have a little look to see what happens. Of course, because of the fact that we have it on instrumental, no lyrics are going to be generated. And in fact, even if we did auto-generate it, a lot of the time they don't end up putting vocals in with this prompt, I have found. But let's not look at any of these other nice features yet. Let's just wait to see what we get here. Cool. Our first two prompts are done. And again, look at what we wrote up here. 1960s Italian, blah, 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 blah. I didn't have electric harmonica blues in there. That was a mistake. But if we click on this now, you'll see that the prompt is the prompt that went into creating the track. Now, why am I harping on about this? Why is this so important? Well, it means that when you find a prompt that you know you like the results from, you can come back to it. You can find your sound that you like, or various sounds that you like to work with, and keep them in some sort of document that allows you, where's the fuck is my mouse? There we go. If you keep them in some document, then it allows you to come back to them every now and then and know the fact that the results you're going to get are going to be good. So let's take a listen to our 1960s Italian, French Riviera, blah, 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 blah. This is stuff that I love to sample when I'm making house music, or particularly that kind of like disco-y, funky house sound. Let's take a listen. Very interesting panning there, the way that it's... Oh, stop it! That is fucking epic. Oh my goodness. Oh, just glorious, glorious music. Ooh. If this was in a movie, I would enjoy the movie, let's put it that way. Let's take a listen to the other one now. Elegance by the Sea. Ooh. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Absolutely stunning sounds. You know, before this whole AI music realm, I used to spend so long looking for samples that sounded even remotely like this. I used to spend so long trying to find something that somebody else hadn't already used. I mean, that's pretty dark at the end there. Anyways, you get the point. Manual mode is the way to go. So in order to get there, all you do is open up advanced controls and click manual mode. I want you to now pause this video and play around with creating 3 or 4 things using manual mode. Perhaps, and I would actually recommend this, try doing the same prompt a bunch of times. So, you know, you could put that in, you click create, depending on what plan you're on. After a couple of seconds, when this create button comes up, you can actually generate a few things all at once. I believe if you're on the $10 a month, you can do 6 at the same time. I'm spending $30 a month because I'm cool, and it's important to me that I have this rather cool style reference thing later on that I'm going to show you, but I can actually do 8. So what's nice about this, of course, is that you are using the same prompt. You're then doing 8 in the same style, and every single one of these has exactly the same prompt. And this actually is going to lead quite nicely into why it is that they all sound different if we're using the same prompt. But for now, let's just take a quick listen to some of the things that we've ended up with. I think it's really interesting how the model has interpreted like that era, the 1960s, to do that very interesting panning, which I believe is around the time when, you know, they started using stereo sound and everybody was like, wait, I can put the drums on the left, I can put the bass on the right. But that's very... Oh, get out of here. Get out of town. This is so filmic. Anyways, I'm going to tell you now, pause the video and just go in, create a bunch of things using the same prompt on manual mode, and I shall see you back when you are done with that. Okay, rather naughtily, I have let my folder get pretty big, so I'm actually going to go in here and I'm going to create, let's do this, Italian soundtrack, do create folder, and I'm actually just going to click, shift click down, and open this guy up so we can see them. I'm going to drag this into my Italian soundtrack folder, just to be very good, keep things nice and tidy. Brilliant. Let's go back into course. Right, okay. Now, we have got to the meat and potatoes, the real essence of using Udio, and it's only taken us 38 minutes to do so. Inside of the advanced controls, beyond just manual mode, there are a few other settings that we now need to explore in order to further have control of Udio. Starting at the top, and I'm just going to sort of give you a high-level overview of what all these things do, and then we'll look at how we can actually influence the music that we generate with it afterwards. Of course, manual mode is always going to be what we want. I'm going to show you also how we can make it so that that's automatically on and we don't have to come in and change this. Just below that, we now have model. Now, when I first started using Udio a year and a bit ago, when it first came out, there was only the V1 model, which was miles better than what was available with Suno at the time. But it still wasn't super high quality sound. The vocals were very good. Like, it managed to do vocals at that time very well and 100 times better than Suno did. But the overall quality of the sound was not great. And also it took a very long time to generate. Then in the last 6 months or so, they brought out the V1.5, which was like a big upgrade on the quality and the overall sound. But only recently did they bring out the Allegro add-on to the V1.5 model, which, as far as I understand it, has really just made it a lot faster. So by default, this is on. If you change it to V1.5, you'll get pretty similar results, but it will just be a bit slower. So leave this on by default. Then you have down here length. Now, this is a big thing, and I'm going to come back to this in a little bit, but based off of the way that I use Udio, I tend to use the 2-minute 10-second option. And I'm going to go a little deeper into why that is later on. But here you can choose to generate, as we've been listening to, 32-second clips, or you can generate 2 minutes and 10 seconds all in one go. Let's put this back to 32 seconds. The only difference is, of course, that it uses 2 credits to do the 32-second, but it uses 2 minutes and 10 seconds to do, or use 4 credits for the 2 minutes 10 second, which is pretty crazy. Let's go back down to 32 here. You can see that we then have song structure. Now, this is also very crucial for how you actually end up using the model. One of the things that you'll notice is that whether we were on manual mode or not, a lot of the things that we were generating were just starting like mid-line. You know, like it doesn't feel like a good starting point for a piece of music to just begin halfway through.
I want you, baby.
Like what? Where is that? That's not a 1. Sure, it's not a downbeat, but it's definitely not the intro. So song structure here, this is where you actually get to dictate where in the song it starts. So by default, it's on automatic. And I don't really know what automatic means in this case, because I guess it just figures out what would be best. I don't know what it's depending that on. However, if we have this on manual, you'll see that by default, it starts 40% into the song, which is why we're getting things feeling like potentially they're just come out of the first chorus or around that kind of realm. If you want to make something so that it starts at the beginning, you're going to put it all the way to the end. No, you're not. You're going to put it all the way to the beginning. The beginning here, of course, means that it's going to start generating out what the intro would be. Now, the only problem with this is sometimes, it doesn't start on the one. Sometimes you may actually have some silence at the beginning. You may have some kind of weird noise, some sort of textures. This can be very cool, but it's just important to note that this doesn't mean that it's going to start on a kick or start on a downbeat. It's going to start oftentimes from silence. You've also then got lyric timing here. This is if you have lyrics up here. Let's see if we go back into our wonderful lyrics that we created earlier. Do we have any of those? Guitar solo. Let's just take these for now. If I were to put these in here and I were to do this, this means that the vocals are going to start straight away. This means that they're going to begin as soon as the track begins. By default, these are on auto, which means that it will try and slot them in at a relevant place. So if you want for this thing to start at 0 on the clip start, and then you want this to start here at the beginning, this is going to yield a generation where, let's in fact give this a go. We need to put these in custom, and I'm going to take our, where's our soft prompt here? Okay, so I'm going to put this up here. This now means that this verse, let's actually change this to intro, and we'll do this as verse. This is going to start the track at the beginning, and the vocals are going to start at the beginning. So let's create, for some reason it's logged out. Okay, interesting. I'm just going to log in, I guess. Let's just take this moment to take a quick shout out to our sponsor today, Discord. Okay, we're back. Fucking hell, it's taken all of my hard work filling out this delicious prompt. Okay, we'll do manual mode. We'll do clip start at the beginning. We'll do lyric timing at the beginning. Go into R&B. We're going to take our gentle prompt up here, go into custom, and then let's just take our award-winning lyrics. In fact, maybe let's just keep this as verse and see what happens. So I'm going to generate something where the clip start is 0 and the lyric timing is also 0. And in theory, this should give us a track that starts at the very beginning. Sorry, there's a very strange selection of bugs in my studio today, crawling all over my body in some of the most untoward places. While we wait for that to continue on, let's just continue down in the options. You've got here another prompt section. This is a style reduction. So putting in tags in here, there are a lot to choose from. You can also create presets here. I'm going to show it to you. What I mean is if we go, say, pop, you can't just type anything. Like, you can't do pop as deloader because that's not a real prompt. You have to use things that are actually selectable in here, but let's do pop. Let's do, does commercial exist? No, it doesn't. Let's do cheesy, also doesn't exist. I guess these have to be, specific things. Maybe we don't want conscious. We don't want conscious pop. We don't want cold, whatever. You can pick in here, just put a letter, and then you can see all of the things that are actually available. And then here you can create a preset. So this is a preset. New preset added successfully. ShadCN components. Let's see. Has it actually kept my preset? Yes, it has. Nice. So you can actually create presets in here of things that you absolutely do not want. Boom, just click it in. Very nice. We've also got the letter A. Let's take a quick listen to check out what we've got here, bearing in mind this was clip start 0 and lyric timing 0. Let's go. Strangely, it hasn't done any lyrics at all. Did I do instrumental for these? Is that why? No, weird. Okay, so important to note that it doesn't always follow your instructions, but in theory, this is how it would go. This is a lot more useful, this lyric timing, I find, when you're using the longer time model, the 2 minute 10 seconds. But clip start is obviously very helpful if you actually forget this. What we can say is that both of those prompts started from the beginning, which is, of course, a lot handier for then not having to then generate an intro for it. We've got the intro and we can actually continue on from there. Of course, we've got our style reduction we just looked at. This is handy for getting rid of if you were making some sort of like house music. I don't want jazz. Cool, so it's probably not going to use jazz chords. Then we've got prompt strength and lyric strength. Now, prompt strength is how much actually what you've put at the top influences it. So this is how much it will actually influence it. 100% will 100% follow your prompt. What does that mean exactly? Who knows? But they say that it can often yield less natural sounding results. Maybe that's what we want sometimes. So this is definitely something to experiment with. Bringing prompt strength down to nothing gives it a little bit more leeway in being able to create slightly further away from what it is that you've asked for. This is by default at 50%. You can play around with finding a sweet spot for that. But again, these things are things that I think are more useful when we're actually exploring seeds later on. We've got here 50% lyric strength, which means that the things that we write here, there's a 50% chance that it will follow this. Not even 50% chance, it will follow it 50%. One of the issues that we just had with this clip start at the beginning, if I put lyric strength to 100, in theory, what that's going to do is now mean that it's definitely going to start the vocals, these things, it's definitely going to play them, and hopefully we won't end up with just a full instrumental. Now, the final three controls that we have are clarity. This is useful, they say, for if you're then trying to split those results. So the instrument separation is increased by clarity. Having this at 100% means that the sounds in there, like the drums, the bass, the music, there is more separation between them. Excuse me. However, I don't think this always works super well, and I'm going to demonstrate how you can prove this yourself. But I tend to want to keep this around 100% because I'm always going to be separating the elements, particularly if the kind of music that I'm generating is something like a disco track or like a rock track or whatever, where there are multiple instruments. I want that clarity to be at its max for separation. So if this does work on some occasions, I keep it up. But if we're making something where it's, say, just a solo piano, this doesn't really need to be, something that we consider too much. You could even leave it at low clarity. It says that it will yield more natural results with it lower. I don't really buy it. Seed, super important. We're going to skip over this for now, and we're going to come back to that in a second. And then generation quality. This is a key thing. It says here that the experimental trade quality for speed of generation, blah, 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 blah. In theory, this is the highest quality generation you can get, and it is slower. And in theory, this is the lowest quality. It's fastest. This doesn't do anything. And I, again, prove this to you later on. These speed things, this is faster, and the actual quality is no worse. And you can prove this by phase cancelling one that's generated at fastest with one that's generated at the slowest. And they cancel out totally, which means that they are identical. But yeah, I tend to keep this on the fastest mode. Let's take a quick listen to what we got from our 100% lyrics strength. Here we go.
You're my everything, my love. Oh yeah, you're my everything.
It's interesting how, again, it's just decided to remove some of those vocals.
You're my everything.
Yeah, it's just literally got rid of the verse. But yeah, let's move on for now. What I want to show you before I then set you off to take another little stab at this yourself is that most of these settings, if I were to actually just refresh the page now so we lose everything, I come back to Udio now and I open up advanced controls, manual mode is off. fucking generation quality is at high. There are things here that I always have the same every time. And so I want you to go over to your preferences now, and this is going to take you to the defaults. So here, generation defaults, I want to put generation quality to fastest. This is going to be obviously the quickest way to use Udio, and I don't believe that you sacrifice any quality. Also, manual mode, on. We always need this on. Clarity, I'm going to bring this up to 100%. And we're also going to put custom as the default lyric setting. Now we click save preferences. Boom. We've got a nice little popover Sona Shadcn notification tag here. Let's go back to create now. And if I refresh the page, what's nice is that every time I come to Udio, boom, we've got custom on, we've got manual mode on, and a lot of these things don't even necessarily then need to be adjusted before that. So please take a moment to pause this video. Fucking hell. Go back to your preferences page. At this point, I want you to adjust everything so it looks like this, and I shall see you in a second. Now that you've got your preferences set up, we're just going to click Save Preferences and come back to the Create page. Because now I want to explore one of, I think, the most important and potentially overlooked features that can really help you experiment or refine on a specific idea. So, let's now go in here. I'm going to find another prompt to use, and we're going to try, what else have we got? Okay, we'll try and do this. We'll do world music, folk music. One of the places where, ironically, I think that this app really shines, and this AI music generating app, I think it really shines in creating like very nuanced, traditional world folk music. I know, what a weird thing to be saying. How 2025. AI is really good at creating traditional, cultural folk music. It really captures the nuance of like specific vocal traditions. Like you sometimes get like Native American kind of songs that are just absolutely crazy. But what I want to show you now is all of these settings at this point are going to pretty much stay the same as we move on. For some reason, auto-generated, let me just make sure that my preference is set to custom. Huh, weird. Okay, we'll go back to create. Let's see if it is doing that. I'm going to go in here. Actually, maybe we'll do auto-generate for this, just because I want to demonstrate with... No. Sorry, I'm losing my mind here. We're going to do... Yeah, because this I don't actually want to write lyrics. We'll do auto-generate in this case for lyrics, which is fine. But what I want to show you down here is seed. Now, a seed, as they call it, a number that defines the contents of a clip. In manual mode, a prompt will always yield a similar output when a fixed seed is used. Note, when not in manual mode, your prompt is processed in a random way that isn't controlled by the seed. Okay, cool. So the seed, by default, is set to -1. If you've ever explored tools like stable diffusion for images and used any of those kind of like AI image generating services. Sorry, I've got to roll my funny wheelie chair around. There are things called seeds. There are things called CFG clips and all of these. The seed is basically the number which defines the starting point for the randomness to occur. So you're going to end up with similar results using the same seed again and again and again with changing other parameters. And if you use exactly the same parameters in different seeds, you're going to get different results. I know that's super waffly way of saying, well, what's going on here? Well, -1 stands for create a random one every time. So if you leave it at -1, if you type in a number, you're going to actually use that specific seed. But if you do -1, which you can also just click this and it returns it to default, it's going to give you a random result every time. So if we click here now, I'm going to do create. We're going to generate 2 pieces of audio. I'm also then going to do, again, create. And what I'm going to show you now is how we get 2 pieces of audio. Of course, I think what works with a seed is that they will both be related to one seed. So the seed value will give 2 pieces of audio. Let's take a listen to the first result. It says it's not ready yet. Let's just refresh. And we're going to go to our results. This is the first one.
En el viento suena el tambor, las estrellas cierran el cielo. Bailamos juntos en la noche, nuestros espíritus viajan lejos.
Cool. fair enough. It's decided to actually do lyrics as well. That's so good. I forgot to mention that auto-generate can be helpful if you're trying to create like folk music or like world music, because it tends to then actually fit in the style of the sounds. That's really nice. Anyways, the point is that those two tracks are going to be different than these two tracks, even though the prompt is exactly the same. All of the settings are identical for all of them. Let's take a listen. Yeah, very cool. But the interesting thing is that if we now click on this, and we can go here to create, we can now copy not just the prompt that was used for that, we could do copy seed number, or we could do copy track settings. And now this is making sure that we're using the same prompt, everything set up exactly the same. But if we now go here to copy seed number and we put that in to here and we create again, we're now creating two more generations that will be, and here is the key part of this, identical to these two. So you're going to say, well, why? Why is that useful? Why do we want duplicates? And the key here is that this means that we can actually make subtle changes to the other parts of the prompt and see how that shifts or moves things away. And this is where I said using prompt strength as a percentage, this is where it can come in very handy. Because it means that we can actually compare. Let's do Wisdom of the Ancestors. Interestingly, these have varied. Oh, I think, to be honest, because we've got it on auto-generate, it's actually subtly changing it. If we had this on custom, you'll find that it will actually... Let's see how it's varied. So yeah, actually, in this case, because we had it on auto-generate, it's created a variation of the same song, mind, with different lyrics, because the actual lyrics have influenced how it's worked. But on custom mode, if we pick a random number, so we'll just do a little dice here. I like this. Let's do 8888. Let's do a bunch of 8s. We'll do 8 8s. Let's see what this comes up with as a prompt. Now this means that if I go in here and I'll do world folk music, regional, ritualistic, let's in fact do an instrumental for this. Make sure that everything else is fine. We're going to create. And then I'm going to create again. But by keeping the seed the same, and because we've got the custom instrumental and auto-generated, because we've got it on instrumental or custom, it's not actually going to be rewriting the song every time. We're now able to try some other stuff. So here's where I mentioned about prompt strength. Because this is working, and this is doing it at 50%, why don't we make one where the prompt strength is 0? And then we'll also make one where the prompt strength is 100. This is something that I like to do when testing out these features, is to basically use extremes. So you're going to see now here, this is the result at 50%. Let's take a listen. This is 88888. Very cool. Let's take a listen to this one. Whoa. It's going to be great for a side trance track. Very cool. So now we've got a 0%. Let's take a listen to the same thing. Voice of the Agent. So this is roughly the same. This is our 0% prompt strength. And let's actually just go straight to the other one. So this is 100%. And see that sounds kind of strange. But the point remains that this means that we can get variations of the same kind of prompt. Let's take a listen to the other one, which was this one. This is 0%. Very cool how it's creating these subtle variations. That means that we can actually use both of these, or all of these as stems, and capture those different elements. Let's take a listen to the 100% prompt strength. Bearing in mind this is the same, it's the same piece. Anyways, that's the point. Super cool way of being able to find a prompt that you like and then experiment with it. Now, this prompt strength, playing around with that, you don't have to do 0 and 100. You could do like 0, you could do a 10, a 20, 30. You could do as many as you want, but playing around with creating different variations of the same seed, same prompt, and just adjusting prompt strength. Or if you had custom lyrics in here, playing around with these, this is a game changer. Now I want you to pause the video and go ahead and play around with using this same prompt, but the same prompt, same seed, and do a few variations of that. And I hope that this is super cool and it feels full of possibilities and exciting, and I'll see you in a second. Cool. I hope that yelled? I hope that yielded. I hope that yelped. I hope that yelped some good results. Another concept that we can explore with using the same seed value is if we go down here to say 50% again, I'm going to pick another number. Let's do 7777777, 7 sevens, and I'm going to generate something, maybe still using this same prompt. We'll see, create. But at the same time, I'm going to keep everything else the same. If I were to click create again, obviously nothing is going to change. It will be identical. But if we go in here now and slightly change what we have, so let's also add in here gospel. And we're just adding one more word to the mix, which in theory shouldn't change it too much. But by creating from that same place with a slightly different prompt, we're actually able to now compare how radically or not so radically we can create little adjustments, almost like changing the seasoning in a dish. So let's take a listen to the original without the word gospel in. Very nice. Okay, so let's take a listen with the updated word. So it's changed it ever so slightly. This has added a didgeridoo. Interesting. So just adding gospel hasn't actually gone on and made it a complete gospel track. But what we can also do is if we like a word and want it to feature more, we can actually increase the amount of times that that word is listed. And this should elicit a slightly bit more shift to gospel. I'm also going to go down here and make sure that our prompt strength is up top. Maybe let's put it so it's not 100%. We'll put it to like 80. And we'll see if by including the word gospel a few more times, if we're able to elicit a touch more of that kind of more like Western religious sound. Particularly, I'm such a big fan of like traditional African-American gospel singing vocals. And so if we could tie that in with how the model is taking from these shamanic ritualistic ideas, let's see. Okay, very cool. So bearing in mind, this is the one that it's taking. This one has those funny drums in the background, but with adding gospel a bunch of times, it's now seemed to have made it just an a cappella. Oh. Really good. Now let's take the other one, which is this one. What's it done with that? Completely wrong. So in this case, I like this one that we've got here. What I want to also now do, let's do like backing vocals, we'll do choir, we'll do harmonies, we'll do rich, and we'll do lush. Cool, let's add that in and let's see. Because what I'm trying to do here is I took this original prompt, which I guess was this one, and we're trying to just shift that more towards what I do want. And you know, that this it's not super technical or specific here. It is really kind of intuitive. What kind of words do you want to see more of? Can you push those words more prominently into the prompt at the beginning? Can you duplicate the amount of times they happen? What I'm trying to do here is to take this and give it that rich gospel type harmony. So here's, I guess, that silly drum one. Oh, well, okay. Let's see if we actually get any backing vocals now. Maybe what I could do is remove ritualistic. We'll get rid of shamanic. We'll get rid of tribal. And we'll do one more variation of this. And hopefully, this is interesting how it's actually just completely got rid of those vocals. And also, one thing that we could add here is we could say, like, no drums. We could say no percussion. We could say no congas, no bongos, no shakers. And, you know, this style reduction is really helpful when you're using the same seed, trying to iterate on something to get it in that case. Let's also do drums and set. And we'll do one more, create to see. Now we've gone miles away from it. So we've actually probably removed a little bit too much in that case. We probably would have wanted to keep some of those tribal ritualistic terms. You get the idea, we're still using the same seed value. So in theory, this should be similar in some ways to one of these. Or at this point, we've probably shifted it too far away to be able to see if it's recognizable, but here's our variation of that now that we've changed the prompt sufficiently. Okay, so pause the video and play around with changing the prompt while keeping everything else the same, and I shall see you shortly. Okay, I'm going to refresh the page. Let's go back to the very beginning. We've got a seed value here that is back to -1, so we're going to be getting a different random setup every time. What I want to now do is generate something that we can experiment with extending and doing variations of. So what have I got here that could be kind of fun? Why don't we take, I've got this one, it's kind of nice. I'm going to take soft, quiet, minimal, sparse, blah, 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 blah. We can take that, we'll do custom. And in this case, I'm actually going to go to auto-generate and we'll do a -1 seed value just so that we can get something workable and ready to rock and roll. This is going to take, we're in the wrong folder. It's going to take a little second, and what I want to demonstrate for you now is that although we are generating a 32-second clip that starts at 40%, we haven't got this at 0, therefore it's not starting with the intro. One of the things that's kind of handy about starting it at 40% is you're sort of beginning at a peak. You know, you're beginning at a moment of high energy where you can really decide whether or not that song is something that you'd like to push, you'd like to hear more of. So if we take this now.
In the quiet morn,
Oh, that's kind of cool.
as the daylight breaks, the word whispers softly.
That's really cool.
Memories are woven like threads in the air.
Very cool. Okay, so let's just rock with this one. If I click on this track, you'll notice that there's the option to do a few things to it. We've got extend, remix, edit, and style. I'm going to click extend, and that's going to shift over here on what we're seeing. the fact that now we're extending on from Whispers of Dawn. We can pick what the prompt is that we'd like to use for the extension. We can pick whether to custom add lyrics, make instrumental auto-generate. We can even change the settings here. But I'm not going to do anything first, and I'm instead just going to extend exactly as is. We want it on auto-generate in this case because I want it to keep coming up with lyrics, but if we wanted to put in a bit more effort to create our own custom lyrics like our Grammy award-winning ones earlier, we could here. Final thing to note as well is that extension placement is saying add the section after. So whatever we have here, this is our song.
Feels so right.
It wants it to then continue on from that section. We could do a section before, which would, and we will do, add a section before, which is what then creates a bit before this, but let's just extend a section after first. While that's happening, why don't we take a listen to the other option it gave us?
Instead of the night we gather near, voices whispered softly like a presence fear. Memories washed over us like waves.
Even the sibilance, like the mouth noise, the little whistle, super realistic. Stunning. Okay, we've got our extensions. You'll note that because the tracks are 32 seconds long, when you add it halfway through, 32 seconds longer, that's when the next section begins. So let's just play with a little bit of context before. Once this number goes over 32,
in the quiet mode, when the stars appear, we gather close together with all that we hold dear. This sacred connection is a gift we won't fight. In the hush of the evening, everything feels right.
That's absolutely beautiful. Let's listen to our other variation. Again at 32.
So right. Through the rustling leaves where shadows play still.
A little bit of mouth noise there, like
gather our hopes.
Somebody needs a pop filter.
Songs of the ancients breathe life in the space. It might be a mess.
Cool. I think this one was better. So what we're going to now do again is click extend on this new one. So we're extending the extension 1. I'm going to add a section before. I'm also going to click maybe leave it as auto-generate for now. I'm going to click extend. And we're going to have a 1 minute and 50 second clip to work with. And it's just important to note as well that you can make as many generations as you want. You can keep skipping back and forth until you find the right spot. But there is no easy interface on here for if you create a nice intro with a version that you don't like afterwards. You can't easily join them all together. So this is something that later on we're going to have to then download these and chop them up in Ableton to best be able to merge separate parts together. So if we press play on this one now, this 1 minute and 38 second track, at 32 from here, this is the original song. Everything before that is now going to be our new section. So let's take a listen to the first intro or section before extension we've created.
In the words we say, guided by the moonlight and the path we tread, we honor what is sacred in love. We spread every little moment is a blessing inside. In the stillness of the night, where souls take flight.
Very cool. Okay, we've got another variation of the intro.
Of the room, two stories gently spoken with a reverent tone. In the circle of our hearts, we are never alone. Oh, this bond we cherish.
Very cool. Of course, we can add an intro, we can add an outro to any of these ones that we particularly like. What is this? Let's say that we like this one. I'm going to add an intro. just to get one more variation. While we wait for that though, I'm going to just open up this section here, because one thing that you can see is that we're saying to crop and extend. So if we were to extend from here, we're extending off this whole track. If we wanted to say actually just extend from here, now we could define to it that that's the section we want to work with. We want to get rid of everything else. And this is a really great way of being able to obviously remove parts that you don't like before generating on. So in this case, maybe we actually wanted to continue on from the vocal, we could do that. So let's take a listen to our intro now.
This path that will the flow.
I notice I actually extended off of the previous one rather than
each heartbeat and rhythm as we dance through the.
Very cool, you get the idea. So actually pause this video and I want you to go and generate something. And then once it is generated, from this view that you generated something, go over here, click extend, and try out creating some after sections and some before sections. And make sure, of course, that if you want to extend an extension, that you then go and click on the extension itself. And then you're going to end up with something that looks like V12212, and that's dictating which one of the two options you picked for the extension. But pause the video now, go ahead, create some variations of these sections, and I shall see you shortly. Nice. I hope you got some good results with those extensions. Next up, I want to show you something really cool for when you find something that you like, you really dig the vibe, but you want to create a few more pieces to use perhaps, other than just creating sections after it. You want to imagine the same thing again with a subtle difference. So I've got a piece here, Urban Reverie. There's a very cool housey sound. Let's take a quick listen to what we've got. You'll notice that this is 2 minutes and 11 seconds. It's because I was using the length mode. Very nice. Now, instead of extend, what I want to now do is do remix. And remix will then bring up this yellow view, and it allows us to pick, because this is too long, this is actually a 2 minutes and 10 seconds long thing, you need to pick 32 seconds, because remix works in the 32-second mode. It doesn't let you... Oh my goodness, it does. They didn't used to do that. Now you can remix the whole thing. So of course we've got this track. I'm not going to change the prompt at all. I'm not going to change anything else. All I'm going to do is go in here and do variants. So just leaving it at 0.5%. If I now remix this, let's also do another one. We'll do 0.25%. We'll do one more at 0. Interestingly, they do 0.76. And yeah, we'll see what those kind of results lead to. So bearing in mind, we have Urban Reverie down here. And we are generating a 50% variation. So this is like 50% different. Then we've got 25% different, and then 75% different. And then just for shits and giggles, let's do a 100% as well. So this is a really cool way. Perhaps I should have actually demonstrated this with a shorter length clip. But this is a really great way of being able to use something that you already like and just create variations that will be, at least most of the time, in key and in the same tempo. So this is a really, really helpful way of being able to, when you do find something you like, basically say, yo, give me more pieces for this song. Give me more things that I can sample and add into this original song. So again, let's take a quick listen to around, say, here. Oh, fuck. This is our intro. Now let's listen to the 50% difference. Slightly different. Oh my god, the drums in this one, much better. So yeah, in that case you can see that the drums have improved. Now we've got another variation that's also 50% different. You can see, yeah, it's the same thing. It's like saying yes, but give it to me slightly different. I'm excited to hear what the drums sound like in this one. I mean, these drums are so good. Very cool. Now we've got a 25% difference. This is obviously going to be more similar. Now we've got another 25% difference. Now it starts to get fun. We've got a 75% difference. So it's really changed the overall sounds that are being used, but it's following the same structure, the same key. Oh. That's really, really cool. Let's add in a flute. We've got another 75% difference. With a weird vocal. And now, just for good measure, we've got our 100% variation difference. So again, still following the same structure, same key, but just really allowing it to say, okay, let's vary this a lot. Crazy little organ solo there. And what's cool is because we defined the base of this being a house track, all of the variations that we do to it will kind of fit into that house structure. Really, really cool. Okay, so pause the video and I want you to go and experiment with this yourself. Find something that you've generated already and then put it onto remix mode as we did. You're going to go here, click remix. And at this point, I want you to play around with creating some variations, but just playing with this knob. So maybe do a couple at 50%, do some at 25%, and see exactly what it is that you end up getting. And I shall see you shortly. Cool, so we've looked at using the variance slider for the remixes. One other thing that I just want to point your attention to is that you can also change the prompt, thus changing the sound of the song beyond just having a variation of it. What I mean by this is I've got a kind of disco track here.
Tell me now what's on your mind.
It's very, very cool. I'm going to do remix, and you'll see as well that if it had lyrics, what's nice is it keeps the lyrics in there. You could go in and adjust those lyrics. Here we have the prompt that I used for that. So let's actually just make sure that we change this to... What's going on? Why is it not showing me the remix? Where is... Oh, I guess it's here. That's why. We need to change this to the full 2-minute and 10-second piece. What I want to do now is I'm going to remove any mention of disco. So let's do Chicago. Let's actually just make this like deep house. I know we've already got it down there. We're going to say spiritual house. We're going to say minimal. And we're going to say no 1970s. Going to get rid of that. And we'll leave that is. Maybe we'll also do spiritual house a few more times. And we'll also do organic a few more times. We'll say groovy. I know we already had that, but let's do a remix of that. So, of course, what we've done now is we've taken what was originally a disco track and we're reimagining it with just not too different of a set of prompts, but we're giving it enough distance away from having to think it's disco that hopefully it's going to give us a slightly more housey version of that same track using the same lyrics. Why don't we also, out of interest, just try and do a bit more of a variation from this. We'll do remix here, and then maybe we'll go down and do one a little less as well, just for some kind of context. So I'm excited to see what we get here. Let's take a quick listen again to what we're working from. I absolutely love the drums in this one. How does it begin? Very cool. Let's take a listen to our first variation. It now feels a little bit more housey. Fair enough. There's another variation. This one's got a sort of 80s guitar vibe. Nice. Okay, this was again a 50%. Let's try a 25%. Or maybe this was the 75%. It's now pushed it a lot more into the realm of the new prompt. Kind of cool. This is the other one from that batch. Disgusting. Here are the 25% variations. Obviously a lot more predictable if we actually bring this up. Let's put it down to 50%, and I'm actually just going to show you as well what happens if we take what we've already got. So let's say we'll remove the prompt that we currently have, and we're going to remix that song at 50% variance with an entirely different prompt. So we're going to go for that 1960s Italian-French Riviera soundtrack sound, and hopefully it's going to take the structure of what we've got, and somehow it's going to present that to us with this different prompt. I don't know if you played around as well when you were using the extension thing with changing the prompt, but that's an option of something that you can do. So dive into that if you haven't already, and let's just take a look to see what we've got. Right, this is the remix with a completely different prompt. Let's take a quick listen again to what we're kind of basing it from.
Shadows in my mind, you're like brothers into the same or no.
Yeah, it seems as though you do need to kind of push the variance far enough away to be able to get this to cut through more. Let's try one more, where this time we're just going to say techno. We're going to say Berlin warehouse, and we're just going to see what we end up getting by pushing it fairly far away from the original and giving it a really explicit prompt that is in a completely different genre. But in the meantime, I want for you to pause this video and then go in and experiment with making some cool remixes where the actual prompt is what's changing, and you're experimenting with changing the variance just to see like how subtly or extremely you can take what is one good idea and create like a few variations of that. So I'll see you in a sec. Okay, I hope that you got some cool results with playing around with your prompts. We've got the results of our little experiment here to play with. This was a 75% push with it trying to become 1960s Italian-French soundtrack music. Let's take a listen. I mean, that's very cool. Again, compare.
Stay with me for just one night, 'cause when you leave,
we got another variation again. Once again, it's done that 1960s crazy panning.
shadows in my mind. If only I could have told you the dreams that we.
Very cool. Okay, now for the big reveal, what happens if we try and prompt it to become techno?
Whispers for what you say for me for just one night. In the silence we can find out. You have to go.
Doesn't really sound warehousey techno, but it's definitely pushed it more into that higher energy drum vibe. Nice. Okay, we're going to leave that as is, and I think it's probably time to move back into the course folder so that we're not completely losing our mind. I'm going to take all of these just for good measure and put them in a folder because I don't really care about organizing this right now. What I do want to do now is go back to reset, and let's find one thing in here that we think is cool. We're going to go back to the 32-second pieces just for speed. Let's find something in here. What was this? Okay, cool. Let's take this as an example. What we can also do instead of extending and remixing is if we go here to edit, we're actually able then to go in and change sections of lyrics. We're able to change sections completely. So if we take a quick listen to what we've got. This is the wrong one. Okay, we'll go to edit here. So let's take a listen to what we've got.
I need you, baby.
Cool, so we've got lyrics saying, I want you, baby. I'm going to change this to, I don't want you, baby. No, baby, oh no, baby. And I say, I don't need you, baby. I'm good on my own. And then we'll say, oh yeah, cool. So let's just replace that. And we've got model 32. This is all fine, exactly as we want. Advanced features, leave it as is. Let's do edit. And what this is going to do is if we actually drag this back and forth as well, we're able to pick which sections are actually generating. So we can see here that we're going to get some variations of this. We're going to have ones where it's a strong independent woman who don't need no man. In this case, it's actually got rid of those vocals.
I don't want you, babe, no, baby. No, no, babe. I don't need you, babe, until tomorrow. Oh, yeah.
So yeah, there's a good example of how you can adjust the lyrics after the fact. You can also replace a section. So if we now go here and do confirm discard changes. Let's find a section in here if we go to edit. Let's take this. This is actually going to show you what sections that you can edit with the lyrics. So if you highlight that, let's find. Let's just do it from here. And we're going to go in and instead of editing the section, we're going to go down here and we're going to replace the section completely. And we're going to give it a different prompt. So let's say we'll give it this. So include original prompt. Let's remove that, ideally. And actually, let's see, because we've now got a different prompt, what we can also do is go down here. And there should be a section that allows us to define how much before it listens to. I guess not. Okay, so let's just go with it. Let's just edit this. And you must select a style source. Oh, I don't need style on. There we go. That's why. So now we're going to do edit just to see what happens if we replace a section with an entirely different prompt. We're not changing the lyrics. So the lyrics should, in theory, continue as they are. And we'll see what we've got there. Cool. So let's take a listen from 19 seconds in, how this thing now changes. So. Not really very different. Anyways, you might want to experiment with that, but in painting, by going to edit here, allows you to replace specific sections within a generation and not be necessarily bound to having to create an entirely new one just because you don't like a specific line. So go ahead and pause this video, and then I want for you to have a play around with some of these in-painting techniques. Try editing lyrics, and then try also just fully replacing a section inside of something else, and I shall see you in a second. Cool, I hope you got some cool results playing around with in-painting, which actually kind of leads us to the end of our deep dive, at least for now, into the interface of Udio. And we're now going to be moving into perhaps the main reason that you're here, which is how to actually produce music with these generations. And the first thing that we're going to be looking at is splitting, how we can take these pieces of audio and create workable stems from them. Because it's one thing to just sample an entire piece of music, but what if you only want the drums? What if you want to replace the bass with something else? What if you want to use just a snippet of the vocal throughout the whole thing and to sort of paste it over without having all of the underlying music come with it? So in the next module, we're going to be diving into all of the options for splitting, and I shall see you there. Welcome back to the third module in this course, which is going to be all about splitting stems. Now, there are a multitude of ways to do this these days, and I wanted to give you 4 options that you could pick from, as well as I'm also going to give you what I think is my personal best, and in another sub-video, break down specifically how to go about doing that, if you are interested in following my advice. So let's jump right in. I've got a piece of audio here. Also important to note that you're going to see from now on, most of the times when I'm generating things in Udio, I tend to actually do the 2-minute, 10-second model. This is just because of the fact that when you also set this to 0, it means that you're always generating something that is starting from the absolute beginning, and you're getting a decent amount of audio. You don't need to then go in and extend and make a bloody intro and all that kind of stuff. If I have something I like, I want to have 2 minutes and 10 seconds of it straight away. And you can always extend onwards, but I just wanted to put that in as a note, is that most of what you're seeing as stems, I'm going to be downloading the full 2-minute, 10-second, because then we've got a lot to work with. So I'm going to actually use this as our example. Let's take a quick listen to what we've got.
Hey darling, thoughts of you linger.
Anyway, very cool R&B, sassy, soft, gentle, whatever, you know the prompt. And I could, of course, just download this as is. I could just click on it, and then I could go here, download, WAV, and we could work with this piece of audio as is. We could chop it up. This would be how really people used to sample before about 3 years ago. You know, and if you didn't have the stems to something, there was nothing you could do about it. You sampled the thing, you did your best to try and EQ out the drums, but there was nothing you could do to get those elements separated from one another. To have the bass, to have the vocals, to have maybe even ideally the kick and the snare on separate channels. And recently, within the past 3 years, a lot of software has come out that has allowed for this rather, I would say, black, dark, well, not dark magic, but definitely magic approach to being able to take a piece of audio and unmix it. The quality is still not perfect, but it's definitely good enough to get good results with. So the 4 versions of how I'm going to be teaching this to you today start with the simplest and least energy intensive approach, which is first to just do it through Udio. Udio allow you to download WAVs, they allowed you to download MP3s, and they also, if you actually click on here or you right click and download, they allow you to download stems. And if you open this up, this is actually, it might actually take a second longer. This is what it would usually look like if we do stems. It takes a moment, and that's because the stems aren't prepared until you ask for them. And then the process begins. Sometimes you're going to get an error, And if it does give you a little pop-up error and it says stems could not be prepared right now, just refresh the page and do it again. In this case, I could now click download all and I could get all of those, or I could listen to just the individual layers. Here's just drums. Nice. Here's the music, whatever. And I could download those individually if I don't want all of them. Now, this is a perfectly good way of creating stems. If I've downloaded this one before, now I've got these. Here they are. Let's get rid of the sample analysis files. I could take these stems as they are, and I could just chuck them in. And here we go. When it decides to. Oh, I've put it on the wrong channel, that's why. MIDI. Okay, I've got these stems, and this would be perfectly fine. I've got bass, I've got drums, I've got other, which is all musical elements, and I've got vocals. But I'm going to stop us right there, because at least for me, I want to have more depth to the stems. Instead of just having other be all of the musical options, and instead of just having drums be everything, I'd like to have a little bit more of a granular control. As I said before, maybe it would be nice to have kick, maybe it's nice to have clap, and whatever. So by all means, if you don't want to spend any more money on any other services, you can absolutely get your stems directly from Udio, and it will be good enough, it'll be absolutely fine. However, if we want a little bit more control to actually split things further, there are another couple of options. The first of which is probably the big dogs on the scene that first came around with an AI stem splitting device was this la 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 AI. And a lot of people use this. You may have heard of this. You may have even experienced it yourself. In the beginning, it was also just 4 stems. They would just give you drums, bass, other, and vocal. They've since improved their algorithm. You would hope so, for the fact that it actually costs $20 a month. And they now say that you can have up to 10 different types of stems. So you can pull out wind, string, synthesizer, piano, electric guitar. To be honest, I haven't actually played with this new stem splitter system, because to me, the idea of having to spend $20 a month for just splitting stems seems a bit ridiculous. And also, it's limited to only 90 minutes. So this is an option. By all means, go and try this out. A lot of people love AI, but it is an online service as well. So you can't just split things at home, which is another, away from home if you don't have Wi-Fi. So if you sat on a beach and you're trying to make some sort of stems, you can't do that. So moving on, AI is a great service. There's a lot of others like that. There's another plugin which I actually like using, which is this Remix. This only costs $49. It's quite inexpensive, and this does something a little different. I think it's actually an interesting approach to stem separation, which is to do it in real time. I'm going to show you what this means. What do you mean by real-time stems? If I take this track, I'm going to take the whole version, not the stems. Let's take a listen to this again. Cool. If I were to now take our Remix plugin, I have a giant ant crawling on my laptop. I just put it on the channel, and this definitely is pure magic. I can now, in real time, solo just individual elements. So we can listen to, say, just the drums. We can bring the sensitivity down, which is getting rid of those vocal bits. We could bring in the bass. Bring the sensitivity down. Could bring in the vocals. Get rid of the drums.
This love is so bright.
Now, the trade-off for this being real-time is that the quality of the audio, at least in my opinion, is not as good. It's not just pure fire-level audio quality. But it is quite good for one main reason, which is the fact that a lot of the time, I don't necessarily love the idea about having all of the stems for every track downloaded on my computer. Because let's say, for example, we've got, what is this audio file that we're working with? This one. This is 25 megabytes. If I have the stems of that, that's now 100 megabytes. Because each stem is going to be the same size, regardless of whether it's silent or not. Like a 25 megabyte clip of silence is the same. So A lot of the time I don't want to split everything straight away. I don't want to end up with stems. I want to be able to almost have like my little preview shop. I want to be able to go, oh, yeah, I want to work with this now. But the question is, what do I want to work with? And in this case, what would be very cool is I could say, well, I really like this intro section, and I also like maybe this vocal part. So what I would do in this case is I could actually just duplicate this a few times, and I could say, okay, well, this one is just drums, and I'm going to solo that. And then in this one, we're just going to do, say, vocals, and then we could duplicate this again. And then in this one, we're just going to do, we'll do bass and other and piano. And so what I can now do is just cut this and say, oh, well, I only want these bits. I can now freeze and flatten, and I can decide what I want those stems to be made of and how long they are. Another thing as well is maybe you just want a tiny snippet of the vocal. I'll show you in a second how I would go around doing that as well. But sometimes it makes sense just to like snag the one bit that you want. Like, I don't need the whole vocal stem if I know that I'm only going to use the bit from 25 to 29 bars. This is taking a little moment, so we'll jump back here. There's one other option after this this digital, what's it called? Acon Digital Remix plugin, which, you know, as I said, this is great. The quality of the audio is not as high as maybe even the inbuilt Udio stem separator. But there is one other piece of software here, this RipX, that we're going to look at. This now seems to be done. So let's take a listen. We have now split it. Should be done. Cool. Okay, so now we've actually ended up with this drum track. We've ended up with the music and bass. And we've ended up with the vocal. And this is now a lot easier to work with because I've decided, okay, I just want that piece. And then the other piece that I was going to mention before is that if we undo this now, we'll just undo that. In this case, I could, of course, just go in here and I could say solo vocals. And to make it even easier, let's do it proper real time. I'm just going to set the input of this new audio channel to the input of there, and I can record out just the bit that I want.
Soft whispers.
With effects on, you know, and I could pre-process it.
Dreams, canvas of desire, holding it close ignites a fire.
And of course, anything I do there is then being processed in real time. I could put some compression on it. We're going to be looking more at improving the quality of sound later on, but you get the idea. It's very nice to be able to actually end up with the exact file that you're hearing, being able to tweak it in real time. So that is an option. Now, the other option is RipX. Now, this is $99. This is double the price of your remix. But this is a very cool piece of software that is kind of more of a like a DAW kind of approach, which is that it is its own software. And all we're going to do is drag the file into it, and it will take a little moment or so. It says it's going to take 2 minutes. We can separate the instruments. Sure, we want stems, we want voice, we want bass, we want other sounds and instruments, drums and percussion. And then here, crucially, we can separate guitar and piano as well. So this is going to give us vocals, bass. It's going to break up music into a few layers, depending on what it actually hears. And instead of just giving us drums, it's going to give us kick, percussion, and drums. So let's go ahead and click Rip. And it's going to take a little moment to do that. And this is a great way of pre-processing your stems. As you're going to see in a second, what's kind of cool about the way that RipX works as well is if you've ever used a piece of software like Melodyne, it gives you what are called blobs, and blobs are visual representations of particular notes, or even in like a polyphonic sense, chords. So you can actually see what those notes are, and you're able to move them up and down. So being able to adjust audio after the fact, being able to change a chord that was played from audio using a MIDI type interface is pretty wild. And that's actually what RipX has been built on. If I were to open up, say this was a remix that I'm making for somebody, and I lost the project file and needed to remove the bass. So what's cool is if we take a quick listen to the track, here is the song. But I can actually solo the individual elements. And if I click on voice, here is just vocals. We've got piano. Ironically, I wouldn't say that's a piano, I would say that that's a bass. I guess it split it kind of interestingly. Here's our kick, here's the drums, here's the percussion. Of course, the quality of it is still not perfect. None of these are, but it will definitely do a very good job a lot of the time at getting you to a point where you can at least split things enough to be able to process them and get them to sound good. Nice. Now we've got this track, our trusty, whatever this Hearts Intertwined is called. Let's take a listen. Let's solo just the kick and the drums and the percussion. Let's bring the bass in. Let's solo the piano. There's no piano, it says. I guess it thinks that there's strings. You could put vocals in. And what's nice about this is you can then go export, and then you could export either stems, which will do drums, bass, other, and vocal, or you could do separate layers, which will export all of these, and you can add as many as you want. We're going to be looking at RipX in more depth later on in this course, but for now, I just wanted to show you that this is a great way of being able to export things, and perhaps even before the fact, check this out, final little taster for you here, is if we go in, this is what I was talking about, blobs, is we can actually adjust these notes after the fact. We can even duplicate them, so we can have mold. That's absolutely horrible. You get the idea. And we can go back and obviously that. So it's a nice way to be able to adjust that in MIDI. You can do all sorts of changes before you then export it, and then the audio that you get will end up being, as we've seen, the kick, percussion, drums. Cool, so those are your free inbuilt Udio option, and then three paid options, la 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 AI, RipX and Remix. Now I want to give you what I would say is, I think, the best option these days, which is actually a script that I wrote, which is free for you to use. And it takes a little bit of effort to set it up, and right now it just runs in the command line. So if you're not familiar with this kind of approach to doing things on a computer, I'll explain that in the video specifically about this. But what's cool about my approach is that all we do is drag the track into terminal and press enter. We can say how many stems that we would like. Would we like 4 or 6? In this case, do we want drums, bass, guitars, vocals, and piano, other? Yeah, go on. Why not? We'll do 6 stems. And would you like drum stems? Kick, hat, claps, whatever. Yes, I would. So what this is going to now do is not only is it going to create stems, but it's going to analyze the key and the tempo for the audio file. Then it's going to split those stems into drums, bass, vocals, guitar, piano, and other. So this is now mimicking kind of the style of stems that you get from something like la 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 AI, which is further splitting things down the line. This is not going to take too long. I don't know what your computer is like and how many resources you have, but you know, it may be a bit faster or a bit slower. But the best thing about this is it's totally free. You can run it as much as you like, as often as you like, and as many tracks as you like, and you don't need the internet. And the other thing about it is, of course, that we're getting separated drums. Now, this is such a huge thing. I have not found any services online that are offering a drum separation algorithm yet. So you can see here that it's now done that. It's created Hearts Intertwined guitar, piano, and it's even baked in the key and the tempo before it. I will just say the fact that the tempo detection and key at times as well is a little bit off. It's not always spot on. However, as we'll look at in the actual importing section of this module, it's quite nice to have a rough idea to then go from there, because a lot of music doesn't stay one tempo. So you can see now it's just running the drum algorithm, and boom, it says that it's completed, all done, and it's even now automatically opened the folder for us in the location on my computer, and we can see that we have the full track channel here. We've got the drums like we would have had before, and it's actually a really good one. We've got bass, but where it starts to get really good is that we have, of course, just kick. We've got hats. We've got snare and clap. And we've got toms, which are sort of all of the rest. And then, of course, we've separated the music into, we've got guitar. I don't think there really is anything in guitar here. It probably would have made more sense to do it the other way. We've got piano, and we've got other, which in this case is pretty much everything. So yeah, I'm going to talk about specifically how you go about downloading this, getting this set up. This is a project I'm going to continue to work on, so I probably will end up eventually, maybe even by the time you're watching this, having like a nice GUI front end for this so that you can run this on your Mac. Currently, I've been playing around with just making a very boring, ugly one. Do I still have it? I think I might have deleted it. But anyways, the point is, it's going to be fucking banging. I highly recommend it. So what I want you to do now is to pause this video, find one of the tracks that you have created and generated, and then I want you to either download the stems directly from Udio or check out some of the other options, but I want you to end up with some stems, because in the next video we're going to be importing those into Ableton in a way that makes life easier rather than more difficult. So pause this video now and go and create some stems. Cool, so you should now have some stems to work with. I'm going to continue working with the ones that we just generated, which I have automatically pushed into my folder here because of the tool, but of course I highly recommend that you get. I'm going to start a new project file. The most important thing that I see a lot of the time, and you may say, Lex, this is absolutely unnecessary for you to tell me such a thing, I'm not a moron, but surprisingly, so many people get this wrong and end up causing themselves so much absolute difficulty trying to work with stems. And that is, if I were to just drag these in, one option would be to go in and just manually do it every single one, which would absolutely feel like a total waste of time. The other option would be to highlight them all, and if you actually drag them in like this, it doesn't look like they're all coming. If I actually zoom out, you can see that it's now put them all one after the other. It's on the wrong channel though, it's a MIDI channel. That's not what we want either. We want to put all of them on their own individual channels, and here's the key thing, have them line up in time. And I'll show you why that's going to be a bit of a challenge, is that if we now drag them and hold the command key on a Mac, or I believe control on a PC, if we hold command and then let go of the mouse, it's now going to automatically put them on their own channels. Nice, surely we should now be able to play it. Let's take a quick listen. Unfortunately, no, Ableton has different ideas. So what we need to do first and foremost is to make sure that all of these clips end up being the same length, because they were all generated at the same length, so we should be able to see them all line up. So what I tend to do is I'll click on one, and then I'll press Command A or Control A to select them all, and I'll turn off warp. We don't want any tempo changing or Ableton doing any funny business, yet anyway. So what I'm going to do now is all of these should end at the same position. The fact that these are all ending at the same position means to me that those are probably pretty fine, but these ones need to line up. And unfortunately, you can't drag it out for some reason. And that's because of the fact that Ableton, if you zoom in here, has decided to actually start this clip at an arbitrarily late position. And on this one, it's done it even further. There is no good reason why Ableton has done this. So we actually need to go in, and I like to look at it from the end of the project file. I'll literally just go in and I'll click on each one, and then I'll click on this flag and I'll drag it left. And by dragging it left, it's actually just moving the start point back. And as you can see, watch here, I'm going to drag left. Boom, it pushes them all so that they are the same length. And we can actually zoom in a little further to make sure. This one also needs to be pulled back, boom. And then this one, this is the full track. You don't actually need that one in there. You'll notice actually one thing about my stem splitter is that it puts the full track in there. And that's actually a pretty important part, because when you're actually skipping through these folders, you're like, what is this track? It's important to be able to actually hear what the whole track is on its own. So I actually copy those in there. But now that we've got these all in time, I can in fact get rid of the full track. We don't need it. But if I were to press play now, it sounds great. But if I were to put the metronome on, it's not actually in time. And so we wouldn't actually be able to produce this song in any meaningful way of being able to add layers on top, being able to do anything like that. So first and foremost, we need to actually get this lined up to the grid. And again, this is such a crucial part of working with stems, particularly if they have been generated by AI, is you need to actually have these things line up on the grid. So how do we do that? Well, I tend to find that the easiest approach is to try and quantize the drums to the grid rather than anything else. And we're only going to quantize the drums and let everything else follow, because the track is in time with itself. It is 100% in time with the other elements. All we need to do is make it so that it lines up with the grid in some way. The first thing I'm going to do is try and find a very clear 1. So this little drum fill is not a 1. This is, I believe, what's called an anacrusis, which is something that happens before the beat. But the point is we need to find a 1, and we need to make the track start on the 1. Let's take a listen. So this is a 1. You know, and what I mean by that is if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, and I can now click there because I've cut on the drums. I'm just going to press Shift down a bunch and then press Command E, and that's going to cut it all. And I do want to keep these cool tom fills, but for now we need to actually bring this bit so that this 1 starts on a 1. And instead of bringing it all the way back to the beginning, I'm just going to push this to a 9, or you can do 17 or whatever. It's just so that I can visualize it being perfectly on the grid. And the key here is that we need to watch the audio as the grid. And I don't know if you ever noticed, but if things are off of warp, if you change the tempo, they stretch. It seems as though they move in a position based off of the tempo. So by default, it had suggested that this track was 98.36. Clearly, my tempo algorithm was just completely wrong, because 129 does not look like correct. Yeah, absolutely not. But what we can now do is we can adjust this temperature, we can adjust the tempo until it actually does line up. So it seems, if we were to put the metronome on here, I'm going to turn it up a little bit, that what we need to do is to make it so that this kick is already landing on the downbeat. And then let's listen to where the second kick should be. So let's turn metronome off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So this right here needs to line up with this 10 beat. That's all we need to do to figure this out. So let's adjust the tempo until it does line up. Cool, we've put in 99 now, and there is a little bit of drift. If I do 98, this now push everything else back. But 99 seems to be pretty much on the beat. If we start moving forward, you can see that there is a little bit of drift, and that's what we're going to fix next. But the goal is originally, we want to create enough of a sort of a ballpark tempo estimate that we're in the rough range. So if I put on the metronome now, pretty good. Now, obviously we also don't need the drums track because we've got the separated drums, but this makes it easier actually just using that one drum track. Now what we need to do is to warp this to be in time. And we're going to do a similar approach of just using the drums track, but what we need to first do is select these all. So shift, click the bottom one, shift click, and then we're going to turn on warp. And now, if I were to highlight all of them, so shift click, and I were to drag what looks like just the warp marker on this drum channel, it's going to move all of them for me at the same time. However, if I only have drums selected, it's only going to move that one. So it is crucial that we select all of them. If you're on Ableton 12, maybe on Ableton 11 as well, you can do this. But if you click on the track, shift click all of them, and then go down here to link tracks. Now, anything that you do, what is going on here? Yeah, anything that you do will, to one track, will carry over to all of them. But for the sake of just keeping it simple, I'm going to do it this way, which is just highlight and then click. What has gone on here? Let's see what's happened. Maybe before I added this on, does it still work? Something very strange has happened. Okay, warp off. Okay, there we go. We'll go back to here. Warp is off. We're at 99 beats a minute. Turn warp on. And now I'm going to highlight the bottom, drag up here, and I just need to pull, not 100%, like every single hit onto the grid. That would be a little bit excessive. But what we do need to do is in rough bursts say, okay, what, bar 5, we should pull that back. Maybe we'll do it every 4. So I'm going to go in here. We could even zoom out a little bit further just to see, okay, we're at 17. How's that? Make sure that this motherfucker is on the grid. Let's go a little further. This should probably be on the grid too. Let's come back here. And we can just do them in like pretty big chunks. Let's just make sure that at 21... Okay, that's actually gone a little bit too far off the grid. So let's go back to here. Maybe we do actually need to do it while listening.
Thoughts of you linger, soft whispers. You paint my dreams, canvas of desire. Holding you close ignites a fire. Tonight is the
And I'm just going through, bringing the downbeat of the kick. Actually, let's listen around here. This seems to be a 1. I'm not going to go through and subject you to putting this whole thing in time, but this is crucial because by adjusting the drum track to be in time, we're also making sure that everything else is in time, which means that even if we were to then remove the drums...
Tonight is the moment for hearts intertwined. Yeah.
Got to push that back as well.
For hearts intertwined. Yeah.
You get the idea. By doing that, we're now able to remove, say, the drums, and we're able to change the tempo as well, which is one of the key things. Let's put the drums back in again for a sec, I guess, to listen to that. I could now make this 123, and because of the fact that it's all in time and it's all been warped,
soft whispers. You paint my dreams, canvas of desire. Holding.
We need to obviously go in and adjust these to be, say, Complex Pro. Which is really, really nice because now I can go in and adjust these individual elements to say, okay, well, why don't we take this guy here and we'll just put these in time. We know that, fucking hell, what is going on with my mouse today? There we go. We'll just do bat. Now I'm able to just separate these parts out and I know that they're in time. I could even go perhaps later on in the track and I could take this bit from here and it's going to be in time because of how we've moved it. Maybe we even take this tom fill here and we'll move that to there. And this is just going to be a game changer. Although that tom actually doesn't sound right, does it? But maybe this one will. If we take that, chuck that there. Oh. And a cut. We'll put this. So, you get the point. What I want you to now do is pause this video, drag in a track, and then implement this set of steps, which is, of course, as a reminder, to find the downbeat, find the 1, move the pace of audio so that the 1 is starting on a beat that's easy to calculate from, so like 9, 17, or even 1. And then, with it off of warp, we're going to adjust the tempo so that these guys line up, as we've just said. By having them off of warp gives you that ability to flexibly adjust the time and then to try and get it on the grid. Once that is done, we're then going to turn on warp, highlight them all, turn on warp, and then from that point also you want to make sure that the last clip that you click is the one with the kick drum, or is the one with drums, whichever one makes it easier to actually see things on the grid. You're not going to want to like do it like this, so click the last. I can't, we'll do it like this to make it easier. I can't easily like figure out where the downbeats should be with a vocal, you know, but the vocal was in time with the drums, so that's why we always use the drums as the marker for being able to actually set up the timing and the warping. I hope that makes sense. Even if you don't end up using the drums are there as a guide so that whatever it is that you use can be used. You know, if I were to take this little bit here and move this here now, or I could take this, you know, I know for sure that that's going to be in time because of the fact that we've put it in time with the bloody drums. In this case, things have gone very strange, but you get the idea. Cool. So once that's done, I shall see you in the next video. Okay, I hope you managed to get your stems in time. One other thing that I want to share in this module before we move on to actually doing stuff with these stems is a small thing, but I find this philosophically quite an important part of working with these things, which is to get rid of everything that you don't want, and that which you do want, to organize it a little better. By default, I have a VST or a plugin here called Auto Track Colors, which means that anytime I create something, this is pink, if I call it kick, it automatically goes red. If I make chords, it automatically goes blue. But I have a sense of color coordination in my projects that just for some reason does wonders for me in just maintaining my organization. But one other thing is that a lot of these stems will have parts like this stuff, or maybe even this. Let's take a listen. Like these things, they're not good. We don't need them in there. So a lot of the time when I'll go in and I'll just remove all of the parts that I don't want, you know, and I'll just make it very clear that I don't need this piano stem. I probably cut everything off of there. And this just gives me an easier big picture view of what I have to work with, which to me helps a lot. And it also just gives me this sensation of the fact that I'm getting rid of everything I don't like up front. Say, for example, as well, we're listening through to here.
Serenades and dreams take us high.
This is way too fast now.
Serenades and dreams take us.
Let's say, for example, I don't like that bit of vocal. I want to get rid of it. So I want to clean up my imports so that everything I have to work with is something that I'm keen to mess around with. So I want you to pause this video, have a look at your stems that are hopefully in time now, and remove everything from them that isn't absolutely crucial to the completion of this song. So once you've done that, I will see you in the next module where we actually start working with stems to make cool music. Okay, congratulations on getting this far in the course. You now know how to define your vision sonically. Take that to Udio, generate a whole host of samples to be able to use. You know how to download those samples, make stems out of them, and even now get them inside of Ableton in time so that it's easy to actually work with them. Which brings us on to possibly the most exciting part of this whole process, which is, of course, making music with these AI-generated samples. Before we dive into the next series of modules, which is going to be about using these to create full tracks, I want to just share a couple of thoughts on the philosophy of how you go about doing this. Because while there's absolutely nothing wrong with generating something on Udio, downloading the whole stems, putting them in and using that arrangement as your track, and then just using these stems as the ability to then go in and be able to mix and produce these things so that they sound better. One thing I like to do is not use the whole track, but use just little snippets of the parts that I like. Maybe I don't want the guitar. Maybe I don't like the drums from here to here. Maybe I only want this little bit. So what I tend to do is create sort of sonic collages of a whole host of different tracks as stems. And one of the most fun parts of that, I find, is working with the drums, particularly as we now know how to split those into their individual elements. So we've got, say, just kick, we've got snare, clap, and all that kind of jazz. So first we're going to look at drums. How can we use these drum stems in a way to be able to create things that sound really good? We're going to be diving further into the refining process later on and really getting the best quality out of these sounds. We're going to do a little bit of that in this module, but for now I just want to show you how I go about taking these imperfect but cool drum patterns and making something kind of vibey with it. So the track we're going to be working with on this is definitely not 161 beats per minute. I really need to adjust my tempo calculation, but this is the track. It's like a cool kind of housey thing. I really like the feel of the drums. Obviously the track doesn't sound great on its own, but what I want to do is take the drums track, I want to take the snare, the kick, I want to take the toms and the hats, and I'm going to drag them in the same way that we did before. The reason I'm doing this without the other things is because, again, we do need to get overall everything in line, everything on tempo. So we're going to highlight all of the tracks. We're going to make sure that warp is off. We're going to go to the end, just make sure that all of these start at the right position so that they line up. This seems fine. We'll bring this back there. And these are almost all in time. There we go. Cool. So now at this point, what do we need to do? We need to find where the 1 is. This is our 1. Is this in time? No, it most definitely is not. So we need to first cut at the 1, which in this case I'm going to do maybe around there. Cut, 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 cut. And now I'm going to drag all of these back to the beginning, and we just need to adjust the tempo so that these are in time. So it looks as though in between 120 and 121 is going to be our sweet spot. So we'll now highlight them all, click, turn on warp. I dragged this back, I prefer this view. And now that they are all on warp, I'm able to just very easily go in here and just drag on average them back onto the grid. So there we go, we'll do it 5, we'll go here at 7, we'll do 9, we'll do this. Very nice. Can we just skip forward a little bit? Yep, that seems okay. We'll drag this back on as well. And the goal here is just to have it so that whatever tempo we play it at, the drums are in time. We can see that that's pretty much on the grid. We'll do that. Very nice. Okay, so if we were to play the track now with the metronome on, it's in time. Cool. We can actually get rid of the drums track itself. And now we've got these layers. So let's name them. We've got kick. This is hats. This is clap, call it. And this is toms. Now, by no means am I saying that the drum splitting algorithm that I've featured in my best stem splitter ever is perfect. Because you can see here, like it still doesn't sound perfect. But there is a lot of cool pieces in here that are now going to be a lot easier to work with because of the fact that we have them on separate layers. So I'm just going to drag this forward a little bit, and I want to find a nice section that I can work with. I'm also seeing that it actually probably wants for this to be a 1. So let's drag that on to the grid, and we'll drag it back a bit. Cool. So there we go. Now this is in time. So I want to find a nice little loop going here. So maybe first let's just listen to the kick. I'm also just going to turn off, I have on my master channel, the God particle. And I want to find a section that just sounds good. That bit sounds good, so I'm just going to paste this back here. Oh. And my goal right now is just to make a very nice loop that we can just play. And the key here as well is that I know it's tempting to want to keep all of the variation, but particularly in the realm of like kind of house music that I make, you want to have a sense of repetition. So even if the audio isn't the best quality, if you make it so that that inferior sense of quality is more repeatable, you almost can't notice that it's not ideal quality because there's a repetition. What is going on here? Oh, I guess that's why I'd gone into triplet grid. But because of the fact that it's consistently weird, it sounds a bit better to the ears. So now let's find maybe, what's this toms section? I'm just going to copy and paste this in here and see what this sounds like. So I kind of actually like this first half here. So I'm just going to duplicate that across. And the goal here is just to take little pieces that I can snip and I can make something kind of nice out of it. I'm also feeling like we want to get rid of this. So I'm just going to cut that out. So we have this. I'm noticing that my laptop is about to die as well. So let's just take the old cable. I'm going to plug this in to the power outlet. I can unplug the dehumidifier now. Nice. Okay. So I'm going to copy and paste this tom layer across. Also, we could maybe make another layer on top, but for now, I just want to build out a basic loop. What about these hats? Is there a nice section in here? This bit sounds kind of cool, so I'm just going to copy that to the beginning, going to loop it out a bit. So now we've got, if we listen to this in context. Very nice. Again, the quality, the timbre of it isn't super nice. That's something we're going to explore fixing a little bit later on. What about this clap layer? Maybe something here. Let's just copy and paste this whole piece here and see which bit feels best. So now we're going to bring this clap layer in. So this bit's actually kind of nice. I like that. But what we also want to do now is go in and we're going to have some elements that have actually been put onto the wrong track. So if we listen to this, that first hit is actually part of the kick. And if we don't have, like if we play the two together, that kick sounds like it has a click on top. But if we play it here, it's missing it. So if we want to, we can either remove what is going on? We can either remove the parts. So let's actually just loop this. If I were to loop this first kick, if I don't have that first hit, that clap in there, we could either keep this in or remove it. But the point is we want to make it so that it's consistent. So the kick sounds like that with having the click on top. So what I would tend to do is I'm going to take that and I'm just going to copy and paste that across. So this is now going to be the little knock section on top of our kick. What have we got here? These parts can all go. We don't want any of these other hits. I'm also sensing that this bit, that's a really nice clap, but it's not actually falling where I'd like it to. So I'm going to cut that out so that we don't have anything on the one. Let's just get rid of that. Let's take a quick listen. Now that we're making it so that these pieces are only happening in the interim spaces between those kicks, we've now got, bring the kick back in. Which sounds a lot better, at least to my ears, than because we have this piece now separated. What's going on here? And we can put this on its other layer. So we'll call this maybe like knocky perk. And then here, I'm going to actually put this as our clap. And we're going to take that piece that was just here and we're going to use it more repeatedly. So we can go in, just maybe move this a little on the grid. Maybe we'll come in and cut this a bit, but that's nice. The goal is just to create like a pattern out of this that feels good. So now let's take a listen with it all together. We can copy and paste these pieces across so that we now have a slightly longer pattern. I'm going to get rid of all of that for a second. And now we've got... We can duplicate some of these layers as well. So why don't we have a look at what we've got here in this tom section? Why don't I copy and paste that onto another layer? And we'll maybe put this at the end of the bar. So now we have... And this bit obviously happened at a later section. We can play around with where it happens at. That's kind of nice. Do we need this first hit? Sounds cool, but what if we were to move that to a position like here? Just basically audio collage. And actually that's kind of nice. What if we were to put that here as well? So that we're now repeating these sections and just building out a kind of exciting pattern from it. Maybe this should happen every bar, because that does sound very cool. This little tom vibe we've got going there. Maybe we could even duplicate this so that that last time it happens a bit different. We could even go in and do a double kick. Nice. Now we've got these hats layer. They're sounding kind of good. They're a bit digitally and crispy. But are there any other parts in here that could be cool to take out? Even if there's just small pieces, like this bit could be a really nice just offbeat hat. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to make another channel now. And I'm going to fill in some of these halfway points with this more hi-hatty sound. Because although we've only made, a 1 bar loop, if by having another sound that is repeated that happens every offbeat will just help really glue it together. So let's take a listen by adding this offbeat hat in as well. Let's mute this first. And let's see what happens when we now bring this in. Let's bring the volume up a bit so we're really pushing it. Now this one also has some sort of knock in it as well, so we probably also want to remove a decent amount of that low end. And we maybe even want to go in and just cut this, just so that we don't end any of that weird shit after. There we go, it sounds more like a hi-hat to me. And yeah, we're just filling it out with pieces that already exist until we end up with something that feels nice. We could do a double kick there as well. Maybe not. Nice. So we've separated this out. What I tend to do is be very bold with my decisions and then just delete things. Just get rid of them. So at that point, we're then working with what we've got and then we only keep what we like. You could, of course, go in and find another track now. So maybe we've got something in here that is maybe a bit percussion heavy. Maybe this one. I want to find something. Let's listen to the full drum stem. This is actually the one we're working on. What about free sound? This one's a bit more housey. What have we got here? This one's some sort of like slow R&B track. Okay, so like this, for example. Why don't we now take this one? This is the whole drum track. And I'm just going to solo it. Let's click. I'm going to set as start point 1. And I'm just going to try doing warp straight from here and see if this works. Because maybe we can find a section that just easily maps if this needs to go onto there, or is that the one? Let's take a quick listen to what happens if we were to loop this. I just want to create like a little bit of a percussion loop. So let's see what this is. So this actually looks like it could be on a 1. And at this point, I don't really care if it's not spot on. I would rather have something which can sort of just work. This actually seems to be the one there. Maybe we could just really put these onto the grid. Maybe we'll just take this one little loop here. And let's listen in context. And what's nice as well is taking these little clips that we make loops of and then making subtle adjustments to say where they start or where they end. So in this case, maybe we could make this end or start here. I'm just going to drag the beginning point back. So now this one is different. It goes. We could even duplicate some of these. We could go in, consolidate, and then I'd like to quantize all of this. I just press Command U. It's going to put this all nice and in time. Maybe we'll use the little transient shortening mode. I'm a big fan of this in Ableton, just to get that to feel a bit pluckier. I'm going to now consolidate again, which means that I can go in and further just remove the parts that I don't want. So now we've got, get rid of all of this bit in the middle. Let's actually just fade this out. And then we'll cut this bit as well. Maybe we'll even just do that. And again, we're just ending up with a nice pattern that we can use across the beat here. We've also got this bit. And let's just cut that, fade it, bring that back again. We can duplicate this across, get rid of that, get rid of that. And now we've got a pattern. Let's listen in the context. And maybe this bum bum bum, this should only happen when this bit doesn't. So I'm going to get rid of any of the parts that are overlapping, which is just going to create a little bit more space for us. Maybe we'll get rid of all of this as well, and we'll just have that. And, you know, I'm playing almost fill in the blanks here. Oh, actually, we want this one to be gone. We'll keep that in there, and maybe we'll remove this. So now we've got a pattern that follows a little bit more spaciously. There's room. Cool. So that is the essence of how I recommend going about chopping up drums and making a pattern out of these things. But it still doesn't sound very good. As I said, we're going to be exploring in a later module specifically how we would go about fixing the quality of sound further. But for now, I just want to give you a little example of what I'm looking for in the sound of how I would improve it. So one of the telltale signs of these being AI generated stems is like this stuff. Like this weird, like blah, 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 stuff that's on a channel that shouldn't be there. And so we can actually fix that. The majority of the annoying parts are in these spaces where, in theory, it's silent, you know? So what we want to do is just make sure that each one of these pieces that we're using in a loop is edited tight and nice so that we're only keeping the parts that we want. So let's start with the kick. Could we remove perhaps some of this and still keep the same vibe? Let's just delete that space. Now we have, let's compare the difference between, say, just looping this, and that's creating a lot more space. One of the things is we've still got this weird bit, so we need to add a bit of a fade. I'm going to maybe fade it halfway. Now we've got a slightly bit more repeatable kick drum. So I'm actually going to go in, and I'm just going to cut all of these moments, because also, would you believe me if I said that, actually, let's just copy and paste this here for a second. There's very little happening, but if we were to put a spectrum analyzer on it, there's a hell of a lot of sub in there. There is a hell of a lot of unnecessary audio that's going to be like clogging up all of the mix space. So what I like to do is just go in and, kind of like when we were importing our stems, remove all of the silence. I say silence, so-called silence, because it's very clearly not silent. And I'm just going to go in and I'm going to fade. Here's a little trick, is if you turn it so that you're on the correct grid size and then just highlight and press Command Option F, I don't know what it is on a PC, you can just very easily do a fade. And this fade will just really help tighten things up. And get rid of that and just copy and paste this across. Now we have a repeatable kick drum that has a lot more space in the mix. Some of them may need a little bit more of a fade. Also maybe bring the fade off of the beginning so that we absolutely get the transient cutting through. Some of these, maybe we would actually rather just copy and paste this for it. Maybe that, yeah, I mean, that is actually very nice as is. So let's just copy and paste this across. We have this double kick drum here. Cool. What have we got here? This is the hat. Oh no, this is the little knock layer. This one we probably also want to get rid of any of the unnecessary frequencies that are making this not just be a click. So what we're going to do is put a high pass on it, and we just want to get the click to come through. So let's take a listen. This probably even needs to be shorter. So let's just go in and let's make sure that this is starting truly at like a tiny click. Really micro edits here. And I just want to fade it so that we get just a click. And that click may or may not sound like it's going to do much, but if we actually copy and paste this across and we compare the difference of no kick with it to then adding the click in, that just really helps tighten things up quite nicely. Also, we could probably even fade these kicks all the way, because we can always add some boom back in the bass. I'm even going to copy and paste that kick over. And then we'll bring that click. You can hear how much that click does. It's subtle, but it adds a nice top to that kit. Okay, let's check out the hats layer. First, let's look at just this offbeat hat. Have we already done much to it? Yeah, we have. We've already faded this in. We could just, again, make sure that we're removing as much of what we don't need as possible. I might even shift this a little bit back off the grid because it seems to be kind of anticipated like a shaker. Let's just shift that back and forth as such. Cool. It's got a lot of that digital tinniness that I'm not a fan of, but we're going to explore fixing that in a second. Now we've got this hats layer. Now this is one of those key ones where maybe I'll increase the actual view that we're seeing here. It's one of those key ones where it probably is going to sound really nice just to do some subtle gating, some fading. Because if I were to go in here and cut at every single one of these positions, let's just loop this bit first. Let's compare the difference of just adding. Maybe we'll cut a little bit off of each one of these to make it easier to then fade it. But just by adding in a little bit of a down fade at the end, if we were to do something like this, we're going to end up with something a lot tighter sounding because it's just removing any of that unnecessary silence wherein which we're getting the weird artifacts coming through. So let's compare this with, of course, this. Compare the difference again. And of course, maybe we want some of that noisiness to come through, but that's something we can always add back in later. So I'm just going to cut on all of the others as well, just the section before the downbeat. What have I done? Two, yeah, nice, cut. Oh. Cut. And I'm just going to cut off one piece. The reason I'm cutting off one piece is if I try and fade without it, it does a crossfade. So I just want to fade all of these like that so that every single one of these starts and ends within its time. Let's take a listen now with the other drums in as well. Okay, now we've got these knocky perk bits. There's definitely going to be pieces in here that could be adjusted. Let's take a listen. And also, do we need all of them? Do we need every hit? Probably not. What parts are most important? Is this bit helping? I would say it's not. Let's remove it. Maybe this bit, get rid of it as well. Maybe even get rid of this. And actually this is one of those prime examples as well, where when you actually have something that you like, copy and paste it across and be like, okay, well, this second time it won't do that, and we'll get rid of this piece. Then we'll copy and paste it again across. And then this final one, maybe we'll copy and paste this piece so that it happens there as well. And let's take a listen now to the full pattern. I'm going to copy and paste our new hats across as well. Cool, now let's have a look at these toms. These probably need to be brought down a bit in volume. Oh, actually, that's because we've got this to its max. What parts of these toms don't sound great? We've got some of this shitty noise that just needs to be removed. So I'm going to go in and delete all of the space, or all of the so-called silence, which is not helping us with our mix. And we're just going to get rid of all of that. I think this is actually a repeating pattern, but we'll just go through and delete it anyway. And get rid of that. Very nice. And yeah, let's just leave it as that for now. I'm actually finding that I prefer this bit than this bit. So I'm actually just going to replace the pieces. I'm just going to copy and paste it over so that I'm getting a nice composite. Kind of like if you've ever done vocal comping, but in this case, working with AI is just a lot of comping. And actually this clap ought not be there. So now we've got our little tom section. We've also got this. Let's take a listen. Okay, now we've got this funny thing. This we've already fixed. So let's take a listen to what we've got now, and we'll call this toms as well. We've got what feels like at least a lot tidier of a beat. But we still have those irritating sharp ends, and also some of these things, like these tom layers, for example, they don't sound very nice. Like there's definitely the tone in them that we need, but they don't sound delish, I would say. Maybe we'll even get rid of that one so that they're not overlaying with each other. So what we need to do is go in here and we now need to use EQ to try and get each of these sounds to sound the best that we can. So let's first start with the kick. What is it that we don't like about this kick? Let's take an EQ8. Let's take a listen to some of these areas where maybe we want to get rid of some of that weird like middle click. That's adding a nice little bit of spaciousness to that kick. And also with this EQ8 or with this EQing of AI stuff, you may have heard me talk about in the past how I like to not use the EQ very much. You know, I don't use effects too much. I try and work with sounds that already sound good so that I don't need to mix them too much. But you can go really wild with these AI generated sounds because a lot of the time they don't sound good on their own. So you can really do crazy shit with the EQ where usually you'd be like, I mean, why would you need to do that to a kick sample? With this, you may need to get kind of wild. So let's just take this EQ and see if there's anything we can do. Let's actually, I kind of like these two kicks the most. So I'm actually just going to delete all of those and just copy and paste it across because it feels, it's nice having that little second click. But we're going to go through again and just see what frequency ranges could do well to have a little bit of top added to them maybe. Now this might actually pair well with our click. That's sounding a lot better, hell of a lot better. Maybe we'll see if there's anything in this range as well. Compare the difference. Now we're getting a much nicer kick coming through. We can add some more snap and stuff back to that. Let's go on to this hat then. What do we like about this hat? Well, very little at the moment because of this disgusting sharp sound. So first we're going to find that really horrible noise, which seems to be around there. We're just going to bring that all the way out. And now one thing that I also want to just draw your attention to is that it's very fun to every time you add some sort of processing to these pieces is to map turning the processing off with, or actually to make this easier, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these guys in a group. And what I mean by that is this means that I can just turn the group off with this key. And it will just mean that we're going to be able to very easily A/B what we're doing. And anything we add to it, we can just add in there as well. So now we've got this hat, this is sounding a lot better. Let's turn off all of what we've done. Already sounding a hell of a lot better. Okay, let's go on to the hats now then. So these hats, we're having a similar issue with this very sharp frequency. So let's just try and find where that most irritating range of frequencies are. And we'll just fade them out a little bit. We're also getting quite a lot of low end coming through here. We could also shave off quite a lot of the high end, to be honest. And again, we're going to really tighten up the that disgusting digital sound in a sec. But I just want to get close enough. Some nicer, tidier version. So let's just turn this off with the same button. Did we do this? We've got to put this in a little group too. So now this is all off. Very nice. Okay, let's go to our knocky percussion now. What parts of this need to be tidied up? Well, we've got a lot of low end here that needs to come out. And there's some really horrible resonance in there that maybe we can get rid of. Also, if you put this little headphone icon on, you can then click and hold to hear what the frequency is. Nice. I would also probably now consolidate this because I just want to make these even tighter. I'm going to put them onto beats mode and just shorten this even further. Cool. Let's put a little group on here. What's this? I believe this is our clap. This has also got a shit ton of low end that does not need to be there. Just trying to find the sweet spot here, probably going to be around 1K. That's nice. Maybe I'll do a little bit of the high end being rolled off as well. And let's put this in its own little group. Turn it off as well. We'll go to the toms. Now this is going to be a big one. Do we need all of this top end in the toms? Is that kind of noise that's coming through helping or hindering? This would probably also be nice to now consolidate, just do a small amount of the transient shortening. Cool. Put this in a grid as well, or in a group. Okay, this one I think is a key, because we want this to feel, and maybe I'll just do this with a filter. We do a little bit of envelope to snap it open. I'm going to turn this off. As you may notice, we're losing a lot of that top end, but we're going to bring that back in a beautiful way in just a second. Now we've finally got our tom layer here. I actually kind of like the top end in this. I'm just going to roll off a little bit of that low end. I'm going to get rid of some of this resonance here. That sounds good to me. Maybe we'll do a slight high pass there, or a high shelf. And I'm now going to turn this off with this key. So now we can listen to just EQ, what it does for our mix. This needs to be turned off. This needs to be turned off. I got the order wrong, and so started turning some on when some were off. Cool, so this is with 0 EQ whatsoever. Let's take a listen. And then I'm going to, when we get to the end of this bar, turn it on. Sounding a lot better. It's still not perfect. So what we're going to now do is you're going to find in these lesson resources the rack, which I've called the AI toolbox. And I use this all the time because of the fact that one of the main issues with top end in this AI stuff is that there's this like inconsistent, ugly digital, I suppose you call them like spectral issues. And if you're familiar with mastering, if you go to like actually put out a track or to export a track, there's a thing called dither. And what dither is when you go from a higher bit rate to a lower bit rate, you add some subtle noise to it, which evens out, so they say, it evens out the inconsistencies of the artifacts that are created. And I do something quite similar to this it's not dithering, but I add noise to the areas in which the frequencies sound kind of horrible. And what it does is it just masks the frequency. So let's first have a look at this kick, or let's maybe start with the hats. What could we do with the AI toolbox to fix this? Well, we've got a few options here. I'm going to leave these for now. Let's just go straight down to noise. Now, if I start to bring this up, this is now going to add noise at the frequency area that is set here. Let's also just bring this up. And I can move the position of that noise. I can move the width, so it's really sharp or really wide. But you can see how a small amount of it was already doing wonders for making that come through in a nicer way. Maybe I'm going to put this actually before the EQ. And I'm also going to add a bit of bit reduction. As I start to bring this down, it's going to start to get a bit too digitally. But there's a position where we've completely changed the harmonic content of that hat. We could bring out a little bit of high pass. Completely changing it. jitter as well will add a little bit of inconsistency that's further nice for that kind of shaker sound. And then we've also got here the clip amount. I'm going to put this to full, and if I turn clip on, we're only hearing what's being removed. So we're not hearing anything. As we start to bring this up to its max, we're just removing that signal, and therefore further making it. I'll show you what it looks like. Oh. Where is my... here we go. So if I take the oscilloscope, you'll be able to see that by actually removing the clip amount, we're just removing some of those higher peaks. So we're just removing it, keeping the sound the same, just making it a little bit more balanced, which is of course very nice. So let's compare the difference. Very sharp, tinny, disgusting. Now we've created a far nicer sound out of it. Let's look at the Noki perk. This is a prime winner for some of this AI audio toolbox. I'm going to add a little bit of noise to it. And the goal here isn't to make everything sound noisy, it's just to add noise to fill in some of those digital spots. We'll do a bit of redux as well. Do a little bit of low pass. A bit of clip. Just removing that top. Now we've got this little clap. This would probably be kind of nice to take we'll use the AI toolbox, but we're also going to take a vocoder, and straight away I'm going to set the bands to 4, and this will allow us to add noise to it. That's way too much. We're going to bring the dry wet down. We don't need so much of the high end. We'll do something a little bit more like this. And this allows us to just bring in a bit of noise, which can do wonders for the overall mix. Let's put the AI toolbox after that. Now I'm going to bring up noise here, just to add a bit more snap coming through. Bit of redux. Maybe make the width of the noise a bit more persistent. Put this to maybe 1K. Gonna high pass it a bit, and let's try and clip it out. Cool. So now that we have done that, we could probably also bring the release down a tiny bit more. So there we go. We've gone from taking that to this. Maybe we'll bring a little bit less dry wet on that noise. Now let's go to these toms. What do these sound like? This is a really nice thing to add the AI tools to, just because adding a touch of noise to that. Do a bit more high pass. It brings out some of that brightness in a really nice way. Cool. Now we'll go down here. We've got this little thing. Now this will be nice to first actually just roll off a little bit, make that less of a pluck or less of a hit and more of a whoom. And let's add a touch of noise to this. Small amount. Maybe we'll add a bit of redux. Not too much. Then we can always filter it at the end. Bring the noise down a touch. Completely change the sonics of it. And we can also then continue to EQ after the fact. Now we've got these toms. Let's add just a touch of noise to this. Just a tiny amount. Okay, now let's listen with things on versus off. This is with no effects. And then we're going to bring in, once we get around to the end, the updated version. And you can hear like how much better that sounds. I think this knock is creating still a little bit too much resonance for my liking. Cool. So, sounding a lot better. Now, we've added a bunch of noise, it's sounding bloody brilliant, but one of the other key things that I like to do to make these drums sound better is to now layer them with non-AI generated sounds. And one would assume that the quality of a non-AI generated sound, adding that to what we've already got, is really going to enhance things. Now, there's a couple of ways of doing this. There is one which would take a little bit more effort, but is totally free if you have a sample pack of any sorts, or even if you have a microphone you can record and you can add to this. And that would be, in theory, just to add sounds. And I will demonstrate that in a second, but I'm actually a big fan of a plugin that goes by the name of Snapback. Snapback plugin. Who's it by? Plugin, Cable Guys. This is also a relatively inexpensive plugin that is so good. This thing is absolutely insane. Even David Guetta likes it. And what this does is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Cable Guys plugins, but they're really good at like real-time audio. I don't even know how to describe it. Like really good at being able to read audio in real time and layer things in real time. So I'm going to show you how this works. Let's take our kick here. And we're going to use our trusty friend Snapback. If I recommend you to buy one plugin that will increase your the quality of your mixdowns, that it is not a mixdown track, it's this, because it allows you to actually make the sound that you want it to be. So let's take a listen to this kick. One of the things that I think is missing is a little bit of click, a little bit of punch. Obviously we've got this click here, but let's say for example we didn't. We could add a transient to it. So why don't we add one of these options of a click kick? Let's see the emu attack. So you can see in real time it's adding that click. Let's listen to some of the other options. Like that's quite nice. And then you have a bunch of ways to be able to manipulate these things. So like this 90s dance one I really like. We can make it shorter with the decay knob. So it's very subtle, but adding that click really does wonders. We can also change the pitch of it. We can change the attack to make it smoother. We can shift it back and forward in time to find the right sweet spot. We can phase invert it. And crucially as well, we can adjust the volume of it. And we can bring the high pass up, and it all shows it in real time. The goal here is just to have a bit of a click come through that sounds nice, but it's not interfering frequency-wise. Maybe a little less decay. And now we've got Snapback. This is really, really the crucial part of this plugin, is that it allows you to add something before the beat. So if we were to add, say, a compact backwards hat, notice before this kick that we're going to get this little sweep. And that doesn't sound very nice, but some of these other options, like let's put a little shaker before the beat. This is a favorite of mine, is the 90s dance flip. This just adds like a little bit of a backwards line before that helps it really cut through. Let's turn it on and off. So let's compare with and without Snapback. Does quite a lot, I think you'll agree. Bearing in mind this was our original kick. We need to adjust the timing ever so slightly so that this knock cuts through just right. Cool. Let's move on to something maybe that's a little bit more obvious. Let's take this clap layer now. Well, this sounds good. What makes a clap in my mind sound really good is the snapback, is the part that happens before the grid. So you can see that we maybe have a little bit of a start here, but we want something that's going to make it kind of flam in. So using some of these clap snapbacks, let's turn this off. And now let's bring it in. We actually need to bring the trigger down because it doesn't seem as though it's hearing it. Let's some of these, we need to maybe put this on general. There we go. It wasn't actually reading it. So some of these claps. Oh, that one's nice. We can also roll off a little bit of that top end just so we're getting the snap but none of the rest. And then transient as well. On a clap it's very nice to have a little bit of noise. So let's go down here into the noise section. I like to sometimes use this cassette hiss. This one's nice. For some reason, we need to decay this down a bit, bring the volume down a touch. And compare the difference of this clap before and after. Maybe we'll bring a little bit of the high pass down. And what's nice about it is you can just skip through and see if another one would sound better. Which in this case, I think it does. Maybe we'll make this noise a bit wider. Let's compare the difference. I mean, the difference between those is insane. Let's go to the hats now as well. And we'll take a listen to this. This is going to be a big one because right now it still sounds kind of digital. So why don't we add to it, say maybe a shaker. There's a few options in here. I'm going to bring the decay down a bit. That's just adding to the mix quite nicely. We'll bring the width up on that one as well. And a snap back. So let's have a backwards shaker. This one does wonders. So with and without. In fact, let's just compare the hats before and after. I mean, it's just bonkers. Cool, so we've done those. I might actually just get rid of the click so that we don't need that. Now we've got these tom things as well. I'm going to add a snapback to that because I want these to have a little bit of a woody kind of punch to it. So let's see if we've got any punches in here. What else have we got? Nice. Maybe for a snapback we can do something, one of these guys. And of course, in this case, the snapback can be shortened as well by bringing up the attack and then shift. Let's try a different one of these quickly. Nice, maybe roll off a little bit of the high and the low. Let's try one more. Oh, I'm into this one. So with and without. And it just helps cut through the mix a lot, I think, having a little bit of noise, a little bit of extra sound on top. Now we've got these guys. These are also going to do very nice to have a bit of an actual punch that they don't yet have. So why don't we take something like maybe the 90s dance or the real thing? That's nice to have a little bit of punch coming through there. Let's add maybe the DM me. A little bit of noise coming through, a little bit of a click. Compare it with and without. Bring the volume down. Cool. And the final layer now is this toms one. I don't think this really needs anything. This sounds pretty good to my ears. But now let's compare with and without. I've got our special key to be able to turn it all on and off. So this is what the track would sound like with everything off. And as is custom, when we get to the end, I'm going to press the key and we're going to listen to it. I mean, listen to that. Miles different. And yeah, this really is the power of just treating these sounds as like, okay, sure, they're imperfect, but I can add to them. I do just want to quickly, for anyone who does not want to buy the plugin, give you a little, it's pretty self-explanatory, but obvious setup of how you can go about doing something similar. I don't have snapback on this clap right now. I've turned it off. So if I were to go in and just like look for another clap in my samples, let's find something in here like this. I could just go in and for the early snap, I could just do something like this, you know, and I could even go in and cut this smaller with just the intention of like trying to make it so that there's a little something that happens before the beat. So let's take a listen to what this sounds like now, and I can bring the volume up and down. This is without, and then add a little bit before. Sounds much better. Now we could also add some, say, noise. Oh. Maybe we would just take this, maybe take this. This could be the thing that we add on the beat. This is our transient, as I suppose they would call it. Bring the volume of this down a hell of a lot. And now we have with and without. This needs to come down in volume even more. Bring the other two back in. And so this, let's compare them being on and off. This is without it. And I'm going to bring it in. So you could easily do that with any sound as well, but I highly recommend invest in snapback. It is so worth it. It is such an amazing tool. Again, compare the difference. Okay, so that's really the basics of how I go about processing drums. And, you know, I just took the stems from, I was going to say one track, but we did two with this. I would take elements from all sorts of different pieces, you know, maybe we've got something in here quickly that we can find that's like very clearly more of a sort of like Latin percussion with bongos and congas. Let's see. Maybe Sacred Echoes. Spirits of the Earth. Yeah, so this is like a prime example of something that might be kind of nice to add as some percussion. For this case, I'm going to showcase the power of not having to actually remove anything from the project file and instead just chuck on this. I'm going to solo the drums, make sure that turn off warp. I'm going to take this little piece here and then I'm just going to freeze and flatten this one section so that I've just got that one piece to work with, you know, and I can do exactly the same thing. Let's find, have we still got remix on anything in here? Remix does cause a huge amount of latency to have in your project file, so that's something that's worth noting as well. But let's just say take this as our one. Let's put this like that. And now we could loop just this section and have I'm going to consolidate it and hard quantize just to get this all. Oh, I didn't mean that. Let's put this at 16th notes, just hard quantize. So now we have. Another one of those situations where we could just then take the EQ, remove everything that doesn't need to be there. So we probably don't need. This could probably be shortened to like something like that. Maybe go in here as well, do a similar thing. So then we get rid of these. Maybe even copy and paste that. Just, you know, you get the idea. Being able to go in and just be able to edit these things in a way. So that sums up this module on using drums. I want you to now pause this video, go ahead and play around for 20, 30 minutes, maybe to an hour, with just really exploring the power of isolating drum parts like this. And once you're done with that, I shall see you in the next video. Okay, I hope that you had great success with playing around with treating your drums to a little bit of TLC, tender love and care, that is. I've gone ahead and brought in the actual stems from the track that we split just before this in the splitting module, and I've put it in time so we can now listen to it at 121. And while the drums all sound very cool, what I want to explore now is actually using some of these more musical elements and the sort of the philosophy that goes into how I use these things. Because obviously they're not perfect. So we need to actually figure out how to make these parts actually work. I'm going to mute the drums for now. So we've just got... And I think what might be quite nice is before we get too into chopping up all the musical elements, I'd like to actually use a little bit of this bass. So let's drag the bass back onto the grid and let's see how this feels. Bearing in mind it may actually interfere with some of our low end here, but let's take a listen with the track. Now I do like this. Maybe I'm actually just going to take these toms that we've got, put them in a group called toms, and I'm going to add a little bit of EQ, just rolling off some of the low end. Because this bass, and it tends to happen a lot of the time with these AI generated sounds, is there tends to be a lot of like horrible digital top end. So first and foremost, I want to just remove everything in this bass that's offending me, which there tends to be like a lot of like horrible 300-ish hertz. We can also roll off a decent amount of the top. And another thing we could do is roll off a little bit of that low end. And we can add that top back in with the AI toolbox afterwards. Let's see if there's anything else that we can remove. Kind of nice to actually boost that bass there and then maybe remove. Okay, that sounds good enough. One thing that's also kind of nice is to take this bass and just to see, okay, well, how much more in time could we get this? I'm just going to do this automatically. I'm going to press Command A to highlight everything and Command Shift U so that I'm not 100% quantizing it to the grid, which probably still would sound good in context. But I actually want to keep a little bit of that timing. So I'm going to press Command Shift U so I can bring this up and let's do, say, 29%, maybe a couple of times, just to get it a bit closer to on the grid. We also want to go in here and have a look at all of the sections where it would probably be better to remove it. So if we listen to this, this is just gunk. It's just muck, really. And so this is going to interfere with how good the bass feels. Having space in the bass is a great way of being able to actually create groove. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to delete all of these sections where I feel like it would be nicer to not have it overlap. So maybe we'll do this. And some of these are supposed to be kind of plucky. So why don't we make them even pluckier by removing any of these weird tail bits? You know, just going in there and just manually adjusting these to be slightly more on the grid. Maybe even this one. And some of these, well, you could even shorten them a lot to get them that. And this here does not sound good, so let's just cut these bits out and just really trying to add a bit of staccato-ness to this bass so that it actually rings through when we have a short and a long note, that they feel different. And we could go through there. For the sake of keeping this really simple, I'm actually just going to duplicate this across and let's see what we've got. The volume needs to probably come down a bit. Why don't we add a little bit of compression? It's asking for about 5 there. I'm going to put the attack down to 0, so we're really just hitting it straight away. We're getting rid of all transients. Put release on automatic. Probably be quite nice to have a bit of side chaining. I'm going to use just the standard compression, the compressor, and I'm going to take the kick. One thing I like to do with a side chain is that if we put this little headphone on, we can hear what we're using as the side chain signal. The actual click of the kick is very short, but the boom is what makes this last longer. So if we actually say with this on, we bring this frequency up, we can actually dictate what the area is that we're listening to sidechain. For some reason, it's not actually showing it to us. But if we bring this up, you can see this is taking the whole kick, and I'm going to high pass it so that we're just getting that click to come through. I'm going to bring up the gain. And now this means that we're sidechaining at a far shorter value, which means we can actually play around with this release a little better. So could probably bring the volume down even a little bit more. Cool, so we've got some sort of bass here now. Why don't we find a little musical element? I like this bit. And the music part is where it starts to get fun, because although this is one channel, this is other, this is music, we can start to separate these out into some fun pieces. So let's create another clip in here. I know for sure that I want to have this one. That sounds great. Why don't we try and take a couple of other little pieces on another layer? And we can do the same thing that we've been doing with the bass, just really getting everything to be on the grid so we don't get any of those like weird, like spectral part. This is cool. Maybe we'll make this actually double. So it goes. I did like it as it was. Maybe one of these. Just chopping these up, making some little spaces. Let's now make another spot here, and we'll do this bit, and I'm going to put this backwards. And this is where I start to have so much fun while creating these things, because it's like, okay, well, what would this do? What would it be like if we put a bit of reverb on that part? Why don't we also actually duplicate the length of this clip, so now we're making some variation. Let's make another clip here, and we'll put something in like... Maybe we could put this like there. Maybe we'll put that there. Cool. What other pieces have we got that we could use? Maybe this bit here. And I really like to just eyeball this, to be honest with you. And I'll put that like that, backwards, do a little... It's nice to have a couple of backwards ones, I find. Maybe we'll actually replace this with that one. Very nice. Now we've got this piano layer here. What is this? I don't know. Let's chuck it in here as well, and we're going to see what happens if we maybe put this bit here. Maybe we could even move this a little bit later there, and then we'll do a double. Maybe this could actually lead into that instead. Maybe this should go at the end. Move that there. Really, there's no logic to what I'm doing. Very nice. And then we've got the, I don't know what this, it says it's a guitar, but I doubt that this is actually a guitar. Why don't we take this, I'm going to reverse this one, so that now we have some sort of funny little pluck sound maybe. This could be cool to have as one of those repeating pieces. Put a bit of delay. Maybe we'll put a filter on this. This one would sound nice to have a bit of reverb on as well. Very nice. Well, why don't we make some sort of kind of like pad sound now? Are there any parts in the vocal?
Tonight is later. Please stop. Tonight is
Maybe we could take just this little piece here, and I'm going to use that as some kind of pad sound. So I'm going to copy this in. If I were to just duplicate it a bunch of times, this is probably going to sound kind of weird. It sounds cool. But if I actually just duplicate it and then reverse the second one, now we have a seamless loop. And it's still not going to sound, you know, pad-like necessarily yet, but we could take that vocal thing and we've got a really nice bassist. I'm going to take now an EQ, roll off any of the unnecessaries of this. Maybe we'll add a reverb to it. Maybe we'll add a delay. Bit of ping pong. Maybe we'll add an auto pan before the delay. Bit of high pass. Maybe we'll also add a filter with a little bit of LFO so that it's moving. Very nice. We also do have some of these little drum layers that could be fun to bring in. We had that snare clap. Let's see what happens if we bring in the OG. This I'm going to hard quantize. I'm going to get rid of everything that doesn't need to be there. I'm probably going to just keep these little fill snares. Maybe I'll do a couple of these guys like this. Then we can have a little snare fill. And then we did have the bass here. We could take a couple of little clips of this and replace just bulk sections. So what if we did this as the end piece of the bass line? We've got a little piece here that could be kind of fun. I don't know what it is, but maybe this would be good to do here, this little section. Hard quantize again a little bit more. Maybe pitch it up an octave. Shorten it a little bit with the transient mode. Do a little bit of that was kind of cool actually, taking a little snippet of this bass, one of these like higher notes, maybe put that on the downbeat. And also the bass is really great to make subtle variations in rhythm. I know we're working in such a tiny little window here, let's make a bit more space for ourselves. Having it happen on the one, very cool, but what if we were to adjust the position of that bass so it actually goes... So maybe on the first one we keep it that way, but then when you actually get to number 3, maybe the bass now starts like there. So we go, let's listen to it in context. Maybe we do like a double one here. Let's listen again. Let's duplicate that out so we can copy and paste this pattern across. Very nice. And you can see how just these small adjustments go a long way in helping to just tighten things up, make them feel a bit vibier. Maybe we'll even get rid of these kicks here, get rid of the claps. And let's just see what happens. Very nice. We also have then the kick layer here. What about these hats? Maybe we can bring some of these guys in. Just going to bring these up a lot in volume so we can actually see what we're working with. We'll hard quantize these guys. Obviously, we've got that digital problem. So we're going to put the old AI toolbox on it, do a little bit of noise, shave off some of the... Do a bit of redux. Bit of post-filtering to bring that top end up. And actually, this is a pretty important part as well. Do you see how this clip very clearly on one side has a different signal to this one? This is where this L gain and R gain comes in handy, which effectively allows you to take what is a stereo signal and pick, making it mono, whether you want the left or the right. So the way that you do that is if we put it on mono here, if I were to loop this, now we're only hearing this top side as if it's mono. If I swap this to R gain now, we're only going to hear the right side. This is more apparent in like musical elements where we've got, say, a guitar on one side and then sort of strings on the other. It's a great way to separate that out. But this is quite a nice way of being able to then, if we were to get rid of all of this crap, let's freeze and flatten, and you're going to see that it's now just one piece of audio, which is a lot easier to deal with. I'm going to make it nice and short. Take that there. We've got another little hat pattern here. Let's listen in context. Very nice. Why don't we try bringing in some of the vocal now? Let's see what this feels like.
Hey darling, thoughts of you linger, soft whispers. You paint my dreams, canvas of desire, holding you close, these nights of fire.
So, prime example again of when just taking little snippets. So we got, I'm going to take this piece here and I'm just going to repeat there. I also liked this intro bit here. I think that this was cool. Maybe let's just mute all of the rest of this for now, and we're going to have...
Hey darling,
maybe we'll make this happen there instead.
hey darling,
What are these bits?
night is a moment for hearts intertwined, twine.
So this bit would be very cool to have on its own layer. I'm going to hard quantize these things, and let's just see what this feels like. This is kind of a nice thing to put a filter on, bit of reverb,
Hey darling,
bit of delay. So again, we can just delete things that aren't 100% working for us. Let's take this whole piano loop that we've already got. And I know that we've already chopped this up, but I've just pitched it up an octave. And I'm gonna just... This bit doesn't work, so let's just go. And actually, I like just this piece, to be honest. So let's put that so it just happens on the second part. I'm really just like filling in the blank here. You know, I'm using negative space to explore the places where things could go to make them feel cool. What about this tom layer? What would this feel like if we had this in? This would be cool to have at the end, I'm assuming. Very nice. Okay, let's go in and have a look at some of these elements. Maybe this bass, for example. What can we further do to make this feel cool? Well, another cousin, or a should we say a big brother of Snapback, is a plugin I use all the time, which again, you can do all of these things without it, but it makes it a hell of a lot easier. And that is called Shaper Box. Shaper Box is basically just like a bunch of effects. So like, you know, I only really tend to use volume, filter, noise, etc. But it basically allows you to change things over time. So in this case, I could fade, I could bring all of the volume out, and I could make it so that we only have like a little burst of the bass coming through, you know? And of course we could do this automatically, or we could do this manually in Ableton, but what this tends to do that I find really nice is it allows me to add vibe to it in specific places. So for example, let's take this shaper box, and I'm actually going to put this maybe before the glue compressor, and I want to just add a little bit of boost, like a little bit of drive to specific areas. And this is happening every time. Let's shorten this a bit. I could add a compressor with like a bit of attack now to make it a bit more punchy. I'm also going to add a side chain on here rather than the side chain we've got there, because this gives me a little bit more control. I'm going to do a bit of mix. Bring the volume down a bit. What is this guitar layer out of intro? I mean, this actually, interestingly, if we were to take this and bring this up, if we were to hard quantize this, and maybe shorten it a bit, this is a nice little percussion thing. And moving this into the right position, whatever the right means, this could actually be a nice little thing to fit in maybe here. Pitch-wise, it needs to change. Sounds kind of nice. Maybe we could copy this paste a few more times. Could also put a filter on this and find the sweet spot. Oh, that's very nice. And a bit of resonance there really helps you find that sweet spot. I'm going to do a bit of saturation as well, just to drive there. Very nice. Let's add a bit of reverb after that. A small size reverb, short decay. Cool. Inside of the musical element now, let's just take this. I'm going to take the whole group and I'm going to put the EQ8 on it because I'm sure we've got some unnecessary frequencies that need to be tamed. Let's roll those off. Let's find what areas could be boosted for a little bit of niceness. Let's take our AI toolbox and just add a little bit of noise. Find the right sweet spot. Tiny bit of bit reduction. I'm just trying to find the right place that I can add a bit of top end to it to help it cut through the mix a little bit better. This is a funny musical element. We'll put that in there too. And then we have our vocals. Vocals probably also got a bit of low end in them that needn't be there. Let's take a listen. Let's put this guy on.
Hey, darling.
Yep, this vocal channel's got a bunch of random...
Hey, darling.
Roll off a bunch of that top end as well.
Hey, darling. Hey, darling.
Actually add that top end
Hey,
back
darling.
again.
Hey darling,
When we find the bits that we like, we could then take another EQ and just add that back in again.
hey darling,
Now that we've removed the actual
Hey,
ugliness, and well, it's very loud.
hey darling,
So compare the difference.
hey darling, hey darling, hey, hey darling.
And kind of nice, duplicating a thing and getting rid of like the first half of it. So it goes, hey darling, darling.
Hey darling,
Maybe put a filter on that as well. This pad could probably come down a bit as well. Very nice. Okay, I'm digging this. This element could probably come down a little bit more. Let's put this up here with our drums. I might actually just organize this a hair more. So these are hats. Is this the hat or is this the clap? That's the clap. So let's call it as such. This is offbeat hat. These are our hats. This is our funny other hat. We'll call this hats also. This group should be hats. And then we've got our knocky perk, our claps. We've also got this little thing, which is, I believe, a snare. So let's put this in a group, and we'll call this snare. And this is our snare fill. And then we've also got this funny tom perk thing that can go into the toms group also. So now let's take a quick listen again to everything that we've got. One final thing I want to do is to put everything into a group. So likewise before, we can just turn it all off to see what benefit we have given to the sound with our efforts. Let's just turn this guy off also. Yes, and now we've got this. What is this? This is our musical group. Vocals. Let's put this into a little group as well. Da 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 da. And that's that. Okay, so let's compare what we have. This is bearing in mind everything off. Is it? Assuming it is. Yep, everything is off. Let's turn are these guys off also? Yes, they are. You should be off. You should be off, as should you, and you should also. Okay, cool. So it is unto me, unto you. This is what it would sound like with zero processing on anything. And for good measure, let's actually bring God Particle in just to add a touch of overall just like bus compression to the master. This is what it sounds like with no effects. And in fact, let's just for good measure also turn off these guys also, just to really get the feel of what this is sounding like. You should also be off. Did we map that? Yeah, we did. This should also be off. And finally, let's go in here. Do any of these guys have anything on? Yes, they do. You know, this seems like a hassle, but I love to do this while I'm working because it really just gives me a sense of like, okay, well, is what I'm doing actually making sense? Is this making what I'm doing better or is it making it worse? Cool. So, in theory, we are now going to listen to this without any effects.
Hey darling,
And then once we get to the end, I'm going to turn on our effects.
hey darling,
I'm very excited for this. Here we go. And you can see that we're well within the range of a good mix down. And if we reset this, horrible high frequencies that we've removed. So that is the basics, should we say, of how we go about adjusting the sounds to sound a lot better. We're going to look a little bit more at some advanced settings and other plugins I would recommend a little bit later. But for now, what I want to show you is going back to Udio with what we've got, because as much as I said we've finished our foray into Udio, that wasn't quite true, because we now have some very fun techniques of being able to take what we've now created and create variations of this. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate this out so I have a 30-second clip, and I'm going to loop this, and I'm going to export what we've got. So let's just make sure that this is the right version. I'm going to bring the hats down a bit. Maybe I'll also mute this vocal pad from happening at the beginning. Maybe we'll also get rid of the clap for the first half. And maybe on the hats, we'll get rid of these guys. Just to give us a slight bit more of an evolution. And maybe we'll also, just for good measure, get rid of this little thing. Okay, nice. And now we've got... We should probably also get rid of the vocal. So now we've got... Nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this out. I'm going to export just the main. I'm going to put this onto my desktop, and we'll call this Hey Darlin'. We're going to spell it like cool people do. And, wow, that is insanely fast. Surely not. Well done. Well done, Ableton. Let's see, is this right? It is. Okay, cool. So, up to there, I hope that you've been following along. What I want you to do before we move on to the next section of the next module, should we say, of going back to Udio, is I'd love for you to now pause where you are in this course, take an hour or so to just sit down and come up with a 30-second or a 16-bar loop using some of these sounds. Do as much as you can to get everything sounding good. There's no need for you to create a polished, perfect, finished track. But what I want for you to do is to create something that feels cool, that you've utilized a lot of the sounds that you've generated, and you've created something that you now want to continue with. So, pause the course, go ahead and do that, and I shall see you in the next module. Okay, so if you've been following along with the course up until now, you should have a finished 16-bar loop, something fun that you have created. And it should now be exported and in a place that we can easily reach for it. We're actually going to go back to Udio now, because I want to show you something super powerful that you may or may not have already considered that you could do, which is to go to the Create interface, and we're going to click Upload Audio. And then we're going to find the piece of audio that we've just created. We own the rights to this, understand. And first I'm going to select Remix. And this is going to be pretty cool. It'll take a second to upload, and when it is ready to rock and roll in 3, 2, 1, there we go. Here is our track. And we can now create variations of it, much like when we were trying the remix feature earlier on. Let's just move this over here. Much like when we were using the remix earlier on with things that we generated in there, we can actually upload audio to do this. So by default, what would happen if we just leave it at 50% variation and I just say house? Because of the fact that it's already a house track, it's probably going to give us just a sort of variation within the same realm. So let's take a listen to what we get with a 50% variant house generation. I've also got it on custom here. It's not asking for any vocals. We're not adding anything in there. We're just leaving it exactly as is. Of course, our preferences have got it set so it's on manual mode. We've got it at fastest. And let's see what we get. This should be done any moment now. I'm going to take a moment to just hydrate myself. Delish. So let's take a quick listen to what we had originally. And here's what we've been given. Pretty bad. And this is where playing around with the actual prompt that we use and the variant setting will really help. So because we already have a house track, what I find to be more interesting is to use something that actually steers it a little further away from... Oh, have we already bloody just lost our upload? I've got to do it again, I guess. We'll do upload audio. We'll do it again. But what I want to do is to pick a prompt that is slightly further away from what we've already got. So once this is uploaded again, I'm going to put in, say, let's try... let's listen to the track again. Could be cool to try something maybe bossa nova-y. So I'm going to do bossa nova. I'm going to do soft jazz. I'm going to do, what else have we got here? Latin. We'll do Latin jazz, maybe samba jazz, maybe just samba. We'll do Brazilian. And if I were to do 50%, it's going to be quite a lot different. It's not fully different, obviously, but what we can do is we can scale back the amount of the variation. As you start getting to kind of in between 0 and 50% here, it's going to reinterpret our music through the lens of this prompt, but it's going to stick a little bit closer to what we originally had. So let's try that first. We have, what, a 28% variation with the bossa nova soft jazz. Let's also, out of interest, try one where we go even less different. So we'll do 20%. And we shall leave it as is. It's on auto-generate. And we should get something pretty soon to listen to. And in the meantime, why don't we just queue up another prompt? I'm going to do one here. I'm going to say soulful. I'm going to say soul. Say gospel. Let's say... maybe deep soul. Maybe we'll do black gospel. Fair enough. We'll do religious, soul R&B, and we'll generate a few variations at like 27% with that. So this is what we had. Let's see what the bossa nova prompt at 28% is. And you can see what's super cool is those vocals that we had in the second half, part of it actually became like an organ or something. Here's another variation. The key is, of course, this middle moment. Very nice. Let's try, these were 20% different. So these are actually even closer to the original, but with those variations. All sorts of cool elements in there. Very nice. Let's try out the soulful soul gospel one. Why don't we also try something a little wilder? I've got something... Let's do a spaghetti western soundtrack. We'll do one more. Ooh! One of the things that I think you'll notice as well is like how nicely it's fused our bass line and the kick into a new pattern that I think almost feels better than my bass line. And so what we can obviously now do is download these tracks and make stems out of them as well and take just the parts that we like. Let's try out the spaghetti western ones. Maybe we'll push it a little further away as well. It's so good. Oh, we've got a kind of banjo in there. Oh! Let's listen to this one as well. I mean, those bass lines it's come up with are just amazing. Oh, it's definitely got a little hint of that spaghetti western kind of like ocarina-y sound in the background. These ones were obviously closer to 50%. God knows what this one's going to end up doing. And we got one more here. Oh! It's added in almost a little vocal. Let's try even further away. This one's added a funny flute. Let's try another prompt as well. Very, very cool. I've just tried one more here again with a sort of more atmospheric down tempo. For some reason it says we've got an error here. Let's try then the 50% spaghetti western. It's done a little trumpet. Very cool bass line. I'm excited to see what the drop is on this one. Let's try this again. For some reason, it thought what I've said was going against its rules of guidelines. This is more of a blues rock one, so maybe we're going to get a little bit more kind of this desert, swampy atmosphere feeling coming through. Let's also do one with this as well. Maybe going to get rid of the actual chords that I've got in there. We'll do hard rock, easy listening. And then just for good measure, we'll do one more where we go in here and maybe we'll take something like really far away. So soft, we'll do soft, quiet roads, and we'll just see what like something that's really quite far away from the original gives us. And also maybe we'll do, just for good measure, wild music, folk music. And this really is no end. Is that something you say? No end of fun? No ends of being fun, just giving it all of these different variations, and then we're going to look at in a sec downloading those and taking the parts that we like. So here's the blues rock one. Very, very cool. Let's listen to the other blues one. Kind of a weird whistle there. Not really into that one. Here's 1970s progressive rock. A bit more kind of funky. This one's cool. Kind of disco-y more so than progressive rock. Now we've got the soft, quiet roads ones. A lot of cool little vocals that we could snip out of there. Very nice. We'll go through a couple more. Cool, and then we'll just listen to our last two world music ones. So this is now added in some more kind of ritualistic sounding drums. I don't know what language that is. Oh, French, I guess. And final one. Really nice percussion and bass. Very nice. A lot of cool sounds in here. So before we move on to the next piece, I just want to show you one more little suggestion here is if you find one you like. So for example, I really like this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and search for create copy prompt. I'm going to put it back in again. And then I'm also going to open this up. I'm going to click here and then I'm going to go create copy seed. Because now if I go down here, I can actually paste in what the seed was. If I were to generate it again, we're going to get exactly the same result. But if I bring the variance down a little bit again, get it back to a little bit closer to the original, we're going to see what the implication is on using the same prompt. Oh, come on. What's going on here? Error? Yeah, using the same prompt and the same seed, but slightly less variation. So bearing in mind, this is the one we're comparing it to. Cool. So let's see. Embrace. Is this going to be the one? Yeah, so here's that track, but a little closer to the original. Maybe let's do another one even closer. Sometimes it loses its mind a bit. It's kind of a weird, I don't know, is that Dorian or... Very strange. And here's the other variation, which I guess was this one. And then finally here is our track at 20%. Here it is. So of course, if you create a variation that you like, but you want it to be a little bit more like your original, you can then just change, do a new one with the same seed, same prompt, and adjust the variation. Or if you want to push it a little further away, you could go a little in the opposite direction. So I want you to pause the video now and upload your track if you haven't already, and then experiment for maybe 5-10 minutes with coming up with some interesting variations of that track. You could try exploring what happens if you do, say, a 75% variation with a prompt that is quite similar to what you've already got, or you could try doing a very similar one with a wildly different prompt. Like you could put in like death metal or something and see what comes out. Actually, that's probably something that could be kind of fun for us to have a look at afterwards. Just going to put that in there. But yeah, in the meantime, pause this video and I want you to go in and experiment with remixing your track, and I shall see you shortly. Okay, you should have come up with a bunch of very cool remix variations there. At the end of the last section, I thought it might be quite funny to see what this would sound like reimagined as a death metal track. So let's just take a quick listen. Again, this is what it's coming from.
Can hear the whispers of the dead? Shadows loom, they rend their throat forth by paths of despair.
Really, really off. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. But what we are now going to do is take a slightly different approach. So I hope that you've enjoyed playing around with creating those variations. But what we're going to do instead is, unfortunately, you can't just easily adjust this anymore, as far as I understand. We're just going to click reset. And now we're going to upload audio again. And it may take a second, upload audio, select it. Nice. And I'm going to say, instead of remix, that I want to extend. And this is going to be kind of cool because obviously we don't have, well, we do have some vocals in here. but they're not really very vocally. So what I want to do now is to add a section after this, and we're going to make sure that we either have it on auto generate or we're going to do custom. For now, I'm going to do custom, and I'm going to say, in fact, let's just get it to write something for us and see if we can adjust this. No, we absolutely don't want that. That looks terrible. We'll do verse. We'll say, I am on fire. Look at me. I'm burning. So hot. I am on fire. Someone put me out. Call 911. Okay, we're going to see what this ends up coming out with. And then we're just going to put as a little chorus, we'll say fire, fire. I am on fire. And then we'll do fire. We'll do maybe fire like this. And then we'll say fire, fire, I'm on fire. We'll just do it a couple of times. So there we go. What we're going to do now is pop in here some form of prompt that we like the idea of. I kind of enjoyed of some of the variations. Which ones were we listening to? I thought this was kind of cool. So let's see what happens if we use the prompt from this. We're going to see what happens if we get a variation continuing on from there. So let's just make sure that all of our settings are correct, and let's click extend. So to be sure, what it is that we're doing right now is we're taking something that we already liked, and we're asking for it to take those 32 seconds and add another 32 seconds after the fact. And these 32 seconds will have, ideally, vocals. While we're at it, maybe we'll do 2 of these spaghetti western ones. Maybe we'll also scroll down here and we'll take another slightly different prompt. So we'll do, it's so irritating that it does that. We'll just copy the prompt. We're going to extend again. We'll do 2 of those. And let us see if we have anything to listen to. Okay, so here is our first variation, or first extension. And obviously the thing about this is it's going to, in theory, keep using the sound that we've already got in the track. So as we get to underneath the pause sign, it's going to shift into a spaghetti western extension with vocals about being on fire. Here we go.
Are you on fire? Look at me, I'm burning. Are you on fire? So put me out. I am on fire. I am on fire.
Very, very silly, but I am pretty impressed with the up level of that chorus moment. Definitely a horrible vocalist would not use that, but it definitely gave me a little giggle. I was bouncing around in my seat. Let's take a listen to the other option. Here we go. Okay, completely out of key. Forget that. Let's go with another one. Oh! So interesting that that one didn't actually keep the vocals in, but I like the synth that it added. It's very cool. I would actually take just that as a snippet, and maybe we'll mix that into the track. We've got a couple more to listen to. This is another spaghetti western one. Very silly, and that's really pushed it far into that direction. Now let's just try these 2, which are, again, going to probably be slightly closer to the original vibe. Soulful, soul, gospel, deep soul. Let's take a quick listen again to these guys.
I'm on fire. Look at me, I'm burning.
Out of key.
I'm on fire. Someone put me out. Call 911. Fire, fire.
mean, definitely more in the realm of being usable.
I am on fire. Look at me, I'm burning. Ooh, so hot. I am on fire.
Okay, cool. So you get the idea. This is a great way of being able to extend things on. We don't necessarily also need to keep vocals in. We could do instrumental. Let's try this. Let's do one more as well. I've actually, in the meantime, just done an auto-generated one to see what it comes up with for vocals on its own. Sol and RB. Let's just get rid of that. We'll do Rhodes. We'll do keyboard. We'll do electric keys, and we'll just do one. This is going to be an instrumental, adding a section. So let's try this with it fully deciding on its own vocals. Maybe it's not even going to add vocals. I guess it decided it didn't need them.
When the night falls and shadows grow near, I let my hands hide, knowing you are here. In every heartbeat, in every tear I find, your love a beat, eternal kind.
I like that
Guide
bit.
my soul, gonna carry me home through the stormy waters. I'm never alone in your embrace.
So yeah, you get the idea. Very fun. Can be one of those things that you sit around, give it 20, 30 minutes to figure out something cool and then download it. Let's just take a quick listen to these instrumental continuations. Doesn't seem too different. Ooh, that's kind of cool. So I want you to pause the video now and go ahead and experiment with using the extension feature to add some either instrumental, some auto-generated, or some custom sections. No need to play around with trying to get anything perfect, but come up with 2 or 3 extensions that show you how it feels to end up with something else to use. And I shall see you shortly. I hope it goes well. Cool. I hope that the extensions ended up being better than some of these that I've created. And of course, what this now means is that we need to do something with these pieces of audio. So I'm going to actually go back and see of these remixes, more so than the extensions. I think I'm more interested in the remixes here. Also just because it means that I can download it and it's already 32 seconds. I can slot it in. You're going to see how nice it is, how easy it is to just slot it in. But we're going to go ahead and then use these extensions, these remixes to add extra parts to the track. Obviously, if we did the extension, we would end up with the 32 bars, 32 seconds, and then the 32 seconds afterwards. So for now, I'm just going to go ahead and find some of these that could be cool to work with. So, which were the ones that were cool? That one was cool. I like that one a lot. Very cool. Let's pick one more as well. So I'm actually just going to click this. You may or may not be able to do this on your plan that you're with on Udio, but I can. And what I'm just going to do is I'm going to highlight a bunch of these. I'm going to click download to download these as WAVs. That's going to download all 6 of them. If you're not on the $30 a month plan, what a stupid thing to gatekeep from people if you have to go in and manually download them all. So I'm just going ahead and bulk downloading these 6 tracks. And I'm going to take this moment here to just suggest to you, before we continue, that you do the same. So download, say, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, however many you want. I'm going for 6 so that we definitely have a lot of options to play with. Download them as stems, if it's your desire to do so through Udio, or otherwise download them through WAVs, and I'll see you shortly. Cool. So I've gone ahead and downloaded all 6 of those tracks. I'm just going to unpack the folder. And I'm going to use my setup here to just generate some stems for these guys. I'm going to do yes. I'm going to do 4 stems. I don't think, and I'm also not going to split drums, or maybe I will. Maybe I will. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I don't need a separate guitar and piano and all that. I just want other. I want the entire music stem itself. So we'll let that operate in the background. In the meantime, I'm just going to go in here and make sure that everything is nice and ready for us to introduce some new elements to it. This shouldn't take too long. Let's go into stems. This is going to appear shortly. Go away. So this is what? C minor, 1, 2, 3, embrace the calm. Okay, why don't we just, for good measure, do a couple others. So I'm going to take this, close that folder up, and we'll do Eternal Journey as well. We'll do 4, and yes, we do want the drums. We've got a lot of folders open here. And we'll do this one next. In the meantime, let's just take these out. And what's cool is, because of the fact that we did a remix, we don't need to do anything to line them up. All we do is just make sure that they are not warped. And if we now drag the start point back, you'll see that everything is bang on the grid, or as close to as possible, as close to as we would expect it to be. Let's just do one more of these. In the meantime, we'll do Legends Unfold. I feel like that might have been the kind of cowboy one. So just make sure that all of these clips end at the same time. Cool. So let's just loop this beginning bit, and I'm going to put this in a group and call this track 1. I'm going to get rid of the full track. Don't need it in there. I'll also get rid of the drums. Don't need that in there. We'll call this track 1. And we've got another one in here, which is the Eternal Journey. Let's just also do Searching for Grace. Yeah, so we'll say yes, we would like to. Searching for Grace. 4 and yes. And we'll go in and bring these guys. Again, just super easy. I guess we just don't need the drums, don't need the full track. Just drag it in as such. Make sure that all of these guys have their warp off. And we're going to put them in a group. Call this track 2. Very nice. Now we'll take this track 3. We'll do the same thing. So in this case, I guess Eternal Journey. Oh, there we go. Now we need this guy. So we'll do... Oh, I guess we didn't do Legends Unfold. So we'll do bass, other, vocals, hats, cat, kick, toms, snare clap. We'll just do that like this. And I'll probably just leave it at that. We don't need any of the other elements. We're just getting excessive at that point. So track 3. And now finally, we've got Searching for Grace, which probably was a kind of more disco-y one. So other vocals, hats, kick, snare clap, and toms. I'm just going to do this. Finally, let's just turn off the warping, and I'm going to put this in group and do... Go away. What have I done? Track 4. Okay, nice. So before we continue on, I just want you to pause this video now and take all of the stems that you've downloaded, whether you created those stems using something like Ripex or whether you did it with my tool or whatever. Get those stems all in like I've done here. And when that's done, continue the video and I'll see you shortly. Nice. So you should have a bunch of stems now imported into the track. And similar to what we did before, but in this case, I'm just going to turn them all off. I'm going to turn every channel off inside this first one, and I'm going to listen on loop to my actual track. And I'm just going to turn on some of these elements to see what adding them would bring. So we've got then the musical element here. And I'm going to make a new audio clip at the top, and I'm just going to cut out the parts that I want. I'm going to move them onto their own channel. So now we've got... just cutting a little bit like that. This bit's kind of cool. We'll put that there. What about any of these toms, for example? Is this cool? Don't really need it. What about these vocals? Let's take this little snippet, turn it on. this bass? I'm going to get rid of the bass. I feel like I can just see off the bat that it's going to be using up too much of the low end. And what's kind of cool as well here is actually, let's just bring this back here, is instead of just working on that small loop, one of the things that I like to do is before I start trying to move these into different positions, is just listen through to it as is with, say, the vocals and the keys in there, and just delete everything that I don't like. So this bit, I guess it's this. No, it's not. Where is... Oh, I guess it's in the original stem, that little chord bit. So let's just listen again. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that little piece there as well. And actually, I can probably take this vocal and just put it into our vocal group now, because some of these elements are now able to just like shift them in, and we're just combining all of these pieces so that we've got music here. What else? Do we need anything from here? Maybe the snare? Not really. I'm going to get rid of those. I don't think that these drums are really adding too much. Maybe we'll do a little test to see what these toms sound like quantized. That bit's kind of cool, actually. So. So let's put this toms into the toms group. And we're now able to delete track 1. So pause the video and take your first track, do what I've just done, chop out all of the pieces that you like, delete everything else, and then shift them into the main groups. And I shall see you in a sec. I hope that that sounded awesome. Let's jump into the second track now. I'm going to turn these all off inside. Again, I don't feel like we really need a new bass line, but out of interest, what would happen if we mute our old bass line and see what this bass line sounds like under everything else? I'm going to get rid of that. Let's put on the other and let's see what these musical elements sound like from track 2. This was that weird one. This one probably could be warped, quantized a little bit, and then had a little bit of tightening. This could be like a cool percussion. Oh, stop it. That is just too much. It's too hot to handle. I'm going to actually put that on the second half of the beat. And let's just chuck this in here, see what it sounds like again. Actually, where was it? It was... I've moved it, I think, to the wrong spot. Let's keep it there, actually. That's probably quite a good place for it. Let's mute this. Let's listen to what these pieces sound like. I forgot that we had our bass off. Get rid of that. I don't think it's super necessary. What about the snare claps in this one? I'm going to keep this little percussion thing. I'm going to put it in the Knocky Perks group. We'll call this Knocks. And I'm going to get rid of track 2. So pause the video again, go through track 2, see if there's anything you like, put it into the main group, and I shall see you in a sec. Okay, let's move on to track 3. Again, what have we got here? This looks like this could be a nice replacement bass. Let's see what would happen if we turn all of these off. I'm going to switch the old bass with our new bass to see. Let's bring in this musical element. parts are very cool. And actually, some of these pieces of the bass could actually be, if we put these both in a group called bass, and we have a look at them side by side, or in fact, we just listen to this bass as is in this kind of context, and find some of these moments that feel cool. So this bit, that probably would be cool to just move it up to this layer. So even if we had the new bass off, I've now just put that slap in. So this is with the original bass and that slap. Or to make it even easier, let's put that on its own channel so that we can just easily copy and paste this across at relevant positions. This is adding that little slap. Let's go back to the new bass that we've got here and see maybe, like this bit could be cool to replace that bit with. So let's listen again with the old bass. And I'm just taking out parts that I like. Maybe we'll just replace that bit entirely with this. So now we've got and actually, sometimes just getting rid of some of a bass section on like the one, this now means that we're coming straight in with a kick, but no bass on it. This could actually be kind of cool, particularly if we duplicate this kick. Let's take a listen. Maybe we could replace this bit of bass with that. Maybe we'll put this there. And this end bit, very, very cool. So now we can delete that section and we've got this nice built up section here. So, was there any musical parts in here actually that were cool? Probably. Let's take a listen. And get rid of that little slap bass bit there. Nice. Let's put this musical element in here. This time I'm not going to tell you to stop it because I just want to move on now. I'm going to take track 4 and let's just very quickly run through to see if there are any things in here that we can replace as well. What about this bass line? What if we turn off our bass line and see what this feels like? Is there anything in here that just must be had? Okay, get rid of the bass for a sec. We don't really need it. Let's bring the old bass back in. What about this musical? What is this? What is this vocal layer? Let's see. Oh, this is cool. Why don't we put that there as well? And obviously this vocal can now go into the vocals group. This should actually be on its own layer because it's a different kind of sound. We can bring the vocals back in now. And let's delete everything else that we've got on track 4 that doesn't need to be kept there. Yeah, we don't really need any of these drums. Let's get rid of it. Cool. So we are now in a really good position I'm just going to make this all the assigned track color. Cool. Okay. I hope you can fathom how awesome this is. This was only one batch of chucking sounds in and seeing what we can come up with. Let's take one listen through to the whole track now that we've got all of these things happening, and let's see what we've got. And of course, you could go in here and actually cut some of these pieces out. We don't need for it to all be playing at the same time. Let's take a listen. Like this bit could maybe go, in a different place. We can actually go in and start to fuck these things up a little bit. Particularly if we were to do something like this. And maybe pitch this guy up an octave as well. Put it in textures mode. Do a little bit of automation of some reverb on that. Pan one to the left, one to the right. Probably a nice idea to also take Shaperbox, just to give us a little bit of side chaining on the music. I'm going to go side chain, just pick this mode, bring the mix down a bit. Just to add a little bit of pumping. And let's again take a listen to what we've got. Maybe we'll also do one of those on the vocal. And let's see. I'm going to actually get rid of this vocal because I'm not loving what it does. But here's one other thing I just want to note is that when you have something like this channel, this isn't a direct copy. And what I mean by that is these are probably, if we were to take this, let's just in fact duplicate this channel. If I were to copy this vocal here, and we were to zoom in, you would be able to see that these are actually different. They are the same melody, but they're subtly different, which allows us to do a very cool thing, which is, let's just put this on its own layer. I'm going to take this little chop thing that we've got here, and I'm going to duplicate that twice. Because of the fact that they're different, that will mean that we can actually make it feel like it's a double track. So I can pan one to the left and one to the right. And now we've got this very cool stereo kind of sound. I might also group these together and do a little bit of reverb beyond what we've already got. Very nice. It seems like I've actually deleted our clap. Oh no, it's just in the snare groove. So, what I want to now insinuate is that why don't we take this bang? I should probably save it. What am I doing? What am I doing? We're going to put this on the desktop. We're going to save this. Also, key thing when you're working with samples, this isn't just a generic Ableton course, but if you're working with samples, you do not want to lose those samples just because you've moved the file. So, file, collect all and save. That's going to take all of those audio samples and actually bake them into the project. So why don't we now do export audio video. We're going to export this out to main, and we're going to call this what am I doing? And we're going to do exactly what we did before again. And this time we're going to take this, we're going to, fuck it. I guess we don't need a folder. I'm actually just going to highlight all of these and let's just delete them all. I don't need them. I like to keep everything nice and tidy. Let's upload audio. I'm going to do What Am I Doing? You need to do it a couple of times to make it work for some strange reason. We're going to do a remix. And now I want to get maybe some like Latin percussion kind of feel. So I'm going to let's do like Latin percussion. Let's do percussive, ritualistic, shamanic, world folk music. What else have we got? We'll do like, what's that word I'm thinking of? Tribal. Tribal. We'll do, hand drums, congas, bongos. And we'll just do one like that. So we'll do an instrumental variation. I've got so many ants crawling around on my computer for some reason. And we'll do remix as is. Why don't we then also just, I'm not sure if it's going to work, but we're going to do percussion solo as the custom prompt. And we'll do one more for good measure, just because we can. Kids to Grown. I'm curious what this is going to end up being. And the goal is, of course, just to take this amazing bit of work that we've already done and to now add a little bit of more, a little extra texture. So let's see what we've got with these Latin percussion. I'm going to download this one straight away. I really like those kind of bird sounds, or human bird sound. I'm not sure about this one. It's kind of like Mali blues, like desert blues. What's this one? Love that vocal, and I love that little fill. Very cool. What's this? This one, we need that vocal. This is probably a good example of a time when it would make sense to just use stems, because I only want the vocal, I don't need any of that other stuff. Let's just download the vocal. We're going to go back to Ableton and we're just going to slot in our vocal track. Which for some reason, I was going to say, why is it so clipped? It's because we've boosted this signal. Let's take a listen to what this sounds like, just chucking it into our original track. Very nice. Okay, what were some of these other ones? Okay, so this one, we're going to go ahead and download some stems of this directly because I want those vocals and I want the drum. Let's be real, I probably just want all of the stems. I'm going to do it quickly. You see, like I bounce back and forth sometimes. Whatever is the quickest and easiest solution a lot of the time is what I will end up doing. So let's take this little group of stems and we're going to bring these bad boys in. So I feel like some of those drums, those percussion elements will really help tie this together. So we'll do the same thing, turn them off and only add in what needs be. Let's first listen to, say, what is this other? Which one has the weird vocal? I'm going to put this in one group just so that I can easily affect all of this nonsense low end. We'll do a bit of reverb. delay. Let's take the AI toolbox on this, and before any of the effects, I'll add a bit of noise. Which again has made it sound so much better. And then we've got this drum element, so let's see what this feels like. I'm just going to actually roll off a bunch of the low end here, so that we're... These drums are actually quite nice. So let's listen in context. Maybe I'll actually just mute the music and everything. Let's just listen to the drums that we've got. So what is that? Just drums. Okay, let's listen. Clearly it's gone a little bit out of time, which is okay. We can just come in here and adjust this a bit to the grid. So there we go. Let's do it at 13 also. And there we go. So let's take a quick listen. Nice idea is to just adjust that start point so that it's almost right. There we go. I'm going to consolidate these drums so that that's baked in, and I'm going to do a light 29% 16th note quantization a couple of times. So let us listen, perhaps even on complex mode, to see what this has added. Let's add our old bass back in. Can maybe roll off a little bit more of the low end. Very nice. Now let's listen, particularly here in the context with our music and our vocals and then whatever this weird thing is. Now these are off. We've got to bring them back in. Okay, here we go. Going to add a little bit of side chaining to the toms as well. Maybe we can even put it to this percussion layer. I'm going to call that wonky and chuck that in here. Percussion, this can just be its own little layer. And I'm going to go ahead, assign all tracks to colors. And also, big fan of doing this. I don't know what it is that inside of me gets such a kick out of it, but highlighting all of them, pressing Command R, and then deleting. Now there's no text, no names on anything. Everything is just way tidier, way easier to look at. And we have a really cool, vibey track. I can still, in fact, turn off all of the AI stuff that we did. Obviously, we haven't done a bunch to some of the other things, but let's listen to what it would sound like with all of the AI sounds just cutting through in a truly horrible way. So maybe we can, just for good measure, also put this to turn on and off this group. Let's take a listen. So this is with all of the AI stuff off. Why are you not off is the question. Cool. Okay, so here we go. Hopefully very sharp and uncomfortable. And let's bring it in. Let's skip forward a bit. Horrible AI. And then we're going to bring it in. Obviously, we don't need to have all of these vocals happening at the same time always. And maybe we duplicate this just so that we can explore some other possibilities. Let's do a section where we've got no vocals, and we'll just get rid of that. Maybe we'll keep these vocals because they are kind of nice, but maybe we'll do a little section here where we don't have any of these long trippy things. It goes back to just being... And we can also get rid of the pad sound from here, and I think this is going to give us a really nice feel. Get rid of this vocal too. And get rid of this too. So let's just really dial it down. Maybe this would actually be a cool spot to bring in the other bass line. I don't know what it's going to sound like here if we just bring this back to a different start point. But bar 17, let's just replace our actual bass line with this. And of course, we really don't know what's going to come of this. And let's bring this back in. I mean, the world is your oyster. You could take this, you could now put that back in to Udio, you could get some more stems, you could generate some completely different things, you could tie them in. But that is really the majority of my workflow using these AI tools is just this iterative process of you find something that you're inspired by, you download it, download the stems, chop it up, see what you can do with it, combine it with something else. Then when you've got that, export it out again, put it back in, see if the AI can help you imagine like possibilities that you couldn't even consider yourself. Bring it back in, and it's just this wonderful iterative workflow where you have no excuse these days saying I'm not inspired, or you have no excuse using splice samples that everybody else has. You know, it's such a bummer when you hear a track that has a vocal that you know from another track, and it's not like a classic sample. It's like it's just a splice loop, I find anyway. So I want you to pause this video now before we continue on into the next module. And I want you to have a look at what you can do fusing in some of those extra elements, fusing it together and seeing what is what. So pause this video and I shall see you shortly. Okay, I hope that your project is coming together nicely. I hope that you've found all sorts of cool hidden gem samples to chop up and flip around. This brings us actually to the end of this module in which we have been arranging and doing all sorts of fun things in that sense. We're actually going to look at now in this next module a little bit more of actual sound repair. So we're going to be fixing all of these sounds and making sure that all of those ugly spectral noises are gone as best as we can. And of course, you could absolutely, everything we've done so far, you could leave it at that. That could be the max amount of audio repair that you do. But there are a couple of other things, a couple of other plugins that I could recommend that really do help take it from being a 7 out of 10 to at least a 9.5 out of 10 in terms of audio quality. So I shall see you in the next module. Congratulations on getting this far in the course. You should now have a pretty decent understanding of how you can utilize the most cutting edge AI music tools right now to create some really rather magical sounds. One thing I really want to dive into, double click as my friend Sepp says, into a little further is just optimizing sound quality. Because while the quality of the audio is not garbage, we are definitely able to make things with it. It does require a little bit, as we've seen, of effort to tidy things up, to refine them, and to repair some of the sounds in order to use them and have them actually, feel good in a mix. So we looked at utilizing a couple of things like snapback for drums and Also using my little AI toolbox, which is very simple, but it's an effective way I've found of just making shit pop, making shit work. Another couple of plugins that I really want to introduce you to, that I must just say, precursor, I don't think any of these are cheap per se. You know, this module, if by any means you suffer from gear acquisition syndrome, and you struggle not to buy everything that you see in a video online, I would recommend that you just skip this module and actually just go back to making music. But if you are open to seeing what kind of premium options there are that exist, that I use every day, all the time, to take these sounds and make them just sound way, way better, then stick around, because I've got a couple of plugins that I want to show you today, some of which you may be familiar with, others that you may not. Let me just find this piece of audio that's supposed to go there. Okay, so this is the piece of audio that we're going to be working with today. Why don't we take a little listen to what it is that I want to share with you? And I know this isn't a stem. We're actually going to be working, at least for now, just on a whole master, on a generated mix of something we got from AI, because I just want to demonstrate a couple of little key things here. So let's take a listen to what we have. Oh, shit. Sorry, here we go. So if I bring up my tonal balance control, we can see that it's a pretty good mix. It's maybe lacking some lower upper mids, and maybe the bass is a little excessive, but overall it sounds good. There's a little bit of sharpness to it. There's a little bit of that AI brilliance, should we say. But overall, it sounds good. You know, surely it can't sound that much better. And by all means, you know, you could go in and just use this as is. It would sound perfectly fine. Most people would not be able to tell the difference. But if we do want to explore some of maybe the characteristics of what the sound is lacking, I want to introduce you to a few plugins. So there's a couple. I'm just going to load them all up here first. We've got Gullfoss. And what Gullfoss is it's an intelligent equalizer that adapts in real time to, I guess, how they word it. Let's see if we've still got it here. Gullfoss. It listens to a signal and decides how to prepare the audio so that your brain can get the most information out of it. Very fancy. And when used right, it's pretty transparent. You know, when used correctly, I would say, you almost don't really notice it being on there. But I just want to show you what it does. So I'm just going to play from here. We'll just keep this going as a bit of a loop. We've got these two main controls, recover and tame. Recover is going to try and increase the clarity in areas that are currently being masked. And tame is going to try and decrease the areas where you've got a little bit, perhaps too much of an unruly resonance. So let's just play through, and I'm going to push these quite extreme so you can hear what they're doing. You're also going to be able to visually see. So let's start actually with recover. We're going to try and then recover the parts that are being masked by frequency. So you'll see in real time how it works. So you can see there it's actually decided for some reason. Obviously we are at 186%. A lot of people that I see using this plugin tend to keep it around the 20-30 range. I like to push it to 200% sometimes. But what you can see is it's really boosting the high frequencies here, which interestingly, if we turn this off and we look at tonal balance control, that's sort of the area where we're a bit low anyway. As we bring this on, you'll see that now we're starting to fill that out a lot nicer. So straight away, Gullfoss is filling in the blanks a little bit, just trying to recover what has been lost. Now let's bring that back down to 0. We're going to have a look at tame. So this is going to, again, focus more on reducing, whereas this is increasing. This is going to be focused more on decreasing some of those areas where we're having a lot of resonance come through. So let's listen. And let's see how this is impacting this. You can hear that's reducing a lot of that low end, that unnecessary low end that we had around the 100 100 area. So now let's do 200% on both, just to really push this to extreme. So it's recovering the areas that are too little, and it's taming the areas that are too much. So let's take a listen now. I think we can all agree that that is way too much high end. I'm just going to bring this down for our extreme demonstration, something like 145. One thing to note as well is that this brighten knob allows you to actually darken what you've done. And this white line is actually going to be indicating how far we need to bring it back to get it back to the sort of the unity position. So if I bring it to unity, it almost sounds a bit boring. But if we let that come up a little bit, I'm going to bring these guys down. And let's compare with it on and off. So this to me sounds kind of like one-dimensional. All of a sudden bringing Gullfoss in, it's starting to really bring out that high end, as well as also taming that low end. Very nice. Okay, so, you know, obviously we don't need to use it in as extreme of a setting, and a lot of the time we're not going to be using this on, well, we will use it on the master. I'll show you that in a sec. But a lot of the time we may be using this just on an individual layer. So it's important to know that sometimes you may need to push this to a really high level in order to get what you're looking for. So I'm actually going to turn that off now, and I'm going to introduce you to another plugin that chances are you probably know, which I highly recommend, which is this Soothe plugin, which, let's see what they call their plugin. Soothe plugin, what do they call it? It's a dynamic resonance suppressor. Very nice. So same price as Gullfoss. They're clearly in competition with each other, but it's a similar kind of thing where it's going to try and reduce the resonance in areas that are too much. They're like, it's going to try and reduce those without reducing the other areas. So I'm just actually going to put this all the way to technically doing nothing. And let's take a listen in real time with it not focusing on any specific frequency region, what it would sound like as we start to tame some of those resonances. So as we bring this up, you're going to start to see it moving here. So again, very transparent. We turn it off. If we put bypass and delta on, this right now is just hearing what's being removed. So that is that kind of like icky high end. If we bring the selectivity up, now it's going to focus a little bit more. Bring the sharpness up. I'm going to bring delta back down again. So it's subtle, you know, it really is subtle hearing how it's taking this, all of this is being removed. So there's a couple of areas here as well. Gullfoss isn't on anymore, so I'm hearing that around the bass area, particularly when Gullfoss was on, it was dipping it quite a lot around like the 100 range. So why don't we try and create a band here that's going to focus on that area. So you can see here, I'm going to start to increase how much it's affecting that frequency range. Let's bypass it. Maybe we want to increase it around the mids. And you can really go pretty wild with it. So we've also got hard mode here. I'm going to bring this back. In fact, I liked what we had these on as a setting, so I'm just going to duplicate this for now. And in this second one, we are going to just make sure that these are both closed. In the second one, I'm just going to show you what the hard mode does. It's a lot more extreme. Let's just put these back to nothing for now. On hard mode, you're going to see that it really starts to change the sound. If we listen to what it's removing, almost all of the music. But if we take these little parts, maybe we'll bring both on. turn them both off. Really starting to tidy things up, and if we bring up our tonal balance control, we can see that with Gullfoss on now, we can start to dial these settings back a bit. Let's put this in here too. Can start to bring these back a little bit, I think. So now we've got one more as well, which is made by the same people who make Soothe, and it is called Spiff. And let's turn off all of the others for now. And let's just take a quick listen to what this is doing. So this is kind of like Soothe, but instead of being an intelligent EQ that tames resonances, this works on the dynamics. So on boost mode, it's basically like a multiband compressor. And then on cut, it's basically like maybe also a multiband compressor that's actually removing the punch. So actually, let's try cut first. We're going to take a listen. These are just on default settings. As I start to increase this, you can see that it's actually starting to remove it's removing a lot of that punch from the track. If we bring the delta on, this is what it's removing. And of course, we could increase the amount that the low end is being removed. We can increase the sensitivity and the sharpness. So this is a nice way when you're actually dealing with sounds in a mix. Like, say, for example, we'll actually have a look when we go to the individual layers. Say, for example, you want to get a clap to sit better in the mix. One of the nicest ways to do that is by just removing the unnecessary click with the kind of this setup. But let's go now to boost mode, because this is also really helpful. Let's just move this. So boost mode is just the opposite. It's like a compressor, and it's going to start to increase the punch. And this is allowing us to really target specifically frequencies like... Let's listen to what we're adding. So nice. This used in combination with some of the other guys. In fact, let's just turn this on and have a look to see what Spiff would then feel like in this case. Nice, so let's just bring the volume out a little bit to match it. I'm bringing the stereo link down a bit so it's behaving differently on both the left and the right. Okay, so now, why don't we just check to see, I'm going to mute this for a second so we can see it's coming in, let's turn this down a little bit. Actually, maybe we want to do it after the fact because we have just done a bunch of things. Okay, so this is coming in at -6-ish. Nice. And then let's see what it's coming in at with this off. This is now coming in at -8, -7. So we also want to add to this a little utility here that's just going to turn this up. So this is -8. This is... I'll just turn it off and on this way. Okay, that's not the right key that we want. I'm just going to turn these off. What I want to do is just to demonstrate to you the difference between the two sounds. So the way that I'm going to do that is just use this and this. So when this is on, this needs to be the other way. Okay, cool. We actually just need to go down one. Okay, lovely. So what we're now listening to is the track with no effect. So this is as it comes through the AI. It's just what we would be hearing if we did very little to it. So let's just listen, turning this plugin chain on entirely all at once, and we'll see how this changes the overall sound. So it's possible to make it, smaller and cleaner. And again, we're not probably going to be doing this all the time on just a single track, but if you are to, because you want to work with this to then sample it, it makes sense to do a little bit of cleaning up and then just bounce it. Like bounce this in place, freeze and flatten. Just getting hydrated. And what I'm going to do is actually just take these guys here, and I want to just freeze and flatten them both. So this is going to give us the unedited version, and this is going to be the edited version. Let's just see if there is any difference between them that is like painfully obvious. Let's close up the browser, and let's take a listen. So this is fixed, should we say, and this is raw. I'm going to set a key to be able to just bounce back and forth between them, and let's see. So cool. So, I mean, it goes without saying that it's definitely a marked improvement to the overall balance. And we're not trying to be super extreme here, like I just want to say that. We are trying to be subtle and transparent to not change the music too much. However, what's kind of cool is to think about, if you're going to split those stems, does it find it easier to split those stems if you've gone ahead and do a little bit of, I suppose, like pre-work in cleaning that sound up? So what I've done is I've taken this raw version, and I've also taken a little version I did before of this kind of fixed sound, and I exported both of them as audio. Let's make this a different color. I was trying to hide it so you couldn't see it. Here's one, and then here is the other stem fixed. And what I did was I put them both through my little terminal command thing. And in the first one, the only reason I'm missing this on both of them, actually I should remove this from here as well. For some reason there's a little bit of ugly hiss. And so I've just got rid of that ugly hiss for now. But we have these two sets of stems, and I want to show you now. Let's first just turn these off to... Cool. Okay, so unfortunately it's not keeping my colors because of the special naming convention. But what we're going to do now is have a listen to the stems when they were split on the raw signal compared to the stems on the fixed signal. And so we can actually just take this out of this group now. I've got a button to jump back and forth. So here are the stems when they were exported from a raw audio. So putting the piece of AI sound directly in as is. And then I'm going to skip through to this guy. I mean, how muddy does this plain one sound compared to... I mean, even the music, it did a lot better job at then isolating it. So let's compare, say, like the bass, for example. That bass, obviously it's still wonky as fuck, but it sounds so much clearer. Here's the guitar. Dark and muddy. And the split was so much better after having first processed that sound. Then we've got this little intro piano bit. it didn't even capture that. That's very interesting, is by adjusting this, it's actually taken what was split between two channels, and it's actually put that. Wow, I'm actually really impressed with that. This is a key difference, is that on this one, by the separation happening ahead of time, it's actually adjusted all of that piano to be on one stem compared to... Wow, okay. I mean, I hadn't even noticed that. That's really, really cool. Obviously, there is no vocal in here. But then one other thing I just want to show you is that if we skip back and forth between these two as they were, again, let's turn one of them off. Let's just listen to the drums. And then let's listen to the drums in the clean one. It's very bright, obviously. It still sounds good. I'm just going to solo the drums. And we only have the drums on in this one and in this one. And let's see. You guys can be on. Everything else can be off. Okay, cool. So let's listen to the drums in the plain version. And then let's bring in the fixed drums. It's definitely cleaner. You know, there's just like a lot of clarity. There's a little bit more sharpness that's come through. But I just want to show you now how we could go about improving these drums further. So let's go back to our fixed drums, and slowly but surely I'm going to bring on each of these sounds. And in fact, maybe we'll just turn it on real quick so that you can hear the difference. This is as the drums were, and then once we get to about here, I'm going to press the slash key, and it's going to shift us over. So jumping back and forth between there. Back to the raw. So we've managed to remove some of those kind of icky high ends. So that I'm just going to demonstrate this by adding each thing on one by one as why I would have done it. So first and foremost, we had this kick. And let's listen to it. This kick had a lot of irritating low end that I got rid of, and I also got rid of a little bit of that mid. Boosted a tiny bit in the top, because I then actually added this after the fact. I started with this, and then I put soothe on to remove and tame some of that super low. Then we went into spiff, and then spiff added this incredible kick B52 mode. Let's just bypass this. I mean, how crazy is that? It's like created a room, and then I decided after these two I just wanted to remove a little bit of the low end and maybe go into the mids even a little bit softer, and we ended up with this. So turning this on and off altogether. That's just like a horrible AI kick sound. That sounds like a real kick drum that's been recorded. And one thing maybe we even want to do here as well is I'm just going to bring a tiny bit more on the top. We could, of course, go in and actually chop these pieces. I haven't done any of that like we've been doing in the previous lessons. These are just raw stems. So if we were to go in there and adjust and edit and remove those pieces, it would sound even better, obviously. Let's have a look at the hats now. So the hats, I kind of went a bit extreme on this, but if we turn all of these pieces off, the first thing I did was just remove a lot of that crap that was below here, because there is surprisingly quite a lot of these little rumble and mid pieces. I then went into soothe. In soothe, I used the matte cymbal mode to basically just smooth out that high end a little bit. Then we went into Gullfoss, and the point of Gullfoss was just to really bring down that offending high end. It's kind of brought up some of those nice mids as well. Maybe I'll actually put this after Gullfoss. Maybe even after this. So let's now try spiff. Spiff, I'm then removing some of that intensity. Let's bring this down a touch. I went a bit extreme with that. Let's compare the two. So this is subtler, tighter, a bit more controlled. Then let's listen to the snare clap. Obviously none of these things sound particularly good listening on their own. So this one I added soothe. just to tame some of these parts, these bits. Then we've got spiff. Spiff is just reducing the punch in that low end. Kind of like an EQ in that sense. Then we go into Orion, which is a plugin I really like. Although I'm not actually sure why we're using this exactly, other than it's just like a nice gooderizer. It's by the people who made God Particle, but it's specifically for drum buses. This is just now like tightening everything up that we've done so far. Then we go into Gullfoss, which is just giving us a little bit of mids. And if we were to turn this on and off as it is now, this is thin and tinny. This has got a nice bit more of those mids. And it's just a bit more consistent. It's just coming through nicer. And then we've got a little AI toolbox. Just basically adding a small amount of noise, which is just adding that really lovely texture. I'm a big fan of having that little bit extra noise to basically make the kick come through a bit tighter. And then finally we've got the toms. I'm going to turn these on all one by one. So the toms sounded, let's just maybe solo this. We would probably want to actually go in if we were working on this and do something to some of that horrible digital top. But if we turn on Soothe, the first thing I'm doing is just slightly demudding the bass. This is a nice preset for bass called demud. Just ever so slight. Then we've got this spiff, and this tom large does quite a nice little effect. It's definitely adds some of that low end that we've cleaned up. Now it punches it back again, so. It's just giving it that nice little bit of punch. Now there's one other thing that we haven't really looked at, which is a clipper. We looked at how the clipper worked on my AI toolbox, but this is something maybe we should explore a little bit more. What is happening here is I'm able to remove all of the signal. Everything is being deleted. If I do it at 0, nothing is being deleted. Everything that you see that is red is being removed from the signal. Not in the sense that you would, conventionally think a compressor or a limiter might work. This is actually removing the sound. So as I start to bring it down, you're going to start to hear that kind of degradation sound. But what's interesting is any of these sharp peaks, you can actually remove quite a lot of a transient without it changing at all. So do you see how we're removing a lot of that red? If I turn this off, does it really sound any different? No, it doesn't, at least not to my ears. And one of the crazy things about this now is if we look here with standard clip, this clipper turned off, we're coming in at minus 0.53. However, as soon as I turn this on, we're now coming in at minus 5, and the overall volume difference, like, it's imperceptible. We can't really hear that it's any quieter, but it's actually 5 dBs quieter. A little more than 5 dBs. So what's actually happening here is all it's removing is the short, stabby, sharp part before the actual sound. And I can show you exactly what it is that we're losing by doing this. I'm going to put this in a chain, and then I'm going to add an empty chain. And in this empty chain, I'm going to invert the phase. So basically, it's just going to remove from what we're hearing everything that is the same. So with this on, as soon as I turn this speaker on, we're only going to hear the red. That's all that's being removed. And if I start to bring this down further, there's the full sound. That's everything that's been removed. And like the way that this is working, by the way, is I'm just inverting the phase. This is no fancy trick. This is just a cool way to show what the difference is. But yeah, so the goal here isn't to make the sound distorted. It's just to see how much can I actually remove without the sound really changing. In this case, look at that. We're coming in at minus 0.53, and I've managed to remove 9 dBs of volume. And like, what is actually missing? Just that. So with a lot of these AI sounds, particularly drums, and particularly drums that have then been separated, there tends to be this like over-emphasis on transients. And I find this is the case a lot of the time with these AI tracks, is they're very punchy. They sound like they've got like a real fucking attack on most of the drums. And so a lot of the time you can fix that problem, not by compressing, because compressing won't actually solve your issue. It will just, you know, squeeze those dynamics even further. We just remove the offending parts. We remove those transients that are too much. So in this case, let's turn this back off again. And we can now hear that on those toms, I've managed to regain 9 dBs of volume. Okay, cool. After our standard clip, let's just take this out. We don't need any of this little fun thing anymore. Then I went into Gullfoss, and Gullfoss just did a little bit of the same. It brought up some of those mids, brought down some of the tops, and then I put an EQ on the end, basically just to probably want to roll off that low end as well. Just to roll off some of that digital top. And actually, to be honest with you, what might be quite nice now is to take erosion, and erosion is actually part of my AI toolbox. This is what the noise thing is, but it's nice to actually be able to see it. Let's just take noise here, and I'm just going to try and find wide noise is stereo. There we go. So let's compare this chain being on versus off. So let's listen to our entire drum group now. We've got our kick, clap, or whatever. Let's just solo this. This is as it sounded before with nothing on. And then we're able to maybe on the hats, we'd like to actually remove a little bit less of that top end. Maybe we'll use the brightness. So there we go. That's our fixed version with no effects on them. And maybe we also want to actually compare this to the original. So let's turn this off. And we're going to jump back and forth between the plain drums. Let's take a listen. Now let's listen to our updated version. Do you hear the presence that's coming through? And now I'm going to turn on all of the effects that I just did before, and let's compare between the OG version and do you hear the power and the difference of this? Okay, it really is rather remarkable. I'm actually just going to save this and call this refinement demo, refinement. And let's go back to our other project, because I really want to dive in now to seeing how we can use some of these things perhaps on our track in question. So, you know, with this kick, this sounds good, but why don't we try taking, say, Soothe, and I'm going to take this nice preset here, which is the kick reso, and I'm just going to increase and decrease until we just get like a nice. I like that slight bit less punch, a slight bit less low end coming through. Now I want to take Spiff, and I'm going to take our kick B52. I really love using this one. So now compare the two of these. And even better, let's now actually put these guys inside of here. Let's compare the difference with all of our effects on the kick versus what it would have sounded like directly from the AI. Terrible, terrible, mate. Now, all of a sudden, we've got a really lovely kick drum. Okay, let's have a look at the hats now, because I know that we've done some things in here, but maybe we could just take the overall hat group and we'll solo this and take a listen to what we've got so far. Why don't we take Soothe, and I'm just going to really maybe use the hard mode to remove some of these parts. Let's turn this on and off. Just finding that sweet spot. Okay, I like what that's doing. Maybe we'll bring it off a little bit. Lovely. Okay, now let's take our good friend Spiff, and I'm going to use Spiff on here to just dial down, reduce punch, the punch, cool. Let's add this to our special on and off key. This needs to actually be off. Okay, nice. We've done that with our hats. Is there anything else that we'd like to do to the hats while we're here? Maybe we could try taking Gullfoss and seeing if it's going to shave off a little bit even further off that high end. There we go. And we could probably bring the overall volume of all of this now up just a touch. What have I done? Hopefully nothing nothing silly. Let's just save this as a new version. What am I doing? V2. I'm going to bring the volume up a little bit on here just to compensate for what we've lost. Very nice. Okay, now let's jump on to the knocks. What is this channel? This is a prime example of where I'd actually like to go in here, and we're going to use our good friend standard clip before we do anything else, because we're going to see some of these are really sharp peaks that could be definitely brought down a bit. Sometimes you might want to visualize this easier. So what I tend to do is I'll take a utility before and I'll do +10 and -10. I know we could increase the gain here, but it doesn't seem to satisfy me quite as much as doing it like this. So all this is doing is now making the overall view a bit bigger. If we make this -15 and make this +15, now we're actually able to have like far smaller movements. So it seems as though that little thing needs to come down a bit. Might even pan it a bit. Cool. Now let's also take our good friend Soothe. And, you don't need to do this on every single one of them, but I like to compare, what is it that I could do with some of these? We'll try Perku mid-frequency. Let's delta it. Let's just removing that. Maybe we'll take Spiff, and we'll use Spiff to maybe boost. Like around the knock range, which is going to be 1K. Nice, now it's making it a little punchier in a way that feels better. And also check this out. So if I were to take an oscilloscope right now, which I could actually do with Shaperbox. If we take this oscilloscope, I'm going to show you what's happening before and after having standard clip on. So by just turning on standard clip, you're going to see all of a sudden I'm trying to point at the screen as if you can see and you're in the room with me, but like here, these sounds are just shaving off and they're becoming a little bit smaller. So we're having a little bit more of a balance there. And then with Spiff as well. So let's compare the difference with and without. So this is with nothing. Let's use our special key to turn this on and off. Nice. Are we on the right channel here? Yeah, we are. Okay. Cool. So we've just tamed that quite a lot, just made it a little nicer. Actually, what is the volume difference? Cool, you can hear. So we've just again removed some of that like ugly high end. Now let's go to this percussion group. This is probably a really good one to take something like Soothe straight off the bat. We really need to roll off that low end. What about hard mode? We will try taking Gulfos as well for this one. Let's put this in here. What is this? Oh, this is the sidechain compressor. We don't really need that. Cool, I'm actually going to get rid of these two and we're going to use that. Cool, so let's take we'll do the snare and we'll do the toms and then we'll move on from there. This one I want to take spiff. I also want to take standard clip because the transients on that are likely to be pretty high. Let's take a look. Nice. Okay, we'll use spiff. We'll bring the output volume down a little bit. So let's compare the difference between clipping, and let's use Shaperbox as a visualizer, because of the fact that this is actually one of those prime examples where if we look at the knock, what we're just doing is shaving that top off. So if we shave this down even further, then we go in here, maybe we'll boost a little bit in the high. Just adding a nice bit of punch. Cool. Let's make sure that this turns off with our special key. And it should be off right now, which it is not. And then finally our toms. Now this is going to be an interesting one. Let's take maybe Gulfos first. Ooh, I'm hearing that we need some standard clip on here for sure. Cool, let's use this to maybe bring down the brightness a bit. Let's take Soothe. Let's take Spiff as well, because I want to maybe just cut. I'll bring the mix down. Okay, let's put these all together in one group. Oh, maybe we want to turn off Shaperbox for this. So nice, just removing the unnecessaries of this. Let's open up Spiff a bit as well. Maybe we don't want to remove as much. Cool, let's now compare the difference with this on and off. Well, this is nothing. Now we've just tidied it up a little bit, but of course we need to listen to this in the context of the actual track. So now that all of these have some amount of stuff on them, I want to actually now go in and have a look to make sure, with all of these now playing together in solo, let's just put these in a group called drums. What does it sound like before? So this is the before. This is everything exactly as it would be, just chopped up, used as AI. Let's take a listen. Let's solo just the drums. And here we go. There's that horrible AI high-pitched sound. one more time, we're going to go back to the original unedited sound. Ugh, that horrible high end. So one final thing, why don't we take the drums, and I'm going to put Gullfoss on the actual drum group now. We'll do a little bit more taming. Very nice. Now we'll also take Soothe. Why not? We can. We've already bought it. Let's go here. Drums. There's one here called... Where is it? Percu mid-frequency. No, it's not these. Maybe it's under mastering. There's one about dynamics. Let's see. Maybe we'll just go less mud on the master. We'll try this one. I mean, at this point, I don't really know. Why don't we take Spiff now? Because there's a really nice one in here called Drum Bus. Add punch to drum bus. There's two of these modes. One of these is going to be perfect. One will be too much. So let's take a listen. And bring it in. Maybe we can bring the kick down a couple of dBs. Cool, so let's now also put these into our special group that turns off so that we can hear the difference. And I want to see, what does our drum track sound like? Fully AI. And then we're going to go in to having all of this cool stuff in 3, 2, 1. Really nice. Okay, let's look at the bass quickly as well. Let's put this on. Why don't we take our good friend Soothe, and Soothe in this particular mode, which is bass, demudding the bass. This is such a game changer, this piece. Probably don't need to be as extreme there, Lex. We probably also want to take maybe Spiff, which has a very nice bass mode here as well, called, is it the acoustic bass mid-knock I'm thinking of? That sounds nice. Let's bring this on and off at the same time. Let's turn this off. And let us, again, compare. Oh, what is going on here? You need to be on. Okay, let's solo the bass and the drums. This is the before. Really nice. Now let's go to the music channel. I'm actually just going to do this as a group itself. So let's just take this. I'm going to take Soothe before anything else. And I'm just going to crank this up. Let's listen to what's being removed. Removing all of that ugliness. Then why don't we turn off, obviously, this. Let's take Gullfoss now. I'm going to put that after everything else. So this is what the piece of music would sound like without any of these effects on. And then we go... all dark and dull. Now, just for good measure, I'm going to also add here Spiff, because I do just want to cut some of the transients on there. Really nice. Make sure that this is turned on when it should be. Okay, cool. We're just going to move on to the vocals now. And we're going to use, again, it would be probably a much better idea to go in there and do these manually. Which is that really loud vocal? Is it this one? It sure is. Okay, we'll turn that. So let's take this vocal channel. And maybe we can even just go in here and see if they got any vocals. We'll do harsh vocal. We need to turn off that silly thing. What is this one? Okay, we'll maybe bring a little bit of that high and back in. And then I'm just going to take the God particle on here as well, because this does some really nice stuff with vocal. We're going to boost a little bit of the mids. So let's compare the vocal channel before and after. There's that sharpness. Maybe we'll even take this glue compressor. Okay, now let's just A/B it. There's that. And here we go. Very nice. So now we get the joy of making sure that everything is turned on every channel. Let us now compare. And also, just for good measure, why don't we put on the master channel, we've already got the God particle. I told you that we would use Gullfoss Master. Gullfoss Master is just a game changer. Just for good measure, I'm going to bring the volume down so we're not actually hearing it. And I'm going to make it so that God particle and Gullfoss Master, everything is off. So let's turn these off in a group as well. And I'm just going to make sure that, yeah, I guess this is coming in. This is going to be, oh yeah, I've got to turn this off, I guess. So this is everything completely dry. And I'm going to put a limiter that turns on and off at the same time. This is just going to allow us to like A/B. Yeah, okay, here we go. So, moment of truth. Let's listen through from the beginning to the completely dry, unedited, fun version with this off and this on. And then in theory, we should be able to listen to it afterwards. So here we go, dry. This is just pure AI sound. Still doesn't sound bad. I mean, it is very painful and digital, but... Cool. Now let's listen to it with our updated version. And let's just give a little listen to the beginning again. Now here we go. Just bringing that clap back a bit. Just bringing the clap back a bit in time. And then let's bring it back to the dry version. Kind of ugly. And then we'll go to the nice version. And if we look here, we've got a great mix. One final thing that I might do is just push our drums through this good friend of mine, Orion, and maybe leave this as is just to get that final little sweet spot of the drums. This is, of course, dry. And here we go. So I actually want to do a little taste test, so to speak. I'm going to do a little export just to see the difference between these guys. And while we do that, I just want to say, we'll say this dry. Just want to say that I hope that you are thrilled, you are deeply excited at the prospects and possibilities of what is available with AI and music as we move into this new realm of existence. I mean, it truly is a very exciting time to be alive. Let's bounce this one as well, and we'll call this effects. And this is going to be probably slightly longer to export because of that. But there are a lot of great plugins that you could absolutely go and buy, and you could use every single one of the latest and greatest and intelligent AI plugins. But to be honest with you, you can get a hell of a lot done just with an EQ. Like we were looking at in the first part of, actually in the drum module, we were looking at how we could refine these sounds with stock plugins, and quite a lot of the techniques we've looked at today, you could absolutely not spend another dollar and still get great results. But I did just want to give you a brief demonstration of how I tend to use a lot of these plugins to get what feels like to me really great professional sounding results. And I do also now just want to have a look to see what the audio files look like when we compare them, because we've got here the effects version and the dry version. And if I bring them in, and let's turn warp off for both of them, does it look in any way different? Let's have a little look-see here. Let's close this up, maybe. Bring this one down, and then let's see. I mean, no, it doesn't look massively different. If anything, we've got some amount more. Oh, maybe we also need to bring the start and end point back to be perfectly on the grid. Do we have really any difference? Yeah, I mean, I can see here that actually one of the things that's quite clear is that these sharp peaks, these sharp spikes in the dry version, many of them have been fixed. Many of them have been shaved off, and that's thanks to our good friend, the Clipper. But just, skipping back and forth between these, let's do it one more time now that we know what's going on here. Turn off God Particle, because we've technically done a master already. But yeah, let's just take a quick listen again to the dry version compared to... Again, compare these. It's crazy. And there we go. That is advanced processing. So I know this has been a pretty long video, but I want you to now pause before you continue with anything else and just really dive in to experimenting with some of these concepts, even if it means sort of reverse engineering what it was that I was doing in these kind of super powerful plugins. Really all we're talking about here is maybe even just kind of automating the gain up and down on an EQ in areas that seem to be overloaded. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I shall see you shortly. Congratulations on completing the art of AI sampling. This has been a hell of a lot of fun. I hope that you've got a lot of value out of the things that we have explored in this course. Obviously, this is such an evolving landscape, as I mentioned in the video when we first jumped into Udio. These things are evolving so quickly, so often. We're getting such crazy new updates every day. I hope that you will understand that this should serve as the beginning of your exploration into the future of all of the most cutting edge tools that continue to be coming out. And I hope that this has given you a really good philosophical starting point for how to approach these new technologies in a way that I believe celebrates and uplifts human creativity rather than giving it up, should we say, to the AI swarm megamind. There's just so much that can be done now that we are not bound by not having access to samples or to musicians. The fact that you are now able to just dream up a concept that you want to hear, that you want to work with, and you're able to prompt that with AI and get such amazing quality results, I think is... I could not have believed this myself if 5 years ago I had shown 5-year younger me, music producer, who had spent hours every day looking for samples, looking for exciting things to work with. If I could just show him, like, check this out, you're now able to make like some kind of cool world music sounds with very realistic sounding traditional Malian vocals, I would have lost my mind and probably just walked into the sea, never to be seen again. But anyways, I just wanted to say again, thank you so much for taking this course. Please feel free to connect with me, hit me up on all of the platforms if you have any questions, if you'd like to connect further on this. And of course, I will be creating more content, probably putting a lot of it out on YouTube as well as I continue to learn about these new tools. And I will be keeping all of you in the know. But in the meantime, thank you so much, and I shall see you guys soon in the next thing that we do together. Happy creating, and from me, it's a happy Thursday.